It started taking off a little bit.
You had said you were doing a little bit of the podcast, like on the side, doing other things, and then this happened, and you kind of went full bore into that.
Yeah.
Where were you on September 10th when Charlie was killed?
I was sitting at my desk where I podcast every day. I was sitting at that desk. I was working for the healthcare data analytics company, but I was working from home that day. And got a call from a buddy of mine who's a longtime political operator. And he was like, Charlie Kirk got shot. I was like, what? He was like, dude, yeah. And I thought, no. So I jumped on the internet. Like all I could see was the headlines at the time because it was too early. The videos hadn't started coming out. The pictures weren't coming out.
So you were right on it.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. I mean, I don't want to say to the minute how many minutes it was, but it was pretty quick. It was before the videos and the pictures started dropping. And then the first video that dropped was that kind of distant video, and it looked like he got shot in the chest because his shirt jumped. And we were still on the phone. I was like, man, it looked like he got shot in the chest. He was like, yeah, I don't know. He's like, I just heard he got shot and he may not make it. I was like, what? How? I was like, maybe it winged him on the shoulder. Kind of, you could see the shirt jump on the side. And I kept rewinding it and looking. I was like, dude, I'm telling you, it looked like it hit him in the chest. He might be all right. And so we were guessing, what kind of person would do it. Would it be a radical leftist? Would it be some, person who's opposed to the bombing of Iran in June? Who could it be? And while we're doing that, then the up close video got released. And I came across that and I just gasped in horror.
Yeah.
And he was like, what? And I said, don't watch it. And I actually talked to him about a month ago. He said he's never watched it. Someone who knew Charlie and had, been around the block a long time. And I was like, don't watch it. I was like, it's so ghastly. He was like,
hey guys, welcome in. I'm going through the Kirk timestamps. Baron did the long form sit down with Julian. So I'm just going through those timestamps about Kirk. And this one, you want the full thing, definitely head over to Julian's YouTube channel or Patreon.
Describe it. I was like, his neck exploded. He was like, how? I said, it looked like I got shot in the neck. I was like, I don't know. I said, I've never seen that much blood come out of a small spot in one time in my life. I didn't know it was possible. He's like, was it like squirting? I was like, no, it was like someone opened the bottom of a gallon jug and it just fell out of the side of his neck.
Yeah.
And so we stayed on the phone for a while and I kept looking up information. And I think we were still on the phone when the rumors first started breaking about an hour later that he had died.
I mean, once you saw it, didn't you? Once you saw that video, didn't you think it was?
Yeah, I kept telling him that I didn't think it was possible that he lived. Right. I just said, I don't see how you live after that. Even if it's just from blood, even if it's not from trauma, just from blood loss itself.
Right.
That was so much blood. That's where I was. I was sitting at that desk, looking at a monitor in the position where my camera is now.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I mean, I pretty much thought, he was deceased right away too.
Monitors moved over since, but yeah.
Now, were you thinking anything at the time, or was it just pretty much like all of us, were just shocked that this happened? When I say thinking anything at the time, were you already wondering like, oh,
no, I wasn't skeptical yet. My major thought was the security of people I knew who kind of not as public, obviously, as Charlie, but people who did the.
For those of you just joined, I'm going through the timestamps where Baron talks about Kirk, just those timestamps, because during the sit down, he goes through 9/11, JFK. He goes through a lot of different things, how he got into podcasting. We can do that another day. For right now, I'm just going through the Kirk timestamps and TPUSA timestamps.
The podcast circuit, the speech circuit, who were out in public, who were at rallies. Like this is the guy I was talking to was one of those type of people. And I just said, I wouldn't go in public for a while. He's like, I'm not. And he was talking to other people at the same time by text. And he was like, everybody's saying everybody's locking down. Nobody's going anywhere right now until we figure out what's going on. And I think that was the natural reaction, was just fear. It was just a fear of what the hell? Like, this is really brazen.
Yeah, the idea that, in America, someone would ever be killed by anyone, regardless of who actually ended up doing it or was behind it and whatever. The idea that someone would be killed on the basis of their political beliefs, which unfortunately has happened many times before, is just it's still insane to me. It's insane to me that in this case, in 2025, something like that could happen. It could happen so publicly. It could happen where there's thousands of people right there in the iPhone era where everyone's got their camera out and, you know, people are going to be.
I mean, I think we had an idea that this kind of thing could happen, whether organically or whether false flag. I think people know this could happen, especially to Charlie, to anybody that's out there doing this.
Able to see this forever. You think about that guy, Charlie Kirk had kids. They're going to grow up one day and chances are they're going to see that video. And it's like, that still doesn't register for me that that's like a thing today.
If I were Charlie's children, I grew up to be an old man or just a grown adult, I'd be thankful to the independent crowdsourced investigation. I'd be extremely thankful. Even though my mom might be complaining about them. Oh, they attacked me when your dad was gone. Well, I would probably be able to think for myself. I'd look at all the details. I would understand why there was a conspiracy, understand it's human nature to look into these kind of things.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I mean, it was odd that there was so little footage that came out. I think thousands of college students gathered anywhere. People
was it 4 angles,
something. I mean, it was just maybe 6 total, I think, that have been released. Maybe only 4.
Not including the back camera. I'm talking about just iPhones.
I think 4 or 5, 6 cameras at most, including the UVU review camera angle where the school itself was filming. But it's
John Beret was on Stu Peters today discussing that he used 11 iPhone cameras. So update on that.
It was just a shocking moment. I was not the biggest Charlie Kirk fan. I wouldn't say I was opposed to Charlie. I never spoke out against him. I didn't have a visceral reaction to hearing his name, but I always thought he was on the team. You know what I mean? Like in the middle, on the uniparty. He had started kind of speaking up on the Israel issue a little bit towards the end of his life, but prior to that, I mean, he was just sort of a water carrier for whatever mainstream Republican thought was at the time. And that's not really my brand of politics. And so I always sort of viewed him that way. I also had a friend one time tell me, this was before he died, how much money they thought he was making. And I was just shocked. Like it floored me when I heard the figures that were coming out and that he was saying. And
are you able to say that? Like what he was estimating?
Yeah, I mean, he was saying 25 to 50 million a year. He thought he was pulling in, which he asked me, what do you think he's making? Because he had just heard somebody that supposedly knew.
I think I'll be over here past 5, so I don't think I'll be joining John Bray's live. But he was on Stu Peters today, was very interesting. I recommend bookmarking that. Stu Peters has a new time for his show. It's 12 p.m. Eastern.
And this was probably 6 months before he died. And I said, I don't know. I bet he's making 2 to 5 million. He's like, I think it's like 25 to 50. And I was like, what? How? I was like, how? He was like,
how, Deef?
Yeah.
What are we doing wrong?
He's like, he's got the podcast. He's got his salary from the place. He does real estate deals. He's involved in private equity. He's a best-selling author. He's like, man, all that money adds up.
Yeah. He's got a few other lines of income. Didn't think of that.
Yeah, he wasn't all in on one line. He's a sharp guy.
He was a sharp guy for sure.
He's a very sharp guy. Even those who disagreed with him, like I disagreed with him on a lot of issues, never one time felt like he was a dishonest actor or like a sellout or a bad guy necessarily. Maybe a sellout a little bit, but not a bad person. Like I never thought he was secretly in the mob out killing people. You know, I just thought, you know, this is a guy who figured out how to play politics at a very high level on a team that I'm not on. And so that was kind of my thought on Charlie. But, you know, as we were talking about it, the fear was sort of the overriding thing in the moment. It was just a really terrifying situation that a guy could really just get shot in the neck. We were actually talking about, do you think it was, you know, a leftist or that? And I kept looking at the video and I was like, I hate to sound gruesome and I hate to like do gunshot analysis in the moment. I said, but I think the shooter was left-handed. And he was like, why? I was like, because I bet you he was aiming for his mouth or his nose and it was kind of down to the left. And your first shot on the range is usually down to the other side. I was like, I bet you he got a little anxious on the poll, you know, first human kill or whatever. And so, I mean, that's kind of the thought process. We were just sort of working through it from the very basics. There was no thought of really who was responsible or some grand conspiracy or some, you know, multi-agency cover up in the moment. It was just sort of like, what kind of crazy person would do this?
Right.
Yeah.
When did you do the first podcast discussing it at all? Was that a day later or 2 days later?
I think it was like,
Yeah, that's interesting. Left-handed. That's pretty interesting. I don't know if any of you guys have any thoughts on whether left-handed, right-handed, but that's interesting perspective.
he died on a Wednesday. I think it was Sunday.
Okay. Now that was, so Tyler Robinson was arrested they tell us he was arrested sometime on Thursday evening. And then it was announced, I think Trump announced it that Friday morning, 2 days after the killing, on Fox and Friends, like, yeah, we got the guy, whatever, nothing to see here. And so Sunday would have been a couple days after that. At this point, were there parts of the story that you were already like, wait a minute, this isn't clicking?
Yeah. So I had when I was doing a consulting job a long time ago, this was, I don't know, a decade before Charlie died. We were doing some consulting on a team for a grocery chain. And one of the components of the consulting gig was Google Trends analysis. And so we would look at, you know, what kind of trends are mid-30s women looking at when they go to the grocery store, you know, what.
So here he gets into the Google Trends. By the way, a lot of people joined. So thanks, guys. I guess you had an appetite for this. I know it's because of Baron. It's not because of my voice, that's for sure. But thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Buy me an MRE for my fallout shelter, my bunker. I need MREs to survive. Maybe I can stream from the bunker one day. But nonetheless, yeah, he's going to the Google Analytics. I think this is how he got started. For a lot of people who don't realize, he's adding credence right now to the Google Analytics because major companies use this. This is what I called Gary Meltdown out on. IKEA uses it. Riot Games, for you gamers out there. He was in the medical industry. So Google Trends data is like a real thing. It's not just some hoax or bunk data.
What's the cool new hip snack? What's everybody looking for? And so I had used that in the past because I recognized the power of that analysis to realize these are real searches. Like, these are actual searches that people are doing. This isn't just Google telling us what they think people are looking for. It's taking a sampling. It's not every search ever run on Google, but it's taking a sampling, and they won't, you know, the special sauce, they won't tell you how many are in the sample or what percentage it is. But you can be sure that if someone in Lincoln, Nebraska searched for the Atlanta Braves on June 3rd of 2025, that search took place. Somebody there did that, or somebody with an IP address originating from there made that search. And so I had thought, while I was doing this stuff with the grocery store, I kind of thought, wouldn't it be interesting if we could?
Yeah, Mr. Minnesota, definitely. Yeah, you need to start. We are the new media. You need to start Substack, Rumble, YouTube, whatever it is. We are the new media. We realize we can't trust the quote unquote, air quotes, new media with the libs of TikToks and the Benny Johnsons, the Daily Wire, all of these different companies, in my opinion, they are paid shills. So yeah, I encourage everybody to start your own media, your opinion. So good luck.
Look at sort of mass shootings and things like that. There's always this, it was planned, he's a patsy or whatever. And so I started looking up mass shooters as they would happen, or high profile crimes as they would happen, and look and see, were these terms searched? Was this guy's full name searched anywhere it shouldn't have been? And so I did it with different things, and I talked to a guy I was working with at the time, and we were talking about the Thomas Matthew Crooks, and I'd done the search with him, and hey, he pops up in Washington D.C. the week before. He pops up over.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and so and again, why is he popping up there? Now, do I know it's that Thomas Matthew Crooks they're looking for? No, it could be any Thomas Matthew Crooks. But if you put it in quote, you know it was searched in that order. And you then can look and say, well, he wasn't searched in Virginia, he wasn't searched in West Virginia, but he was searched in DC, or he was searched in Maryland, or he was searched in New York. And so you can't say who's doing the search. You can't say why they were doing the search. You can't say that it was definitely that Thomas Matthew Crooks. But I started doing it for all these things. And it was always really interesting to me. And I was sort of in my mind had created this fake mass shooting or real mass shooting, fake school shooting or real school shooting based on these searches. And so after the Charlie Kirk shooting, a day or two later, the guy was like, have you done it with that guy that got arrested? Tyler Robinson? I was like, no. He was like, you should. I was like, all right. So I did. I started looking at Tyler Robinson. I looked in Utah, Arizona, Washington, D.C. I always found that you get an interesting hit in the Northern District of Alabama around Huntsville because the FBI headquarters or FBI centers there.
A few of those things in Huntsville too.
And so I started looking at all of the names associated with the case, Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson, and I started seeing these really weird things. And I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I was like, what do we do with this? And I was like, I should give this to podcasters. And so I would take the screen caps and I would email it to Ian Carroll, email it to Candace Owen. Now that I'm on the receiving end of those emails, I realize how insane that email had to sound insane. I'm so terrified of going back and even reading it because I don't want to see myself in that light. Because I get these emails now, from people with the yarn boards behind them.
Hey, thanks a lot, cuz. I appreciate it. I don't know a lot of you people that message me sometimes, but hey, I always appreciate the support and that you've been following me for several years on X.
Yeah, we get a few.
And but I was trying to get the information out to someone else. I didn't want to cover it because I felt like, it sounds dangerous because Israel was a country that kept popping up in these searches. And so finally no one would bite on it. No one would email me back. And I was like, to hell with it. We'll just do it ourselves. So I fired up the camera one night and just went over it. And like my normal 35 people watching, maybe 50. Not a lot of people were watching your humble host at the time. And so I, do my show, turn the camera off at the end, didn't think much about it, went to bed. A week later, I did another show the next Sunday night because I'd looked and I found out the name of the surgeons at Timpanogos Hospital. And so I looked all them up and I found the name of the lawyers that were involved. So I looked them up and I started seeing these really weird patterns that why is someone in Israel searching 7 surgeons that work at Timpanogos Hospital in June and July?
Yeah, he is a brave guy. I mean, having 8 kids, that's a crazy attack vector, in my opinion. It's a lot of kids to keep track of, keep safe and all that. So he deserves all the credit, in my opinion.
Of 2025. Like, why?
Kind of weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah. And you can't tell me the searches didn't take place. They did. It's possible somebody in West Virginia had a VPN that they had set to originate in Israel and they were doing the searches. Like, I don't know why the searches were coming out of Israel, but I know they were. And they were coming out of Washington, D.C., and they were coming out of other places they shouldn't have been. Like, I could see someone in Utah saying, I need surgery at Timpanogos. Who are the surgeons? And looking them all up. I can't see someone in Washington, D.C. doing that. I can't see someone in Israel doing that. It did make sense to me. So I went and covered that. And then as we would learn more and more information about the case, I would always do this Google Trends analysis. So I ended up doing like 6 or 8 weeks worth of shows on just Google Trends. I covered no other aspect of the case, really. And then there were a couple other mass shootings that popped up along the way, and I would cover those as well. There was one in North Carolina. A guy shot up a bar, and I looked his name up, and I was like, this looks like a fake mass shooting, and here's why. And then there was a guy who went after a Mormon church or something in Michigan at the time, and I was like, I think that might be real because I can find no evidence anyone was looking for this guy. But I was going through these different things, and I'm a consumer of live podcasting, and so Ian Carroll was doing Free Speech Friday.
I was tipped off to false flags through Operation Northwoods. If you guys look that up, it was declassified Operation Northwoods. It was false flag confirmed. So I was tipped off. Doesn't mean everything's a false flag, but kind of he's speaking to that a little bit. Now he's going to get into. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm assuming he's going to get into Ian Carroll. That's how a lot of people discovered Baron. So that's interesting.
My wife said, "Oh, I got to get gas. I got to go somewhere in the morning. So I'm going to go get gas." And I was like, well, "Let me go get gas. I'm just going to watch a podcast anyway." So I put the podcast up on the dash of the minivan, and I'm driving to Kroger to get gas. And Ian Carroll comes on, and I'm all excited because I know what I'm doing for the next couple hours. And I always look forward to that show. I loved it. And he's like, "Man, we got something interesting tonight. We've got this guy, this new podcaster. He's got like no subscriptions. No one's ever heard of this guy. He's like, he's doing great work." And I was like, "Hell yeah, who is this guy? I cannot wait. Put me on someone new. This is great. I'm tired of listening to the same people." And he was like, "His name is Baron Coleman." And I was like, "Oh no." I was like, I did not need this.
That's funny. This is why he gets a lot of views. He is a funny guy. He's like, so yeah, Ian, put me onto someone new. I'm tired of listening to the same podcasters. Like, it's funny. He's in his minivan on the way to Kroger. Who could this guy be? His name's Baron Coleman. He's like, oh shit. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
And so I called my wife and I was like, "Turn Ian on. This could be weird." And so then I get home that night and I've got, hundreds of emails of people like, "Hey, I found you online." I'm like, "Oh gosh," I've taken.
Oh man, talk about your wife making you sleep on the couch that night. Oh, you conspiracy theorist. You're sleeping on the couch. You got random people emailing you and it's just going off the chain. Ian's got, I don't even know, across all platforms, like millions and millions of people. I mean, my platform blew up a little bit when Coach Colin mentioned me. He mentioned me, I think, twice. And then I started getting contact. And he's got, like, I think, 250,000 people. No, maybe over 300,000, I think, on YouTube. So it's crazy.
No steps to protect myself in any way, really. And it just sort of took off from there. I had 300 and something subs, and it went to 1,000. And I remember being on a plane with my sister, going to my niece's wedding, and I looked and I was like, "I got 3,000 subs." I was like, "I never thought I'd have 3,000 people watching my show. That's crazy." And then I went back and looked at the old episodes. They had like 20, 30,000 views.
Oh yes, I'm really. You know what fair use is, Safran? Like, what are you, like, the speech police? Are you the copyright police? Bro, I don't care. I have 1,000. Like, I don't care about strike. I like literally have a job. I could care less. I'm probably gonna get banned anyway for my opinions. It is what it is, dude. This is fair use. I'm reacting to a video. But what we can do, if you guys want to remove this guy Safran, who clearly is, it appears he's smoking. Dude, why don't you get off the weed pipe, sir? Mr. Safran 420. If we want to get him removed from the chat, just go ahead and buy me an MRE. Dono links pinned in the chat. We'll boot him out of here because he seems to be the podcast police. Good job, Safran.
I'm like, who the hell is watching this? Why would anyone tune me in?
You get shouted out by Ian.
Yeah, it made a huge difference. And so it just sort of took off from there. And I didn't want to be pigeonholed as the Google Trends guy. And I felt like that had kind of run its course. And I felt like I, was a decent enough broadcaster that I could cover other stuff. And if people were interested at all in the Google Trends stuff, maybe they'd stick around to hear me cover other stuff too. So I started looking at other aspects of the case as I got interested in them.
Before we get to that, on the Google Trends thing, this is just something I always wonder, because it's kind of wild when you look after something crazy happens and then you'll see, like, as you said, the full name with the middle name searched in places. And I'm always like trying to put myself in the seat of people part of like a conspiracy to do this. And I'm like, yeah, human beings, even ones that are supposed to be smart in dark positions, they make stupid mistakes. But why in so many instances do you think people actually like take the time on Google without doing anything? Maybe they put a VPN on. Maybe they do that. But like, don't you think they could get like an Edward Snowden NSA computer so that it's not through fucking Google that they're searching for a guy? Or maybe just don't search for the guy that's going to be in the middle of your conspiracy altogether. Like, why do they do this shit and leave a trail other than to make sure someone smart like Baron Coleman catches it because they want you to?
I don't think most people knew this tool existed. I had to introduce people to the tool. Most people had never heard of it.
Really?
Yeah. Most people did. I mean, most of the people watching the show had never heard of it, had no idea the capacity of it or how powerful of a tool it was or what it was even doing.
Yeah, it's been around a while.
Yeah. It's been around since 2004, I think. It's been around a long time. But that ambiguity or that lack of knowledge or maybe just ignorance in its classical sense, that ignorance of Google Trends allowed people to attack the tool or attack the use of the tool in the Tyler Robinson case, because people were like, oh, that's not what Google Trends is. You can't identify a single search. Well, no, you can. You know, if that search shows up, that search was done. It was done. It absolutely happened. And so it's, you know, I think part of it is people just didn't realize it existed. I do see now that these searches are not being run on a lot of these mass shootings. It used to be almost all of them. Almost all of the mass shootings, you could find the shooter searched in particular jurisdictions in advance, 3 to 6 months in advance, and then again a month in advance, and again a week in advance, a lot of times a day or two before.
That's so strange.
Yeah, it's just wild. And there's some that you couldn't, like the shooter down at Parkland in Florida. I could find
Nicholas Cruz.
Yeah, I think that was his name. I could find nothing on that guy. And that was a kind of a weird situation there. Like that's one I expected to find a lot on. I found nothing.
There's no lights in that kid's eyes. Nothing home there.
He went and got a Coke at a Subway and just like chilled out.
Yeah.
Like that's a different type of
person.
Yeah. Yeah, no lights. That's a good way to describe it. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, that was kind of the limitation of the Google Trends, is just that people weren't familiar with it. But because people weren't familiar with it, I think it had value because people were just Googling names. They're like, oh, we're using a guy named Thomas Matthew Crooks. Let's look him up. Let's check it. Does he have a social media profile? You know, what's he? Is there?
Hey, Reggie, what's up? Yeah, I had this guy in here. I don't know if he's still here. Safran. He was tagging Julian Dorey as if Julian Dorey would even care or would even see it. Saying that I'm like a thief of his podcast. Like, dude, why wouldn't you want exposure on this? You want more exposure. I mean, so it's fair use. Anyways, I'm reacting to it, and yeah, I don't care.
Picture online. What are they going to see when they Google his name after this happens? I don't know that that's what was happening. I can't say definitively that's what's happening. But in the absence of hard knowledge, the mind kind of runs wild on these things.
Yeah. Now, the first few weeks when you're doing that and focusing on the show with the Google Trends, though, there's a lot of information coming out from the government fast and furiously about, you know, what they are saying happened here. This is what it is. This is, oh, there were texts with Tyler Robinson, his alleged lover. By the way, his lover was trans. There's that angle here. He wrote this stuff on the bullets. What was standing out to you, again, outside the trends right away, that you're like, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense, like from the jump?
It's hard to dissociate the Google Trends analysis I was doing, because the Lance Twiggs thing was always suspect, because Lance Twiggs was a far more persistent result on Google Trends for a much longer period of time than Tyler James Robinson was.
Really?
Yeah, overseas and in District of Columbia. He would.
Hey, D. Hey, it was D's idea for me to do a watch party today, so you can thank D for this. I wasn't expecting this many people, honestly, so appreciate you guys. But yeah, I'm adding commentary to this. If you want to watch the full thing, it's Julian Dorey. He's on Patreon. He's on YouTube. He's dropped the video full length. I'm just going through the timestamps where he's talking about Kirk, so keep that in mind. Shout out Baron Coleman, Julian Dorey.
Pop up from time to time, going back to when he was a teenager, 16, 17 years old. You would see him with his full name, Lance Tyler Twiggs, and Lance Twiggs.
How old was he now in 2025?
I don't know, 22 maybe, okay. 3. So
several years.
Yeah, like 2021, 22, it starts popping up.
Interesting.
And my thought in this is, you know, how do you become a patsy? I think there are hundreds of thousands of available patsies at any given moment. Probably because people are looking up stuff online they shouldn't be looking up. They're saying things in Discord chats they shouldn't be saying. They're trying to meet up with people they shouldn't be meeting up with, primarily young people. And so you end up with this pool of available people that any one of them would rather go to prison for accessory to a murder than what they're trying to do online. And so it's hard to segregate those two things in my mind. It's hard to take the story of Tyler Robinson that we're being fed without the Lance Twiggs component, being this persistent, showing up, looking to me like a federal operator, or at least an asset of some sort from the very beginning, from his late teenage years. And, then the stories come out that his parents were having a lot of problems with him, and, his grandparents were having problems with him, and,
Twiggs.
Yeah. And so it looks like you have a problem child who's chronically online, who's obviously sexually disturbed. God knows what his internet search history looked like. God knows what kind of Discord groups and Reddit pages he was looking at, and all kinds of other stuff. A guy like that is ripe, we can offer you a way out of this. And so I sort of always took it from that perspective. That's sort of what made me start to be skeptical of the whole story from the beginning, is the Lance Twiggs component, not the Tyler Robinson component.
That's interesting. So you were pulling onto that more. Was there a thought there early on where you're like, damn, I wonder if Tyler Robinson even did this altogether?
Yes. I was willing to accept he did it initially. I kind of took it at face value.
Why'd you take it at face value?
Yeah, thank you. I have a mute. I don't know if you've ever watched me. I cough a lot.
It's just, I've seen you do it.
It's just part of me. So I have a mute button that I've installed, and I use it a lot. But I was willing to accept Tyler did it, but I was willing to accept he was set up to do it.
Set up to
like he was not brainwashed, but pushed, radicalized, nudged. We got to do something. He's coming on campus. This is our chance. You're the guy. You got the gun. You know how to shoot. That kind of thing. I kind of always associated Lance Twiggs with a setup from the beginning, and I associated Lance Twiggs with a kind of an asset aspect from the beginning. And so it was easy for me to see kind of that two steps to Tyler Robinson. It wasn't until I sort of got fascinated with watching people try to recreate the shot, a 30-06 shot, and they were shooting absolutely everything. And, Green Beret podcasters and sniper podcasters saying this is not a 30-06. It had to hit body armor. It had to have hit something else. It had to be a lower caliber round. It had to come from a different direction. There's no way a 30-06 from that direction did this damage. It's impossible. And that's sort of what led me to, well, maybe there was something else. Maybe there was another person. Maybe it was Chris Martinson had that theory that he was shot with a lower caliber round from a different angle. And so I sort of ran down that rabbit hole for a while.
Did Chris have someone in the crowd that he could point to on that, or was he just basing it off?
Hey, as usual, guys, if you want to remove Fed sloppers from the chat, go ahead and buy me an MRE for my bunker. I need MREs for sustenance, to eat. I appreciate it. But yeah, Fed sloppers, they are in the chat per usual.
But he could see ballistically.
No, he didn't. I don't think he ever pointed anyone in the crowd. I think he was thinking Sorensen center roof. Okay. Because that's the right angle to do the damage that was claimed.
So that's a different roof than the one that Tyler was allegedly on?
Yeah, so the Losi Center is pretty straight ahead, maybe offset a degree or two. I think it was 9 degrees offset. The Losi Center roof is kind of to Charlie's, 10 o'clock. Or no, not 10 o'clock. What is that? Whatever that is over there. Yeah, 10 o'clock. And that would be more of an angle, because remember Andrew Colvett came out with that tweet allegedly quoting the doctor saying that his...
Can we pull that tweet up, Dave? I love that one. Oh my
his
God.
C1 through C6 were impacted.
It's a miracle.
And so Martinson, I think, is trying to reconcile damage to the vertebrae with angle of a gun, the angle a gun would have had to come from in order to do that damage. And so he was sort of leaning towards the Losi Center. I was still thinking gunshot at the time. I mean, this was late September, early October, but I was sort of on the gunshot train, but not a 30-06 from the Losi Center, again, because all the ballistic experts, they were shooting thousands of things. I mean, they were shooting steel plates and cast iron skillets and stop signs and They were shooting ham bones and ham hocks and necks and pigs and cows. I mean, they were shooting everything, and it was just blowing right through everything. And they were shooting it from 142 yards, and it would just blow through everything. And it would blow through the concrete block after it blew through everything. And so it never made sense to me that a bullet could arrive from the Losi Center at that angle, a 30-06 round, with that much energy, and stop in his neck within like, what, 3 inches?
Right. And Deep just pulled up the tweet. This was from, I believe, September 20th, 2025, 10 days after the one you referenced with Andrew Colvett. And when I did the podcast with Joseph Scott Morgan, like, we read this one out too, because even if somehow this were true, and to be clear, I don't believe this, it's like the fact that he wrote this whole thing out, presumably read it back to himself because the grammar looks good. So it seems like he edited it. And I don't know if he did the old rule my mom used to say, which is count to 5 before you press send. But like the fact that he pressed send on this in a nation that was once told that a magic bullet went through fucking 40 different regions to somehow kill the president of the United States, and thought this was not going to be taken the wrong way, blows my mind from like a just intellectual discourse level. But just to read it for people that have context, so you understand what we were referring to, this was Andrew Colvett on September 20th, 2025. He says, I want to address some of the discussion about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. I'm usually not interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize. This is somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know. I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. It's interesting from a HIPAA standpoint, but that's neither here nor there. He said the bullet, quote, absolutely should have gone through, which is very, very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc., unquote. But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it. I mentioned to his doctor that there were dozens of staff, students, and special guests standing directly behind Charlie on the other side of the tent, and he replied, quote, it was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get hit, unquote. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too, unquote. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. Even in death, Charlie managed to save the lives of those around him. Remarkable, miraculous.
Well, and I agree with him. It would have taken a miracle.
Wait. He's saying it. He found the bullet they found the bullet just below the skin. That appears odd to me because I don't. I'd have to reference the medical examiner report. I think they do in this, but I'm not sure. This is the first time I'm seeing this, so I'm watching it blind too. But that doesn't, just below the skin tells me inches. And it went literally all over the body, according to the medical examiner's report, allegedly, like C2 vertebrae to C7, and then like I don't want to misquote, but it impacted the chest cavity. So, oh man, this is really weird. After, in hindsight, seeing that tweet.
Like he even admits, again, taking this at face value, which I don't take anything he says at face value. But if you take that at face value, the surgeon comes right out and says, hey, this doesn't happen. This at 30-06 doesn't stop in that little bit of soft tissue in the neck. It just doesn't happen. That's not a thing that happens. It's a miracle that it did. And so even that, you look at that and you say, okay, it wasn't a 30-06 to the neck. It couldn't have been. It would have gone through.
Would it matter? So what was the gun used here again? A Mauser? Is that right?
Yeah.
So when you're seeing all these different demonstrations from berets and snipers and stuff like that who are doing this, like qualified guys who are doing it online, were you seeing it with people using all different kinds of guns, including the gun or a similar one that was used here?
Yeah, they were using everything down to 223 up to 30-06. And nobody knew at the time, was it a frangible round? Was it, 150, 170 grain? Was it 180 grain? Nobody knew what it was. But they were committed to the 30-06 narrative. And it doesn't matter what you put in a 30-06, it's going through. I mean, Jesse on Fire and Heavy Duty Country did a demo with frangible rounds. These are frangible rounds from like the 1940s.
Can you explain that to people who don't understand guns and bullets out there? Yeah.
So a regular Full Metal Jacket round is designed not to break up. It's supposed to go through. A frangible round is designed to break up. It's supposed to hit something hard and stop. It stops redirection. It stops people innocent bystanders from getting hit.
Mm.
And so it's it'll turn kind of to dust if it hits the right density of an object. But
can it like mushroom too? And like
so that you're thinking of kind of a soft point that will sort of mushroom when it hits. But no, I mean, a frangible round typically is not going to mushroom.
Okay.
Full Metal Jacket can have a little mushroom.
So I'm gonna pin one of the studies in the chat so you guys can take a look at it. Chris Mortensen did a study. It's kind of interesting. So I will put that in the chat so you guys can take a look at it. That's over on X.
Mushrooming, but it's not designed really to do that. But yeah, I mean, it didn't matter what they threw at it. Anything they fired went through much thicker things than a neck, much denser bone than vertebrae. And so, instantly I began to doubt that narrative. And I'm thinking, okay, if it wasn't a 30-06 and it wasn't from the Losi Center, where did it come from? It had to be a gunshot, right? Where did this gunshot come from? And so I sort of ran down that rabbit hole for a while before you realize that rabbit hole doesn't hold much weight either. Because even a lot of the lower caliber rounds are going to pass right through that. I mean, it's just, a neck is not that much tissue. It's soft,
As you're thinking about this at this point, where's your head going with what this was? Did you have any idea of, like, in your opinion, what this could be or who might be behind it or things like that? Or was it too early?
No, it wasn't too early at all, because again, the Lance Twiggs component made me think there might be some sort of government aspect to it. I couldn't at the time think of why the government would want to kill Charlie Kirk. That didn't make sense to me. He'd been a huge friend of the president, rightly or wrongly credited with getting the president reelected. He was friends with the president's son. He was, business partners with the president's son. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if this is a government operation, it has to be rogue. It has to be something that is operating below the office of the president, but at a high enough level that you could actually pull this off. You're not going to get like a bunch of E5s out there like, let's kill Charlie Kirk, right, and run and do something. So, that's sort of where my mind was this was probably a domestic military operation, but below the office of the president.
Did you have a motive in mind, or like a reason they would want Charlie Kirk gone?
The Iran war.
That was why.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of. He was pretty adamant, and a lot of the clips were starting.
Hey, for the guys saying we don't need commentary, bro, I'm not going to crash out on you. I 100% agree. Sometimes I hate watching people when they're talking over the video. It's like, dude, just shut up. I want to see Baron. No, I get it, but I guess I'm supposed to do commentary. I don't know. But hey, thanks for stopping by. You can watch the full thing, though. It's out there. It's on Julian Dorey's YouTube channel. You can watch a full thing uninterrupted with your girlfriend. That's fine. Do your thing.
To get replayed. The clip from the PBD podcast back in 2023.
I remember that when it came out.
Yeah, that was pretty devastating.
That was like, I would cite that to people at the time. I'm like, Charlie Kirk was saying this. I'm like, this is the most fucking, pro-Israel kind of dude ever, saying this like 5 days after October 7th, where he was talking about I've been to that Gaza border. I don't know how.
It wasn't only that, though. He seemed to have insider knowledge of the plan. Looking back, because he said, I don't even want to use the word. He said, okay, I'll use
ethnic cleanse it.
They're going to ethnically cleanse it, And at the time I thought, how can you ethnically cleanse Gaza? That's crazy. You'd have to either kill everyone or relocate her. That doesn't even make sense. But looking back, you go, oh, maybe he did know something. And maybe that knowledge, as he continued to turn and push harder on that subject, maybe that knowledge is what got him killed.
At the time, and this is a way different world then, but I remember watching that at the time. And when he did the and looked up to the sky like this, I was like, I wasn't even going where you just were with like, oh, maybe he knew something about it. But I was going, what is the weight behind that?
Yeah.
The weight of him just giving an opinion on this, saying, hey, I'm just throwing this out there. Don't shoot the messenger, but maybe it could be this. Like, you could tell he was like, am I really gonna fucking say this? Did I take enough Adderall today to say this? And then he did.
Well, he looked up. He was recalling a conversation. In my opinion, he was recalling a conversation. He was looking up like, what words did he use? Okay, used ethnically cleansing. That's how I took it. You know, and then they
yeah, Baron's like, yeah, I mean, what do you mean ethnically cleanse? I mean, you'd have to just like blow up and unalive everybody. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's actually kind of what happened in Gaza, in my opinion. So, and that's been internationally recognized and all that. It meets the definition. But let me say that we do have some Fed sloppers in the chat. They love to rage watch me and all that. So what you could do, just donation, buy me an MRE for my bunker. Just tell me which Fed slapper we need to remove. We will get them out of here, because there's a lot of people saying some dumb stuff in the chat from what I can tell.
They tried in vain for 2 years to get him back on the team and weren't successful.
Here's the thing, though. He, from what I could see, and I'm just seeing social clips at the time. I can't say I'm like the closest person watching Charlie Kirk while he's doing this, but like I would see clips pop up of him doing things, not even on college campuses, but like at conferences and stuff like that. I'm talking in 24, 25, where like the Israel topic would come up and he would vociferously defend it. And we now can see from like some texts and stuff behind the scenes and conversations that were happening in what I've seen, especially until those recent texts that Candace put out, which I think is something we got to come back to, but like July 2025, August 2025, the Hamptons meeting, you know, when he did the thing with Dave Smith, and Dave Smith talks about what they talked about off stage before that debate at the end of July 2025. That's where you could start to see him at least like saying some things out loud on his show when you look at clips. But before then, after the PBD thing, what he thought privately is one thing, but everything he still did publicly, to me, was very much still like defending the shield here.
Yeah, until August. That's when he started dropping the mask a little bit. The Megyn Kelly interview, I think it was August 6th.
Yep. 2 days after the Hamptons thing.
Yeah. He that was the first time I recall him publicly dropping the mask after that PBD interview. And, you know, so in my mind, going back, you were asking me where I was in September, October. It wasn't an international operation, but I thought it probably had international okay because of the searches that originated from overseas.
And you were thinking, it's interesting though, that early you were already thinking the Iran war. Cause again, the narrative, huge air quotes there, but the narrative at the time was, oh, we did that 12-day thing. We came in and bombed 4 of the nuclear.
Yeah. At least 50% of you aren't subscribed. So subscribe, like all that. I guess I have to say that, remind you guys, we are fighting against an algorithm here. I have a couple of videos that didn't get pushed in the algorithm, one about Fauci and one about Steven Crowder. Not sure why. I'm going to double check the analytics, go through it, see what maybe I put in the description, if there's something off, like why. Like I'm talking about, one of them is getting literally, like the Fauci, only 1 view per day. It's like, what? Some of my others get views like every second. So super strange. I don't get it. But yeah, it's for people that like in the Conservative Party and the current administration that can't say what I put on the screen by Holly House. Those who cannot say that out loud, it's super sus. Like, can we all agree it's sus if you can't say this? Like, I mean,
now you and I know it's like bullshit, but the nuclear stuff's gone. So we've stepped out and we're not going to war. And so in my head, I was like, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. But at the same time, I will admit, I still wasn't thinking, like from that point, June 2025, I wasn't thinking sometime in the next 12 months, we're going to seriously be looking at boots on the ground, like as a real plan in Iran. And then that became like within 9 months, conveniently after Charlie's dead, they were already talking about it. Like, okay, we're starting a war now, and maybe we're going to put boots on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, but I knew, everybody in the lead up to the 12-day war, we all kind of had the same thought, or a lot of us on our side of that issue had the same thought, which was this is going to spiral out of control into World War III. You know, the Iranians are proud people. They're not just going to let people come in and bomb them and go, oh, okay, well, we're sorry, guys. Sorry about that. it had the potential and the capacity to get very ugly very quickly. And Charlie coming out talking about it in the way he did, it just, that's a problem. If you're going to go forward, that's a problem you have to deal with. You can't just leave that loose end hanging out there.
Why not deal with it earlier, though, if they knew that was already a thing he was thinking behind the scenes? The reason I ask that is because by the time, if it is alleged like they did deal with it in September 2025, respectfully, the horse has left the barn. You look at people below 55 in this country, left, right, it's a very unifying issue. Like, what the fuck was he even going to do about it at that point? He was getting killed by his own people.
Well, we don't know that they didn't try. So, the fact that something happened on September 10th doesn't mean that there wasn't a very similar operation in place in April, in December, the year before that. Like, you can't say definitively this was the only time that they tried. And had they gone on September 10th and something went wrong and they called off the operation, you and I would not be sitting here talking about it. Maybe they would have done it September 29th or October 5th. We don't know that this was the only time that he walked into a death circle and there was a plan to take him out. It could have been, but like, what if it had rained that day?
Right.
If the plan is to take him out, you're not going to let a rain shower ruin it. You're going to just, okay, here's our backup plan. Here's the next place we're doing it. It's not lost on me that all of his first events were like in Colorado and Utah. They're all right there together. So
how, prior to September 10th, when he was going back out on this tour publicly at colleges, in the year before that, how good and deep, by manpower was his security team everywhere he went? How much do we know about that?
I want to say Brian Harpole said they typically carried 6 with them. And that was on the Sean Ryan show. And I don't quote me on that, because maybe he said 5 or 7, but I want to say it was 6. Because I remember the impression it left with me after that show was that they had doubled his security for that day. And I think he said they had 12 or 13 people on the ground that day. And so that would be, I think, fairly average for him.
Now, obviously, he's not a president, so it's not a Secret Service team. It doesn't have, even if it's a deep security team, it doesn't have that kind of resources. But, from what you've been able to gather in the past, was there a protocol with any of his security teams when he would go do public events outdoors that were near roofs, where they would scan some roofs and see if there were any security limitations on those?
I have no idea.
Okay. That'd be interesting to know if they'd ever done that.
I think it crossed their mind, because multiple of them in the aftermath have commented on the fact that when he walked in, they looked up and saw the roofs and it made them uncomfortable. I can't imagine that was the first time it had dawned on anybody that roofs, particularly in light of what happened in Butler the July before. I can't imagine that's the first time it had ever dawned on anybody roofs are a major vulnerability.
Sure. Yeah. I would, especially after Butler, you would think you'd be thinking that fucking everywhere. This is over a year after that. The other thing that was weird right from the jump to me, I talked with you about this on the phone, but I'll never forget so he died on a Wednesday, and then Friday morning, like we said, that was when they said Tyler Robinson had been arrested. And then I had a wedding to go to on Saturday that was like 6 hours away. So I was going to get up early and drive there. So Friday night, I'm sitting in here, I'm working, and I see something on Twitter that his wife, Erica, is going to come out and give a statement. So I'm like, okay. So I pull up the live stream on YouTube, and I just remember seeing her walk in, and the only thing I felt was guilt, because right away, that thing in my gut that goes, what the fuck? Something ain't right here. This ain't real. I've never had that thought in a situation like this before. It was blinking on a 12.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this and I'm like, and I'm going to Twitter and everyone's like praising her. There's like a mass like campaign of people being like, oh my God, bravest woman ever. Yada, yada, yada. And I remember shutting the computer
Where's the laughing emoji when you need it, man? Seriously.
Afterwards, and like just being quiet. And I'm like, that's an impure thought. It's so mean. This is a grieving widow. Don't think that. But then I'm driving to the wedding the next day and I'm thinking about it in the car. I could not get it out of my head. And so Sunday morning, driving back from the wedding, back up here. I call up my buddy Danny Jones, and it was like the two of us were like coming out of the closet. Cause I'm like, hey man, you know, we talk like every day.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, you watched that thing the other night? What thing? Oh, the thing with the wife? I'm like, yeah. What do you think? And he's like, bro, it was so weird. I'm like, oh my God, it was so weird to me too. Oh my God, I felt like I couldn't tell anyone about this. He's like, dude, something's off. And he's like, even my wife said it.
Wow.
And you know, women pick up on that shit real good. They know that shit. And we were just talking about it. And I'm like, what is that? And you know, still the narrative was you'd go on social media and most people were like, oh, she's so brave. And then you get the WWE wedding with the Vicks and the fucking, you know, no ugly crying.
Yeah.
I know people grieve weird, but like, at what point was it the WWE wedding or funeral? I'm sorry. Was it before that? Was it after that? At what point did you start saying to yourself, wait a minute, something ain't right there?
Yeah. So it wasn't that for me. I mean, I watched it. I watched the speech, and looking back at it, it sends all kinds of crazy alarm bells off. But at the time, you know, whatever. And actually the guy I was talking to when we were first learning about it in real time and the pictures were coming out, the videos were coming out. He called me back, I want to say Monday or Tuesday. So what is that, like the 15th, maybe something like that? It was a day or two before she was announced that she was going to be the person. And he said, hey, I've got some information out of TPUSA. I know who they're going to put in Charlie's place. Because we had talked about the day he died, we talked about who would take over TPUSA as just, even if it's just a placeholder. And he had mentioned Tyler Boyer. He had mentioned Benny Johnson. He had mentioned Justin Strife, the COO. You know, he'd just been appointed to this new executive role. Why not just put him in there for a little while? And then he had mentioned Erica Kirk. And I was like, who the hell is that? Like, who is Erica Kirk? You know, I didn't know who Charlie's wife was. And then I saw her give that speech, and then he called me back a couple days later. He's like, they're going to give it to Erica. And I was like, why? And he was like, I was like, you know what? I actually probably still have that text. I think the initial part of the conversation was by text. He said, I was like, well, you know,
I think somebody said, I think it was Candace who said, hey, watch a comparison between Erica giving her eulogy to her husband and Kobe Bryant's wife giving her eulogy to Kobe. Watch the differences in that. So I guess it's pretty interesting.
What I think it's the right thing to do in the short run, because I viewed Tyler Boyer as an opportunist and kind of shady. Benny Johnson, I thought, was like a total disaster. And, you know, TPUSA at the time, even if you didn't like Charlie, it had value. It had the ability to turn voters for conservative causes, Republican candidates at the college level. It just did. And, you know, some of the states where, you know, are decided by 500 votes or 1,000 votes or 10,000 votes.
Yeah, for the mods, yeah, we don't need to necessarily remove people for benign statements that they want to talk. So you typically just, the problems would be like profanity, things like that. But they can rage watch if they want to rage watch. If people want them booted, they will buy me an MRE and they'll pick who they want to have removed. We'll remove them that way. But yeah, people are gonna rage watch it. It's okay. I mean, it's I'm not really paying that close attention, so I do appreciate you guys paying attention to the chat, though.
Turning out a couple college campuses might make the difference. I don't think he's the reason Trump won either election. People say that a lot, and he's credited with that, but I'm not sure that's true. But some of the states get pretty tight, and turning out a bunch of college kids.
Yeah, spamming. Yeah, definitely put them on timeout or remove them if they're spamming. That's for sure. I'm so used to being on the X platform, so I get called all kinds of things. You name it. So
could be helpful. And so I thought, okay, yeah, Erica's probably not bad. She didn't do a terrible job in that speech or whatever. But before the memorial, I had a friend who was going to go to the memorial and backed out and decided not to. He's like, this is too weird. Something way too weird is going on with this. I don't feel comfortable with it. Already booked a plane, already booked a hotel room, and just said, no, I'm not going. And so there was already this weirdness that was going around in advance of the big shebang, the WWE, what do you call it? WWE wedding?
WWE funeral. Sorry.
Funeral, whatever.
Felt like a wedding.
It did. I mean, she wore white.
Dressed like it too.
She wore white. But yeah, I mean, I think I look back and say, hey, let's assume this was an operation to kill Charlie, and everyone was in on it. Like everyone Charlie knew was in on it. They've done absolutely everything wrong to get away with it. Absolutely everything. Starting with bringing Erica out. Like she's been a disaster. You know, as you dig into her past, as you uncover her prior statements, as you look into inconsistencies in stories she tells, on down to how they met. I mean, frankly, Charlie was in on that inconsistency as well. So,
what was it? They were in a customs line in Israel or something?
Well, that's when she says she first saw him. But you know, there's this story that their first date was at Bob's Burgers in New York City. And that, you know, Charlie slid into her DMs and very slyly invited her to a job interview and then turned it into a date and said, I want to date you. I don't want to hire you. So this is like a cute fairy tale story. I think it's probably mildly illegal by HR standards,
yeah,
but
I was going to say, it seems like a cross line, but
we'll let him have it. We'll let him have it.
He didn't hire her, I guess. So
yeah, he didn't. So maybe he got away with it. But then Tyler Boyer is seen on a podcast saying, no, they went on a date before when she was here in August, the month before that, or 2 months before that. And, you know, I was hyping Charlie up for the date. They went to a gym together. And so, I mean, like everything about everything she says falls apart under the slightest bit of scrutiny. And she's just strange acting.
Very strange.
I mean, even if she's an innocent grieving widow, she's the strangest innocent grieving widow of all time. So if you're trying not to draw scrutiny to the situation, running her out there is the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
Had they just put her away for like even a year, you know, hey, we've decided we're going to let Erica Kirk run this thing. She's going to be the CEO, but we're giving her the year on a sabbatical to spend with her family. She'll be in charge. She'll be overseeing everything, but she is expected to keep no office hours. She's going to do no events. She's going to go and grieve. And Justin Strife is going to run the place in the meantime, or Tyler Boyer is going to run the place in the meantime. I don't think there would be a lot of scrutiny on this case. I think a lot of the scrutiny comes from the feeling you had that September 12th, the feeling your friend had that September 12th, the feeling your friend's wife had that September 12th, the feeling a lot of us had by the end of the WWE funeral. It was just too weird. And then by the time she's showing up at events, tossing out merch, coming out to fireworks, and I mean, it's everything went wrong. And then it's like they realize, oh, well, this version of Erica Kirk's not working. So let's overcorrect. Yeah. And let's go to, she's only going to wear black now. Whenever she's seen in public, she's going to wear black, except the time she's in her Little Bo Peep outfit. Then she's going to be Little Bo Peep if she's in Arkansas. Like, who is she? No one dresses that. You see how I'm dressed.
Yeah.
I wear hoodies. That's what I wear.
Yeah. I
wear hoodies and t-shirts. If you catch me in a Little Bo Peep outfit, something's gone terribly wrong. I'm not being myself. So I think there's I think what you perceived, maybe other people took longer to perceive, but I think it's sort of ubiquitous by now.
Yeah. And like you said, it's the optics too, that you just, from a PR perspective, which shouldn't be what this is about, by the way. It should be about an investigation, trying to get to the truth here. But just at the top layer of PR, the fact that people around TPUSA presumably couldn't see that this was, she just made it worse every time she went out, to the point that she was still giving, you know, live speeches on his show that's somehow still named after him, even though he's dead, you know, in like April and May. I'm like, guys, it's been 7 months. The poll is in. You know, this is a Jeb Bush.
It's not working. This is Jeb Bush. Please clap.
Right. You know.
Yeah.
It's got to be. You know, I haven't covered this case a ton on the show. We talked about it probably about 3 times before, other than we were live on air when it happened. Obviously, we were like all stunned. I was with Nate and Chris from the Religion Business when that happened, September 10th. But, you know, I didn't do like full podcasts on it. And then a couple things happened. My my guy Alessi, who's been with me forever, was up in town. He lives down in Florida now, and he came up here. So we recorded one on his podcast when he was here, and he asked me about it a little bit. And we talked about it in some of those clips, especially the ones with Erica, went a little viral, where I gave some opinion. Then I had Clint Russell in here as well, and we talked about it for about 15 minutes. But until I had Joseph Scott Morgan in here to like just break down the forensic side of it, we hadn't talked about it in depth. But you've done 150 plus episodes on this at this point, and you were talking about this right away. So, what was it like in October, to be raising those kinds of questions, even about someone who's like a grieving widow and all that, at a time where like, a lot of people might take that the wrong way, even if that is like what we are clearly many of us were clearly feeling and seeing. Was that a little nerve-wracking to talk about it that way?
I didn't talk about her.
You didn't?
I didn't. I gave her the benefit of the doubt for months. And
what changed?
The book tour in December. It was so bizarre, so weird. The interview with Barry Weiss, the Fox and Friends appearance. I watched all of it, and every single appearance she did that week. I think it was like December 10th to 15th, something like that. It was mid-December. Every single appearance she did that week.
Can you imagine having to report on Erica and watch all of Erica's content as like it's your job? Oh my goodness, that's terrible.
Was so bananas that I thought,
literally torture. A book tour. Barry Weiss. Can you imagine having to dissect, analyze, and watch Barry Weiss and Erica Kirk talk over and over again, rewind and watch it again and again? Oh my goodness. I'd be done podcasting by Tuesday.
I would fight with my listeners, because at the end of my show, I'll do Q&A and I'll just pull up questions, and depending on how late I want to stay up, but sometimes I'll do 2 hours of just Q&A with people, just boop, 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 just questions. And I was fielding questions on a daily basis at the time. Erica's too weird. You're being too nice. She's not a grieving widow. She killed him. And I was like, guys, you can't say that. And I was like, I've never lost my spouse. My spouse is very much alive. We've been married 25 years. Everything's fine. That I don't know what I would be like if she was suddenly murdered the next day. I have no idea how I'd react. Maybe I would be weird. Maybe I would act strangely. I'm very, very much not a public crier. I've gotten sad a few times in public, and I'm the most awkward, sad public person you've ever seen. I hate it. I'm trying to stop it at the same time, and I just don't like it. It's a very vulnerable position, and if you don't like feeling vulnerable, you don't like being emotional in public. And I kind of looked at her through those eyes. Maybe she's just very vulnerable. She's had a vulnerable childhood. She had vulnerable relationships. She's not very confident in her emotions. She doesn't know how to handle them, so she acts weird. This was not me just playing the game. This was not me just talking points. I genuinely thought she was acting weird, but I genuinely didn't know what to make of it and was unwilling to comment on it. And then the book tour happened. And I thought, no, there's something wrong here. Particularly the Barry Weiss interview. I mean, that was so performative to me, so strange. The love for our greatest ally and I mean, it was like so over the top. And I thought, no, there's something here. This is not right. I still at the time would not come out and say, and I don't believe I've ever said, she killed Charlie Kirk, or she planned to kill Charlie Kirk, or she was in on it. But I have allowed my mind to speculate. And
what does it speculate?
Well, I mean, it speculates that she doesn't have a very good alibi for where she was on September 8th and 9th. It speculates that she doesn't, frankly, have a very good alibi for where she was on September 10th.
Where did she say she was again?
She said she was on September 10th.
Yeah.
I think her current story maybe has not changed. She was at a clinic with her mom.
The reason why alibi, for any of you who don't know, the reason why alibi comes up in relation to Erica is because there is an eyewitness testimonies. A gentleman said he saw her at a military operations base, allegedly, and this guy has been confirmed to have been there because there's an arrest report that says he was there. His name's Mitch Snow. And so that kind of sparked a little bit of interest. Maybe it sparks some accusations, or think of it make of it what you will, if it was wrong or right. The point is like, if there's these kind of rumors and you're the CEO of a major organization, and they're like, the question is, why are you necessarily there? What is that about? Why, if it's harmless, why would you even deceive people or try to deceive or not be forthcoming? Or you could argue, hey, well, I don't owe you anything. I don't need to show you an alibi. And that may be true. I think but if you kind of want to quell the speculation about certain things, I mean, might as well do it. It seems like it'd be harmless.
She was watching the live stream, which is unusual because that live stream supposedly was not something they typically did. That was something new they were doing that day. And Terrell Farnsworth told Candace Owens that they were live streaming, quote, back to the ops in Arizona, that they were trying something new. And the fact that she's at a clinic with her very ill mother, and I do believe her mother's very ill. The fact that she was at a clinic with her very ill mother, but she's watching the live stream of her husband do something he's done, what, 1,000 times?
Right.
Like, why are you watching that one that day? I mean, Utah Valley University, fine university, not knocking it. It's not Harvard. It's not Ohio State. It's not UCLA. It's not one of the bigger, super high profile universities in the country. It's a good school in the heart of Utah that has some great students and professors, I'm sure. But it's not, if you're going on a college tour and you're talking on all the college tours, 100 college campuses a year or whatever he was doing, Utah Valley University is not one that would stand out and say, oh my gosh, this is the one I've got to watch live as it happens. Right. And so she says she's watching it and she's watching him throw out hats. So obviously they're live streaming the hat throwing. So who was live streaming the hat throwing? Because all the other cameras were just focused on Charlie. They were just set up on Charlie. So
where he was going to be sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The three
not when he's out standing in
front of the house. So whose camera is she watching? Whose camera is fixed on him? He's throwing out hats. And then she says she puts her phone face down because she's with her mom. And then she said Mikey called a few seconds later after it happened.
Mikey McCoy,
the Charlie's chief of staff. And I think a pretty close family friend of theirs. And that's a good story, but is that the Bob's Burgers story? Did they actually go on a date in Scottsdale before they went to Bob's Burgers? Did they, it's a pretty cool story, but did you actually graduate summa cum laude, with a double degree from wherever, Arizona State? That's a pretty cool story, but was that really only your second pageant or was it your sixth? The problem with Erica is it's tough to believe her stories because so many of her stories don't hold up under scrutiny.
That's right.
And so, if someone asks, where were you on that day? You saying I was with my mom is not very compelling because you say a lot of things that when you scrutinize them don't really hold up. One of the things I would do if I was her PR person is I would get a hold of everything she's ever said publicly from the time she was 16 doing beauty pageants until yesterday. And I would somehow, you feed it into ChatGPT or whether you just create a spreadsheet or just memorize it, I would figure out what your story is. And I would make sure you either never address anything on that story ever again, or you clarify it.
Yeah.
I would also, if I was TPUSA, call everybody into a conference room and say, the next person that lies is fired. The next person who tells a story that's inconsistent is fired. Like, we have a massive credibility gap. It's starting at the top, but it's bleeding through everybody. Andrew, your Twitter feed is a disaster. It is so easily disprovable on many occasions. So let's stop this. Let's stop just winging it. Let's get some discipline. Let's get some messaging, and let's stick to it. And if it's not on the sheet, you don't know. If they ask where you were on this day and it's not on the sheet, I don't know. I'll check my calendar and get back to you, because we're only talking about what's on this sheet from now on. But that's supposedly where she was on September 10th. And I don't know that I believe it.
Have you had, I presume, people from TPUSA reach out to you behind the scenes?
Yes. Lots
of them, like high up people as well, I take it. What's, without revealing specifics of stuff you want to keep private, like what's the nature of that? Shut the fuck up, or like, hey, we want to write your path here. You actually have this wrong. We could help you out with that. Like, what are the types of things they're saying to you?
I've been given a lot of corrections where I've speculated on things and they say, here's what actually happened. And I've subtly made those corrections without burning a source.
Got it.
I've had
so meaning you had maybe sources that were around TPUSA or in it that maybe told you something that then wasn't true verifiably, and you're like, okay, so I don't want to burn them, but
or I had said something publicly on a podcast, and somebody said, well, you didn't quite get it right. Here's what really happened. And then, I can subtly make that change over the next few weeks without anyone really realizing that I've talked to someone. So that's happened a few times. And I've had good contact with a couple of particular people who have given me the temperature of what it's really like in there right now.
What's it like in there right now?
She's not super supported from some of the top people.
Including people that maybe are putting on a face publicly.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm told. The information's only as good as people tell me, but not super supported, not really running things is kind of the, you guys keep saying she's running it into the ground. She's not running much of anything. And that's the two big things. I mean, I've gotten specific piece of information I'm not going to talk about, but that's sort of the general consensus that I keep getting.
Got it. When he was shot, obviously we've seen all the video after that.
We use the word shot very loosely there.
Yeah, loosely there, but when he was hit and went down, and everyone sees the blood come out, and then you see the security team converge. They obviously ended up taking him, carrying his body back to the truck. There was no ambulance near there, I guess, at the time. So they take him to the truck, and what was it, 5 guys in the car with him?
Yeah.
Okay. What are some of the things there that you've taken issue with as far as what's been reported about what happened with his body just going from the point of attack to the car to the hospital?
I can't second guess a security team and say what I would have done differently because I've never worked personal security. I've never been trained for it. I don't know all the things that go into it. It's easier to hire someone to do it than try to figure it out yourself. But when you look at it, just based on their statements, there are a lot of things I think probably went wrong from the beginning. For example, we talked about the roofs. I think 3 or 4 people from TPUSA have been on record saying that they were concerned about the roofs. Well, if you're concerned about the roofs, you have 2 options. Well, 3 really. They took the 3rd option and didn't work out. The first 2 options, though, could have kept them alive. Number 1 is you either solve the roof problem by putting your own people on the roofs, or you put somebody at a high position that has roof oversight. Like, I've done big events. I've been at big events.
Just for anybody who wanted to grab a mic, come up, chat about anything regarding the case, ask me any questions. I can ask you questions, whatever the case, have a discussion. I put the StreamYard link that you'd need in the description. It's pretty easy. You don't need to sign up for anything. You just click it. You don't need a camera. Obviously, I'm not on camera. So I guess you could do it from your phone. I'm not sure. I use my laptop, but he's talking about security right now. I've done some debates with Andrew Wilson on security. Just check out the videos on my channel. I actually uploaded a debate yesterday with Ali Top Files, Andrew Wilson, Nilo X, who is actually friends with Baron. Baron mentioned, I can maybe do that today as well. Baron mentioned my X space on, if any of you caught that, he said, hey, I popped into an X space. That was actually my X space that he's talking about yesterday afternoon. So in case anybody any of you were wondering on that.
Bigger events than that, frankly, tens or hundreds of thousands of people. And I know the security protocol that we were told, hey, you'll have something in your ear. If you hear a certain word, that's stage clear. Everyone's gone. Show's over, folks. Sorry, you will not be getting a refund. Goodbye. Why wasn't that in place? Why didn't they have somebody at the highest point? If they're worried about the roofs, Figure out which roof is the highest and stick somebody up there. And the second you see somebody in all black climbing on a roof, whatever the code word is, purple, 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 show's over, folks. Charlie's gone. Sorry to end it 8 minutes into the program, but he's in Salt Lake City before anyone knows what happened. If you're not going to do that, then you have to conduct the entire thing from a different security posture, in my opinion. You have to, if you're not going to have somebody at High Point watching the roofs, or you're not going to have somebody stationed on the roofs, you have to have security run in mind with the roofs are a primary concern. So maybe you're watching roofs from the ground. Maybe you have somebody stationed in a different place. Maybe you move the tent. Maybe you delay the event an hour to reconvene from a slightly different angle or a slightly different location. I don't know. But I know the third option is the one they chose, and it was, hey, Charlie, we don't like the looks of these roofs. These roofs look dangerous. You look like you're at risk. Here, sit here. Do your show here. We'll make sure nobody's overlooking the roofs. We'll make sure nobody's on the roofs. Just have a seat here, sir. You'll be fine. That's not it. I mean, I've said this many times on my show. If I'm hiring security people, I'd rather have somebody smart than beefy. The fact that you can roll around and shoot a gun while you're rolling is not as impressive to me as watching around as I'm walking down the street. Not as impressive as having situational awareness and enough of an IQ that you can detect, hey, something's not right. I don't feel good. Let's go a different direction. Let's get out of here.
So his IQ is pretty good then.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah. Struck me that way.
We IQ people. We IQ test people. No, but I mean, that's more of a concern to me, because once the shooting starts, you've lost.
That's right.
The game's over. I tell people this with a lawyer all the time. Don't get sued. Once you get sued, you've already lost. I don't care if you win, you've lost. It's going to cost you a lot of money. It's very inconvenient.
Lawyers win.
Yeah. There with free speech and journalism, there are some protections because you can always, like anti-SLAPP statutes, for example. I'm sure you're familiar with what you do. But I think from a pre-show posture, it seems to me evident on its face that there was a failure. But that's not me coming and saying Brian Harpole's group failed Charlie and got him killed. That's not the point. My point is, as we're second guessing and looking, the next time somebody does an event and someone doesn't feel comfortable with the roofs, let's evaluate the roofs. Right. Let's think about it, and let's evaluate whether we should do the show at all or should we put people in different places. The excuse they keep giving that, we only have permission to be in this area right here. Well, Tyler Robinson didn't have permission to get on the Losi Center roof either, but he did. That's their story. So if he doesn't have permission to get up there, yet somehow manages to, you got 12 or 13 people with you, and you can't put one person on the highest point in the facility that's overlooking the tent. The Losi Center would have been a pretty good place. You'd have had operational oversight over the entire field. Well, that sounds like a great place to be.
Right. When did this particular security team, though? Because again, this was a new tour he was going on. This was the first one. They put this team together shortly before that, right? It was those guys hadn't all worked together for Charlie Kirk prior to this point, or am I misremembering that?
I think the base of the team had worked for Charlie Kirk for a while,
but not every single guy on the team together working for him. I don't
know whether we can say they've never worked for him, but I know that they hadn't spent years working with him. Okay. I think we can safely say that.
Got it. All right. So you talked about the 30-06 and some of the issues with, wondering how the hell that bullet could have been stopped and all that. And you mentioned, what was the gentleman's name again who initially had the shot from another?
Chris Martinson. So you mentioned his theory. What do you like? Bad visual to give, but gun to your head. What do you think actually killed him? I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't think it was a gunshot. I don't necessarily think it was a single modality. I think it could have been multiple things taking place at once.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if you've made an operational decision to kill Charlie Kirk, are you going to have the entire operation rest on a single point of failure? In other words, are we going to put a sniper on the roof and hope he kills him? People get shot point blank in the head and live. If the goal is to kill him,
that's right.
You want him dead. Like, you do not want him walking out of there. And so maybe you have built-in redundancy. When you get on an airplane, If there's no critical function that rests on a single point of failure. There's backup, usually triplicate backup. That's why planes don't fall out of the sky very often. Cars are different. Cars have single points of failure, but you just pull over to the side of the road. You can't pull the plane over to the side of the road. It's going to fall out of the sky from 35,000 feet. So most critical functions are redundant. And I think in this situation, you probably have redundancy. And so it's undeniable to me that something moved. Something caused his shirt to move in a very unnatural way that's inconsistent with a bullet. The Rode microphone, actually travel with them. I have them with me. The Rode microphone goes from his right collar all the way towards the middle of his neck. Those have mass. They're not easy to move. His necklace, which is hanging down.
They have what? I'm sorry.
They have mass. I mean, they're not styrofoam.
Like MASS?
Yeah. Mass.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they have substance. They're not the heaviest things in the world, but they're not the lightest things in the world. To get one to move at that pace in 2 frames of a camera, you're talking a 30th of a second, a 15th of a second to move from your right collarbone to the middle of your neck in a 15th of a second or 30th of a second. That's very, very fast. Something caused that. Did it explode? Did something eject out of it? I don't know. Was it damaged? Did it remain whole? I don't know. It would be easy to prove it remained whole. Just, those record on a 32-bit waveform, just release it, or show us that it kept recording. I think you could fake it, but at least you could try to show that it didn't explode. So his microphone moved. His necklace, that the charm was hanging down in the pictures, down below his sternum, like right below his xiphoid process right there. It shot up towards his neck at basically the speed of light. I mean, it was so fast. What caused that? That's not a gunshot wound to the neck. That necklaces don't jump that high when you're struck in the neck. There are some angles that look like the necklace on the back of his neck, the chain on the back of his neck goes straight back off his neck, or at least his shirt goes straight back off of his neck. And you can still see the neck, and I don't see a hole. So if the gunshot wound to the neck is supposedly causing all this stuff, why is this happening before a hole appears in his neck? Now it's possible the hole was super small, but it didn't look super small with that much blood coming out of it. So there's just a lot of problems with the gunshot narrative that I default to the fact that there's something that was acting on his body. There was some force that was acting on his body. Whether that force came from the microphone, from the necklace, whether it was some high-tech force that we don't even know exists, some sort of, for lack of a better word, like an EMP or something that blasted at him all at once. I really don't know the answer to that.
Is there a way that, whether it's in like Chris Martinson's lane of an actual second shooter down there, different gun, is there a way that if someone's shooting from much closer than 138 yards, as it was alleged where Tyler Robinson shot, that, the kinetic energy or types of things that could happen could explain the movement of the mic, of the shirt, of the chain in the back and all that in a more satisfying way than what they say happened from 138 yards away?
I think the closer you are, the more force a 30 caliber round arrives with, the more likely it is to blow out the back of his neck. So I'm not entirely satisfied with that, but I think, I don't think he was shot with a bullet. If he was, it was a redundancy, because the injuries are, in my opinion, and the people I've talked to several medical professionals last couple of days since the prosecution filed their motion that included a few lines from the medical exam.
They filed it.
Yeah. I mean, there's injuries from the top of his heart to the top of his head. It's really difficult for me to accept that all of that took place from a single gunshot wound.
So injuries, meaning like internal bleeding,
yes,
bruises, every day, like a litany of things.
Hemorrhaging. I'm not a doctor, and they were big words, and I had to look up every word.
Yeah. So it's interesting today. Stu Peters, who's on Rumble, he's on X. I've had some discussions with him. I may upload those discussions I've had with Stu Peters as well. But nonetheless, he had John Beret, who's not a medical examiner or medical expert, but he had him on his program today. It was interesting. So if you're interested in more in-depth on the medical examiner's report related to any kind of explosion, etc., I would check that out. I probably will at some point as well go through the medical examiner's report. let's see how things go. But it would be best. I would like to have somebody who's qualified to talk about that. But I think it'd be good to go over that on my channel. Maybe I'll have John Beret as well come through and do the same thing on my channel. He's somebody, he follows me on X. He's somebody that I do communicate with. So yeah, that might be a plan. Although he's not a medical expert, he seemed to be pretty knowledgeable today. But you guys would like to get the MRE dono up, so appreciate it. If you guys don't have the funds, completely understand. The economy is like terrible. Share my channel with one of your wealthy friends. Maybe they'll enjoy it. And yeah, be great. Get me an MRE for my bunker. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe. Thanks again.
Just to understand what they're saying. But I mean, even like the parietal lobe of his brain above it was damaged. I mean, you're talking like 2 feet worth of injuries. It's something that's just, to me, unprecedented. Like I looked and looked for examples of those types of injuries from gunshot wounds. You can't find the collection of them in any single gunshot wound to the neck that I could find. I did not look at every medical exam ever conducted in history, but
no, it'd be interesting. It's way above my pay grade.
Yeah, way above mine as well.
That's interesting that it's that.
It's a tremendous amount of damage. The most telling thing that they filed in their motion was that his C2 to C6 was obliterated.
Is that what they wrote?
Yeah, wow. The left side, so the side where the wound was, from C2, which is way up here, to C6, which is down here. The left side of all those vertebrae were completely obliterated, and his spinal cord was traumatically absent in that range, meaning there was no connection from his brain to his body at all.
So even beyond death, when he was hit, he was a quadriplegic. Am I hearing that right, or did I totally fuck that up?
Yes, according to the medical exam.
Okay. But
then now go back and watch the video. And I can't play the video on YouTube, neither can you, because YouTube doesn't like that video. But
yeah, whenever people like this talk about Candace and like the Candace rage haters or whatever, all I can think of is somebody who believes that Brigitte Macron is a woman, and it's just hilarious to me. You need to check your brain.
But if you go back and watch the video, after this all happens, after his C2 to C6 spinal cord is completely gone, traumatically absent, completely transected.
He fences.
Do what?
He fences, right?
Yeah. He clenches both fists. He flexes his elbows. His knees stay out. He stays erect. His head stays up.
And there's no way, again, way above my pay grade, there's no medical explanation for that being physically possible.
No, I talked to a neurosurgeon yesterday after that came out, or 2 days ago, whenever it was. I talked to a professor of that I can't remember what his title was, but it was long. And I had them go over this with me line by line, and both of them agreed. And the professor started giving me citations to PubMed papers that demonstrate that it's impossible. That once you lose, once it transects, you have about 1/10 of a second before everything goes flaccid. And the way he described it was, he said, I'm not saying flaccid like he would have dropped the microphone. I'm saying he would have lost all muscle tone from the neck down. Like every muscle would have turned into just goo. It would have just all complete. His knees would have collapsed. He would have fallen immediately off the chair. His head would have immediately fallen over. He wouldn't have held onto the microphone and then slowly let it go. Like we watched the video together.
Yeah. He
wouldn't have slowly let go of the microphone. Everything would have collapsed. The gravity would have taken over to his body instantly. Like he said, like 1/10 to 1/10.5 of a second is all you have left. Once those electrical charges are gone, the body's done. It's no longer receiving any input whatsoever from the brain. So I look at that and I say, okay, well, something obviously was still acting on his body. I'd speculated in October because of a medical professional who contacted me. And he said at the time that it looked more like electrocution than a gunshot to him because
electrocution.
Yeah. He said because of the flexion. And this was after the Andrew Colvette tweet is what prompted him to reach out, because he said, hey, if he had that much damage to his vertebrae, his spinal cord likely was transected and he wouldn't have been holding on to anything. Something had to be powering his nervous system that's not his brain. And the only thing he was holding on to that had power was the microphone. He said, have you looked into the fact that the microphone may have lit him up? And so I started looking up.
If you do a donation and you want to remove somebody from the chat, a Fed Slopper, just let me know which Fed Slopper you'd like to remove from the chat if you buy me an MRE.
Video of singers who would touch those same SM58 Shure microphones, and they did a lot of the same stuff. They would, and fall back to the stage. So I don't know. I really don't know what it was, but I'm confident, 99.9% confident it was not a 30-06 to the neck. That would not produce, in my opinion, and I'm not a doctor, but I have talked to them, and they're confident as well. It wouldn't produce those damages. Like something else was going on. It's possible he was struck with something in the neck other than a 30-06. It's possible he was electrocuted. It's possible something happened to the Rode microphone. It's possible something else was strapped to his body that we don't even know was strapped to his body because they were trying something new and streaming back to the ops in Arizona. But to me, the 30-06 narrative died with that filing. Keep in mind, when a medical examiner does the exam, they're not watching the video. They're just describing what they see. Yeah. And they might very well have seen that damage, but they didn't know he was still flexing and had this apparent decorticate posture after his C2 to C6 was traumatically absent. So, to answer the question, how did he die? I don't know.
What'd you make of the bullet? Did we have a picture of that, Deef? The bullet they released at the preliminary hearing where they put out, it was with like a measuring stick. Because again, I do live in a country where they talked about a magic bullet. So
yeah.
Well, this is not only, it does go up a little.
This is not only a magic bullet; it's a missing bullet. The lady who tested it for the ATF, or the lady who testified about the testing for the ATF, read from a report where 7 fragments were removed from Charlie's body.
7 fragments.
Yeah, but she only received 4 in an envelope, in a manila envelope. She received 4 of the 7. I would think in a murder investigation, you would want, if you pull something out of his body, that would go along with the rest of the evidence. Where are the other 3 pieces? Are these the same 4 pieces that were pulled out of his body? I don't know. It's possible the autopsy photos will show that, yes.
I was always curious, did any of the fragments, is it possible that they could fall out inside the SUV that was later auctioned, allegedly? So that should be a crime scene. Should catalog everything in the SUV. Again, my opinion, but I don't know. Changed my mind.
In fact, those were exactly what was pulled out of his body. But we also don't know the chain of custody of his body. He wasn't taken by ambulance. He was surrounded by security people who didn't guard the roof. So that's the casing.
Yeah. The one that was sorry, I forgot to say, the one that actually showed like the aftermath of it, they released the trial. When we did solo number 23 after JSM, I think I put that link in that Google Drive folder. That would have been like 3 weeks ago. So it should be there, but it shows it next to like an actual measurement. So you can see like how the bullet allegedly changed and all that. But like, so do you think you would use this word a few minutes ago? I want to make sure I understood this. You said there could have been something that was a redundancy. Yeah. Meaning like maybe a bullet was fired after he was already hit with something else.
Well, so this would be an example of redundancy. I'm not saying this is it, but let's throw everything in together. Yeah, that's it. You've got, let's say the mic electrocuted him. He was shot in the neck. The Rode microphone exploded. They broke his neck under the table. They
broke his neck under the table.
Well, what I'm saying is every theory out there is it could be pooled into this redundancy. In other words, he's walking in and he's not walking out.
Right.
We'll kill, we'll Rasputin this guy all at once if we have to. But once we give the signal, once we give the go ahead, which may or may not have been, steel third. Yeah. I'm still amused by Dan Flood stepping forward and touching his right arm, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's something he did all the time." I'm like, "Okay, show me him doing that all the time." That was such a weird, bizarre, and probably if it was a total coincidence, it was the worst timing to step forward about 400 milliseconds before your guy's killed.
That is one thing about this. It's like if for some reason, like the Fed narrative were mostly right or whatever, the number of things that were the worst possible coincidental timing, forget chaos. I know things are chaotic, but like you couldn't have drawn it up any better.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have an ambulance. Your security guy steps forward and does this. Your resident theologian who just decided to show up is grabbing his hat. You know, you've got like the number of terrible coincidences that would take place if this was just Tyler Robinson on the roof. It would be an interesting discussion.
Yeah. Now so Deep, this has the measurement on it from the ATF or whatever. This is what they allegedly released. This is where, so we're going to be doing a podcast, you and me, later with Joseph as well, which will be cool to have you two be able to go back and forth on stuff like this. So we should probably kind of save this for that because I'm not the guy, but
he still shouldn't be right there. You come here. You stand right here. Do not move from this spot.
Yeah.
Don't walk around. Don't pour water. Don't pour water on the surface, please.
Of the crime scene.
I beg you.
Well, I'll proffer that the guy walking around talking to those two cops grabbed the chair, set it up under the camera, took the cameras down, moved them, set them on the table, removed some object from it. We believe it's the SD card. That's his story. Removes something from the camera and then walks off. Does that fall below the standard to allow that to happen?
Can I play that on a loop? Yeah,
I just wanted that on the record.
Yeah,
there was something he was explaining with the measurement here and how that would have turned out that way. But what you're seeing is essentially, from what my eye test can see, that's like a mushroomed kind of bullet. Like it hit a wall and stopped.
Well, that's just the jacket. That's not the bullet. So that's
right down there. That is.
Yeah, that's the front and back of the same fragment. That's a fragment of the jacket.
Oh, wow.
So the little pieces at the top, those are little pieces of bullet.
Up there where it says 8A, 6B.
Well,
6C.
B through E are little pieces.
Okay, so that would be among the 7 fragments that she's talking about.
Yes.
The ATF witness. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense.
So what you're seeing at the bottom is the front and back of the same piece.
Okay.
And she described what was interesting to me about that was she described the measurement not with precision but with a range. She said the range was 0.286 or 287, something like that, to 0.301 inches. A 30 caliber round is called 30 caliber because it's in theory 0.30 inches. So, but a 30-06 is actually 0.308 inches. The bore diameter is 0.30, but the grooves inside the bore are 0.308. Mm. And so if you take a 308 measured round and you slip it through a bore that's 0.30, but the ridges are 0.308, you should, in my opinion, and from what I've been able to research, have a jacket fragment that measures closer to 0.308 on where the ridges are. Mm. There's some compression as it goes through the bore, but I'm not sure you'd lose all of it. But that's obviously for people smarter than I am.
What were the things in the 5-day preliminary hearing that stood out the most to you that you felt were just didn't help matters?
Well, the biggest inconsistency of the entire 5 days, in my opinion, they had video footage they showed that they alleged was Tyler Robinson coming back to try to retrieve the gun at 12:47 a.m.
So 12 hours later.
Yeah, roughly 12 hours later. And they show a car that looks a lot like a Dodge Challenger, and it's rolling up, and this is recovered from doorbell cam footage from across the street. They show a little clip of it. It's very muddy. It's very blurry. You can't see what's going on, but you can see a door open. You can see headlights and taillights. But they clipped it. I mean, they just kept showing you a little piece of it, little piece of it, little piece of it. And then the prosecution, finishes their examination. And then on cross, the defense is like, hey, the lady who took that, she saw a bald man driving the car with 3 passengers, right? And the guy was like, I don't know. And she's like, well, that's the statement she gave, right? He's like, well, yeah, she did do a statement where she said she thought she saw a bald man driving with 3 passengers.
Sorry, we forgot that one.
Yeah, okay, that would have been good information on direct. Yeah. That would have been really good information on direct. When you're trying a case, you're not only trying your strengths, you're also looking at your weaknesses. Now, granted, this isn't a trial. You don't have a trier of fact there. I mean, judge kind of sits as a trier of fact as a magistrate, but you certainly are trying, because of how public this is, trying to capture the public's trust. To me, the prosecution has to have an explanation for that. Like, why did she think that? That might be a good time, if you're going to introduce that footage, that might be a good time to go ahead and bring her in and let her explain why she thinks she saw that. Maybe she has glaucoma. Maybe she hallucinates. Maybe she takes Ambien. Maybe she, has a history of mental illness. Maybe she wasn't wearing her glasses that night. But why? If you have a statement from somebody that says, oh, you're saying that's Tyler Robinson's car, that was actually driven by a bald man and he had 3 passengers in the car. That was a huge problem, in my opinion, because it showed the prosecution was dishonest. They knew that existed and they did their direct examination and never mentioned it. And I guess they thought the defense either wasn't going to see it or wasn't going to bring it up. I don't know why they would think that. But that to me is evidence, big evidence, that the prosecution's hiding the ball on this case.
It's not a strange timeline thing. There's a lot of strange timeline things in this case, especially as it relates to Tyler Robinson.
Like what?
The fact that so you and I talked about this, but I'm trying to think, like, what you said was off record with this. I don't want to say anything wrong.
Well, don't risk it.
All right.
Or clip it out.
All right. I have a thought. You and I will talk about that after. Maybe I'll bring that up tomorrow.
All right.
So let me punt on that for a second. But like, you have the video of him that's more HD walking around in hallways around the building. This wasn't a school he went to or anything. So it's like, that's interesting that he was there. So we can at least place him like at the place. And then the video of him that we referenced earlier, that Jack Posobiec claimed to see things that clearly he didn't see, up on the rooftop, is from far away. And this is someone who, at the time when you review that video, because now I think it's the same one, but it's better rendered, the one that Candace put out. You can see it closer, and you can see a figure who does not appear to have a limp, a figure who is moving very quickly as a result, does not appear to be physically hiding a gun in his pants as we had seen in some of the other videos as well, and who then gets down into a position, but we can't see him take out a gun or pull a trigger or anything like that. He does a military crawl on the way there, which would suggest he's extremely highly trained, like he was in the military, which this kid was not, and then is able to get away quickly and run again without a limp off the building, presumably with the gun. And to me, this was like a bit of a shocking video to see, because to me, it's like, first of all, question, and I'd like to pose this to you. Do you think that's Tyler Robinson?
No.
Okay. Let's start there. So you don't think that's Tyler Robinson
on the roof?
But you do, but the video of him walking through the hallways, that's him. So where do you
I don't think that's him in the hallways either.
You don't think that's him in the hallways either?
No. I don't think you can tell. And in fact, Lance Twiggs, when he was doing his 1102 statement via Zoom for some reason and not in the courtroom or not with a court reporter.
Is that's strange to do it that way?
Yes.
In a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I think it's highly unusual that you would introduce a Zoom call as evidence in a preliminary hearing. Yeah, it's very unusual to me. But they show those 6 pictures that they have of the alleged Tyler Robinson on campus. And they said, can you identify the person in there? He's like, well, not 100%, not based on those pictures. And he's looking at all 6 of them, all 6 pictures, and his face is visible and everything else. And he says, well, yeah, I mean, based on the clothes, he's wearing jeans, he's got those shoes. He likes to wear hats. He's wearing a hat here. I've never seen him in that hat, but he's wearing a hat. Yeah. And the sunglasses. Yeah. And then, so you can, in my opinion, it's almost as if somebody's off screen going, dude, that's him. You have to say it's him, because he's like, oh yeah. And in those last 2, definitively, I can say that's him. But yeah, exactly. But he had already said that he couldn't identify him, and he was already looking at those 2 pictures. So what changed in that 30 seconds of hemming and hawing? It didn't leave a lot of confidence that that's Tyler Robinson. It didn't leave a lot of confidence that Lance Twiggs thought it was Tyler Robinson.
Do you think Tyler Robinson was on campus that day?
I think he was in Orem. I don't know whether he was on campus. I've not seen evidence that's convincing that he was on campus.
Do you have and this may be like way outside the scope, I'm just asking, but do you know a reason why he would have been in Orem?
No. I mean, I operate under the assumption that he was there to engage in some sort of criminal conspiracy, whether that was to kill Charlie Kirk or cause some sort of mischief at an event or what. But I do think he was probably there as some sort of a group that he believed was going to pull off some sort of criminal activity. That would put him in Orem. Whether or not his role was to ever be on campus, I don't know.
So I'm playing out a pure spec, total hypothetical here, but in that type of scenario, could it be something where he and a group of people who may disagree with Charlie Kirk's beliefs were colluding to disrupt an event like that? And perhaps because they're talking about that on digital spaces, that could be picked up by other people who view that as a very advantageous cover to be able to do something a lot worse than that. Do you think something like that is a plausible scenario?
Plausible, sure. You're giving a lot of credit to these Discord groups that they're not infiltrated with bad actors on purpose.
Oh, sure. That's another. Yeah, absolutely.
And that they're not manipulating these groups, and that they're not the ones making these comments, and they're not the ones opening these X accounts saying, "Oh, something bad's going to happen."
Right.
But yeah, I mean, taking it in a very favorable light, sure, something like that could have happened.
Okay. Do you think, based on the video, again, this was what Candace put out the other day, but based on that video, do you think that the person there, if it wasn't Tyler Robinson, is someone who, whether it was a gun that we can't see very well, that might be a different kind of gun, or with some sort of trigger to do something else, is the person who actually pulled off killing Charlie Kirk?
No, I mean, I think the person on the roof was one of two things. Either it was another step of redundancy, meaning the person did have a gun, but it wasn't a 30-06, because I don't see a 30-06 up there, but has some sort of weapon up there that could kill Charlie Kirk if needed. And let's say, let's just assume the signal was Dan Flood stepping forward, touching his arm. Dan, don't sue me. I'm not saying that's a signal. I'm just saying, let's just assume. Pure speculation. But let's say that is a signal, and he sees the signal, and then a second goes by and nothing's happened yet. Now you shoot. In other words, you're the backup to the backup to the backup. Or that guy was just a decoy. They needed to see somebody on that roof because that was going to be the story. And we had to capture him on video. So you got to get up there. You got to lay down in position. You got to run off. Don't worry. Our camera's way back there. No one's going to see what you're doing. They're not going to see your face. Just jump up. I think the person on the roof was likely one of those two roles and not actually the one who did anything on that day.
Now, I started to make that timeline point a couple minutes ago, but didn't want to go on that other thing we'll talk about after, so I can make sure I know what I say. But wasn't there also, like, with these Discord messages that did look, some of them highly suspect from the get-go to me, but wasn't there something where some of them were allegedly sent after he allegedly had been arrested, according to what the story is? So there's a lot of debate on that.
I was looking at the filings, and I noticed in the defense's filing that they made along the way, one of their filings, they referenced a timestamp when Tyler invoked his Fifth Amendment right to silence, but they didn't put a date on it. It just said 6:25 p.m. And so I thought, what was 6:25 p.m.? Where was that? So I was looking for context clues in that statement, and he made a comment about the lawyer's office that I want is closed for the night. He said, I'm looking for a lawyer here. His name is XYZ, whatever his name was. And it looks to me like he's very clearly invoking his right to remain silent for the first time. If you assume that 6:25 is accurate, and I don't know why the defense would put the time in there, so I assume it's accurate. You look and you say, well, there's really only two options of when that conversation could have taken place. It could have taken place on September 11th, which is a Thursday, which is the day he turned himself in. Or it could have taken place on September 12th, which is a Friday, which is the day after he turned himself in. And even on the official narrative timeline, that 6:25 p.m. would be like 21 hours after he turned himself in. And so knowing those two facts, it has to be one of those two times, 6:25 on Thursday or 6:25 on Friday. Go back and look at the context again. I'm looking for a lawyer here named so-and-so. Well, here would have been Washington County. That's where he turned himself in, because the lawyer he named was practicing in Washington County. He wasn't practicing in Utah County. He wasn't from Utah County. That's 4 hours away. Why would he say, I'm looking for a lawyer here? Then he says, my parents are trying to get in touch with him. his office is closed for the night. Closed for the night, not the weekend. If it's 6:30 on Friday, do you say the office is closed for the night? What lawyer opens up on Saturday morning? The fact that he's saying my parents are trying to get in touch with him means that he had just spoken with his parents and knew they were trying to get in touch with him and that his office was closed for the night. That's more consistent with a Thursday night where he had just spoken to his parents minutes before than it is Friday night where he hadn't spoken to his parents in 21 hours and has no idea what his parents have been doing for 21 hours. Maybe they did get in touch with a lawyer. Maybe they've already gotten him. Maybe his office isn't still closed for the night. We have no idea what's going on. So I looked at all those context clues and I raised the possibility that that conversation actually took place on Thursday, not Friday. Well, if it took place on Thursday at 6:25, it took place an hour and a half before the Discord messages went out at 7:57. And so that led me to believe it's possible those Discord messages were fake. They weren't from him at all. And they're inconsistent with taking your right to remain silent. You're going to invoke the right to remain silent to the sheriff, but you're going to confess to anybody with a link to a Discord chat forever. That's going to be there forever.
Yeah, it's very
Anyone who ever gets that URL can log in and see your confession, but you don't want to confess, but you want to invoke your right to remain silent. And then go back to his text messages to Lance Twiggs. I intended to take this to my grave. Okay, well, you're taking it to your grave. You're talking to your alleged boyfriend about it. And then you go and confess to a Discord chat that you've not even met all these people in there. You don't know who all these people are. It's totally inconsistent. So I looked at all that and I concluded that it very likely was a Thursday afternoon invocation of his Fifth Amendment rights, not a Friday afternoon invocation. And if that's the case, do we have any other context clues? Well, we didn't at the time, but a few weeks later.
Hey guys, welcome in. For those of you just joined, getting off work or whatever, appreciate it. I guess I've got probably over half, 50% of my subscriber total is actually streaming right now, watching with me. So that's pretty cool. Thanks again, guys. There's a lot of Fed sloppers in here, rage watching. Just let me know which ones you want booted out. Buy me an MRE for my bunker. Thank you. Appreciate it. Like, subscribe.
A couple months later, maybe a month or two later, the prosecution files an exhibit list. And on the exhibit list, they list out by bait stamp number the exhibits they tend to offer. One of those is Tyler Robinson in the Washington County Sheriff's Office on September 11th. That's the same bait stamp number that was cited in that original 6:25 p.m. timestamp. So I look at that and say, no brainer. Obviously, that was September 11th at 6:25 p.m. This is a huge problem. Third context clue came during the preliminary hearing. They wanted to show that his clothing when he turned himself in was consistent with what he was wearing on that day. So they wanted to show him at the Washington County Sheriff's Office in the maroon t-shirt. When they do, they zoom it in so you don't get the timestamp on that security footage. That was a big indication to me that very well could have been that. The fourth context clue is one of these press outfits in Utah. I don't know. I don't want to cite the one because I don't want to cite the wrong one, but one of the press outfits in Utah wanted to get a copy of the footage of him turning himself in. They wouldn't release it to him.
Do you think they'll release that at trial?
I honestly don't know, because turning yourself in is not part of the crime. So they don't have to. You could convict him without turning that in. It's possible we'll never see that. And then they lied to the press and said that they had deleted it because it extended beyond the retention period.
The prosecution said that?
The Washington County Sheriff's Office said that. And then the Washington County Sheriff miraculously resigns in March of this year under a cloud of suspected bad behavior. And so I put all that together, 5-6 pieces of context clues, some of which are really solid, in my opinion, like the bait stamps number. And I think some of those Discord messages may have come after he turned himself in, which raises suspicion on every statement that he made about he did it.
Have you spoken, and if you can't talk about this, no problem, but have you spoken with any sources in or around or in some way connected to the knowledge of like the thinking of his family and where they stand on whether or not, at this point, whether or not they believe he actually did it?
Yes. They don't believe he did it.
So is it fair to assume you're referring to like his mother and father don't believe that?
Yeah. There's a guy on X. I know him. I believe him. I have personal knowledge that he has spoken to the grandmother.
Okay.
And that's well known.
It was the grandfather's gun, right? That was the alleged thing.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
And he has spoken to the grandmother, and I've seen text messages between the, family. They don't believe he did it. They deny that he confessed to them. They deny that that he turned himself in because he was guilty. They don't think he did it. Now,
did they think he did it at the time?
No, they never thought he did it.
They never thought it.
And what's miraculous is that we get to the preliminary hearing. We've been told for 10 months by TPUSA people, by their spokespeople, by their hangers-on, their paid contributors. We've been told for 10 months that he confessed to his parents, and that's a key component of this. That's why we know he did it. He confessed to his parents. He turned himself in. He confessed to his parents. He turned himself in. We heard this for 10 solid months. We get to the preliminary hearing. They're not even on the witness list. Like you talk about bulletproof probable cause. If your mom gets on the stand and says, yeah, he told me he did it.
Yeah, you're fucked.
It's over. We don't need a trial. I mean, at that point, I'm going, well, maybe I'm wrong this whole time.
Could part of it, I got to ask it this way as a devil's advocate, could part of it be like, there's no way my baby did that? And like, it's just setting in after enough time to think about it, being like, you know what? I just don't believe it.
If his parents told law enforcement that he did it, that would be documented. If you put him on the stand and they deny that he said it, you impeach him with the documentation.
Mm.
He didn't tell him. I'm telling you, that is so much evidence that they've been lying to us this whole year. Otherwise, we would have heard from him.
What do you make of and it'll be interesting to talk about this with you and Joseph to go back and forth on it because he's more familiar with the actual process and what it could or should have been. But what do you make of the handling of Charlie's body from what we know from when he was declared dead at the hospital to when there's video taken that we can determine around the time it was taken of Erica allegedly over his casket where he has an embalmed body being prepared to be flown back to Arizona, which was less than 24 hours later or around 24 hours later.
It's too fast, way too fast. We also have a filing from the defense where they talk about the autopsy photos, and the autopsy photos, they want all of them. And they said they were all dated.
Yeah. When Candace comes on, I'll go ahead and switch to it because this is wrapping up anyways pretty soon. So it's pretty good timing. So I'll just go right into that for this watch party. Thanks again. I appreciate you guys. You guys subbed quite a bit today. So that's good. Thanks for supporting. I really appreciate it. It's really unexpected.
September 10th. He died on September 10th.
Right.
He allegedly didn't even get to the medical examiner's office until close to 9 o'clock that night. The autopsy was done by midnight. I mean, I'm looking forward to the conversation with Joseph because I'm curious if that sounds unusually fast. I would think they would be autopsying a warm body at that point. When did they cool him down? The standard, I think, and he'll know more than I do, but from what I can tell from the people I've talked to, from the research I've done, it looks like most of the time an autopsy is done with a body that's been cooled down to below 40 degrees. When did they cool him down? That's a 6 to 8 hour process. And why such a hurry? Why do it in the middle of the night? Why not, if you're going to do an autopsy and it's only going to take a couple of hours, come back at 8 o'clock in the morning when everyone's fresh, had a night's sleep, gotten a good breakfast, drank a cup of coffee. All right, let's roll him in here. He's been cooled down. Let's see what's going on in here. Nothing's changing between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. Why this massive hurry? So I'm very much looking forward to that conversation. I have no interest in trying to change his mind on anything, but I have a lot of questions that I think he, as an expert, would be able to answer.
I think it's going to be amazing because, like, the combination of you looking at it from an investigative litigation standpoint and him looking at it strictly from a forensic standpoint, will be great. Because that was the other thing that when I had him in here, I didn't do a good enough job of, making it clear. With him, we're just looking at like the forensics of it. Yeah. All the other stuff around it and the things leading up to it, that's not his lane. But, we'll talk about it tomorrow because you're going to be here as well. And it'll be interesting to see if those worlds kind of collide. But I remember, and I called him like a few days later when I was thinking about it, because I put together the timeline in my head once you put out that post of like when that must have been based on when that flight was at 5 p.m. or whatever to go to Arizona the next day. And I was like, that just seems like, this is a very high profile killing. I would think you're doing a little extra. I know everybody is supposed to be treated the same, but I'm thinking, maybe you do a little more crossing the T's and dotting the I's with this one, with a public execution like that. That's just me, but I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see what he thinks there. But also, I referenced it a little bit ago and forgot to ask you about it. Obviously, when a scene like this happens, it's chaos. People react in weird ways, in certain ways. That includes people in the audience. But again, public event, we have different videos of the immediate aftermath. You see weird things like someone taking down the camera, taking out some cards, and then, that whole thing and whatever. Was there anything there besides the security team that we kind of talked about that stood out where you're like, that doesn't make sense at all? I don't know why someone would do that in that scenario.
Yeah, I mentioned Dan Flood stepping forward and touching his arm. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen from an alleged security person. And if you take that video footage and you line it up with what's going on the roof, which has been done, it's even weirder because you see lots of different things taking place. No longer is it just Dan Flood stepping forward. Now you have Brian Harpole taking a step back.
Right.
He had been standing roughly in the same position the whole time. He's now, there's a woman who comes from behind the screen right as the guy starts to get into place, and she hands him some mints, he said. And he takes the mints, and he doesn't eat him mints. He just sticks them in his pocket. Well, why is she passing out mints? If, so it seems like, was she sitting back there waiting for, I don't know, and I'm not accusing anyone, but was she sitting back there waiting for a guy to, start running into position? Why was the sound bad all of a sudden when Hunter Kozak got up to start asking questions? The sound seemed fine while the first guy was asking questions. Now the guy that wants to get up and ask about transgender violence starts asking questions, and we get all this feedback in the system. Why did Philip Goldsberry Jr. turn his head away from Charlie Kirk before the shooting? Or before the bang, like half a second before. Once Brian Harpole steps behind Frank Turek then turns towards Charlie Kirk and grabs his hat. Well, when he grabs his hat, Dan Flood looks at him and then looks to the left for some reason, and we don't know who he's looking at. And then he steps forward and touches his arm, and then you hear the crack. Like, all that may have been innocent.
Weird.
All may have been innocent.
Weird though.
But when you look at it and you put it in that video footage of the guy running on the roof, and you're watching it all take place, it almost looks like a choreographed dance. Now, again, may turn out Tyler Robinson did it with a 30-06 from the Losi Center roof, and that was just the most unfortunate series of events that's ever happened. But it looks like a series of signals. I mean, even the guy asking the question turns and does something that starts the cascade. I mean, the whole thing is weird. And, it might only be weird because something happened. It might be, maybe lots of people asking questions turn their head and look at somebody and play with their glasses. Maybe lots of people grab their hat. Maybe lots of people get mints and reposition themselves. Maybe lots of people step forward and do this right before during a speaker. But when you watch it in context, knowing that there was a loud bang that killed Charlie, now it starts to look like this multi-faceted, multi-step checkoff. Like, yes, I'm clear. 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 Bang. And so I don't know. You ask what's weird in that moment. That is weird. The cameraman behind Charlie immediately after he goes down, turning and not running for his life, but turning to film where they're going to pull Charlie out. That's weird.
Strange.
That was strange. The fact again that they just yanked Charlie off the ground. He's got a neck wound, obviously an injury to his neck. There's no head and neck attention whatsoever, and they just drag him off with his neck literally dangling.
There was the kid on the phone too. Was that Mikey McCoy?
Yeah, he denies being on the phone. He says he was plugging his ears, but there's also footage of him way off in the back, and he's still doing this. Is he still plugging his ears, or does he have a phone in one hand and he's plugging the other ear so he can hear better? Frank Turek saying he was on FaceTime with his son. His son's in his 30s. Why is he on FaceTime in the middle of a Wednesday watching Charlie Kirk take questions on transgender violence? What a weird thing to watch in the middle of the day. And the video footage behind him doesn't look like he's on FaceTime. Looks like he's
relaxing weekend with family and friends. I had a good weekend, but an almost traumatizing situation that unfolded. You know,
All right, guys. Sorry if I don't know if I was sharing the right screen. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Sorry, but Candace is on. Here we go.
somebody in the comments said, give granola to the prego. I hear you. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for understanding and allowing me a safe place to share the things that I'm going through. Anyway, we received a tip this weekend, a wonderful tip. Shout out to the sleuth who sent it, which makes the story of what actually went down during the short car ride to the hospital even stranger. I don't think this car ride could get any stranger. We've got all of these random facts that we are learning, phone calls to Ben Shapiro's security team, CPR that didn't happen, but did happen, but the memories are different, but it's not a contradiction. And of course, we broke the story 2 weeks ago. Do not forget that in the SUV that transported Charlie to the hospital, there were black gloves that were left in the left side door, right in the back. Remember these? I'm going to show you on the left. That's actually what was stuffed in there. And on the right was our recreation. We speculated that these were either leather or used black nitrile gloves like the kind that you see that are sterile, synthetic rubber, among other things. They are used for surgery. Well, now we can positively assert that those gloves were not in the passenger door when Charlie arrived on campus. Like I said, one of our sleuths emailed us, and gratefully, turns out that the amazing Mikey McCoy, who was suddenly recording Charlie's last moments in the weeks leading up as well, he recorded Charlie getting out of the car at the event that day, and he was sitting in that specific seat. So he opened his own car door, and that pocket was exposed as completely empty. I'm going to show you that. This is Charlie's arrival. Take a look at this. And unfortunately, if you are listening to this on just audio, you are going to have to pivot to video to see. Don't worry, we're going to slow it down. You just saw that. Here it is, more slowed down, empty. And we're going to pause so we can just look at the empty abyss of no gloves. Oh, why are there no gloves there? Get out of the vehicle. Vehicle's parked. Charlie does the event, and then magically we're going to get some sterile gloves in there. This is exceedingly problematic, you guys, because it doesn't match the story that we were told by Brian Harpole. Remember, only Brian was supposed to be the person working on Charlie in the car, in the series of events that unfolded. Brian was definitively not sitting on that side of the car, and he was already covered in blood, so much blood. He tells a story about how the nurse wiped it off of his face. So I don't think there would have been any reason for him, already covered in blood, to go, but wait, let me just grab these gloves as the car is going 100 miles per hour. But let's assume he did. Let's assume that was his first thought. He's like, you know what? I'm going to put on some sterile gloves very quickly. Even if he had done that, then we'd make the argument that there's absolutely no reason at all for him to have removed the gloves and then stuck them over in Rick Cutler's door as they arrived at the hospital. If you put the gloves on, you keep them on as you carry the person out of the car. Do we agree? You don't take them off. He's not done bleeding. So yeah, location doesn't make sense. It's in Rick Cutler's door. And we were told that Rick Cutler didn't do nothing but hold Brian Harpole with the tattoo. He got you. The Brotherhood. I saw the tattoo and I knew I was good. 2 hands. Bring up that diagram again for us. 2 hands, making sure that he did not fall. Do we think that Rick Cutler had to put on nitrile gloves or leather gloves to hold Brian's so he wouldn't fall out of the car? Now, we also told you that Rick was among those who allegedly stripped down his clothes at the hospital. I think that's something obviously Frank has been open about. We don't know why Frank needed to do it. But we were also told that the feds were the ones who allegedly took those clothes thereafter, down to his boxer briefs. Allegedly, seems a bit much, by the way, but okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and page Frank Turek here because I have just so many questions. Where are those gloves coming from? Frank, you talk a lot, right? You're a pastor. Can you do your best to remember why or when exactly someone in the car decided it would be a good idea to put gloves on and then to very quickly take them off during this brief ride before they got out of the car, stick them in the door? How about, you know what, let's make it easier. How about a simple yes or no question, Frank? Ready? Did someone in that vehicle potentially cut Charlie's t-shirt in that car? So I have to be honest with you, right? I know you said you guys were, what was that term you used that you guys were doing in the parking lot? Can we run that clip? What were they doing?
When we're pulling into the hospital parking lot and we're yanking and banking our way there. Now, maybe as we're yanking and banking into the parking lot.
Yeah. You guys were yanking and banking. And I believe you, by the way. I don't know what the term means. I don't know who was yanking, who was banking, what was yanked or what was banked. But I got to tell you, Frank, the yanking and banking, Frank, the public isn't really buying some elements of the story, particularly the portion where Brian Harpole grabs a gurney, jumps on top of Charlie in the ER, and begins cutting his shirt while the staff looks on for further instructions about what drugs to give Charlie, what drugs to administer. That just sounds like fiction. And I got to be honest, Frank, it would really go a long way if you could just at least confirm Brian Harpole's memories. Is he telling the truth there? That part? Whipped out scissors, prepped him for a defibrillator. And also, what were you doing in particular when he jumped on the gurney and began cutting his shirt? Because I got to be honest with you, I don't feel like you and Rick Cutler would let Brian Harpole run the show. I don't feel like anybody who's with Brian Harpole goes, that's the guy in charge. Like, he's got it under control. I mean, Brian Harpole is definitively not the brightest among you, not the most trained among you. Even when he describes things in that Sean Ryan interview, he's like, we're doing the medical. We was like, I was doing the medical. Lack of intelligence is what comes across in that interview. Don't buy that you guys just went, okay, Brian's got it all under control in the ER room. I don't believe that. So could you just confirm to say, yes, I remember that he jumped on the gurney with the scissors? It would go a long way. Anyway, moving on from that, because we're here to just put pieces together, right? There's something else that we have been able to get our hands on. Actually, I had it for a very long time, and it's going to help solve another bout of amnesia. I'm so happy to be a pregnant person helping people who are not pregnant with their pregnancy brain. That feels good. Good old Officer Bagley, you're up. Man, that finds the screwdriver on the rooftop. The screwdriver we still don't know if a screwdriver even works for that particular gun. That part's a bit strange. We do know it has Lance Twiggs's DNA alongside Tyler Robinson's DNA. Unfortunately, we can't even look at the moment that this screwdriver is found on the rooftop because, unfortunately, Officer Bagley's body cam went off at the exact wrong time. And we know he was with somebody, accompanied by somebody in plain clothes onto that rooftop when he found that screwdriver. And we would love to be able to ask that guy questions, but well, Officer Bagley didn't get his name or something. I guess being an officer at UVU, you couldn't just be like, hey, can we get that footage so I can see who I was in the rooftop with for this really important moment where we find Tyler Robinson's DNA? They don't get access or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's listen to some of his less than compelling moments from his testimony at the preliminary hearing. Take a listen.
It appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the Losi building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Yeah. And like I said, 10 months later, he had no desire to just go over to the campus that he works on and say, hey, could you run the tape back? I'd like to see who I was on the rooftop with when I found this incredible piece of evidence. And he explains further about the body cam losing that footage. Take a listen.
All right. Your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think his battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it? I don't know. What do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet. That's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right.
You know, people are speculating that Officer Bagley might not be telling the whole truth. You know, they say you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He might be telling the truth. His body cam footage was off, how it got off, maybe not the whole truth, and the nothing but the truth. People are going, I don't know. See, there's some weird things. We're going to address this timeline here. Take a look at this, right? I want to point your attention to 12:39 p.m. The first FBI agents arrive at UVU with the chiefs of police. That's what we are told. We were told it just took 16 minutes, according to Kash Patel and Dan Bongino in various interviews, before they got there and secured the scene. So that's before 12:44, which is when Officer Bagley testifies that he arrives on the rooftop, right? He gets onto Losi building at 12:44. He discovers that screwdriver 10 to 15 feet past the railing in the gravel. Now, let's listen to Kash Patel say that, so there's no confusion that that's what we were told by the FBI.
Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene.
Again, what I want to stress here is that it took 16 minutes for them to arrive on scene. That is remarkably fast, given the FBI office is actually located in Salt Lake City. That's a 50-minute drive. It's actually incredible that they got there that quickly. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they had foreknowledge. They have a little office in a building in Provo nearby that has apparently 4 agents. So I'm stressing that because I want to underscore, and you can come out of that, guys. I want to underscore that Officer Bagley went onto Losi rooftop after the feds had arrived and had secured and began securing the scene. And we can assume that the FBI is not going to allow just anybody to traverse onto Losi rooftop, right? Or onto any rooftop for that matter, because they're looking for a potential sniper, right? Randos in plain clothes jumping onto rooftops without the right credentials in the middle of a manhunt for a sniper. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to wind up dead, really, if you were just playing around. So this Officer Bagley story isn't exactly tracking. And like I said, he should have had access to the cameras to figure out who he was up there with. And it's just astonishing that he claims it's a plainclothes officer who just had a badge and he doesn't remember. So I'm thinking in my head, examining the facts, that whoever he was with had to have had some rank. Feds on the scene. They would send themselves up there. They're not going to just let some scrub officer take over. Now, lucky for Officer Bagley, I went combing through all the footage that was sent to me on September 10th, and lo and behold, Officer Bagley gets up there at 12:44. I was able to find some footage of who Officer Bagley was with. It was captured by a bystander at 12:47 p.m. Thank you, Candace. Oh my gosh, you're welcome, Officer Bagley. I'm sure that's what you want.
Oh, cliffhanger. I left you guys on a cliffhanger. Oh, this should be good. I just want to thank you guys. A lot of you stuck around. You were there for my earlier discussion or commentary on Baron. Julian, that dropped. Thanks for sticking around for Candace. Going to keep playing it, of course. Going to watch her. I appreciate it. A lot of you stuck around. You can buy me an MRE pinned in the chat here for my bunker. Thank you so much. I love it. And I'll read your super chats if you send me a message when you buy me an MRE as well.
You just probably wanted to positively ID who was on the Losey Rooftop Center with you. And despite all of the resources of the feds and UVU police and all the cameras, you couldn't do it before that preliminary hearing when you sit down with your lawyer and try to make sure that you have every possible detail remembered. But here I am to save the day. Here is the footage. Let's watch that. 12:47 p.m. Random person walking and they catch Losey Rooftop. Who could that be? Who is that, dear? Who? Oh, man in a plain clothes. Let's bring that closer, actually. Let's, Officer Bagley, I think that might be you. Because here you are, lower. We have a close-up of him down there wearing the hat. And looks a little baldy on the side. Could be you, definitely. But we definitely can ID the other guy. Let's show them on that rooftop again. Oh, bag with the red hat. Losey Rooftop. So who is that guy in plain clothes on Losey with a bag and a backpack? Well, first and foremost, credit to Muppet Masher on X, who was able to identify the person.
Muppet!
Officer
That's
Alan
my buddy,
Robinson
Muppet on X.
The Utah State University Department of Public Safety. Utah State University. So not even a UVU officer. Now, this guy, in theory, is just supposed to be a part of general reinforcements on that day. A nobody. A nobody. But I'm excited that we can at least get to add this, presumably a nobody, to our ever-growing list of people who are brand new, because he had just joined the USU police force the summer before. Here is the announcement on Facebook. They announced it on Facebook that he had joined. And another weird thing that we noted while going back and reviewing that footage, but Alan Robertson, as we're going through all that early footage, he actually seems like he's the person that's immediately in charge. We're going to unpack that further this week. Very weird. We're told he's just some rookie officer from Utah State University who was helping out at the event, maybe some crowd control. It's not even his campus. Why would anyone listen to this dude? It's a good question, right? Why would anyone? I'd be like, this isn't your campus. More importantly, why is Officer Bagley seemingly running cover for this rookie? Seemingly, allegedly. Kind of makes me think that this guy is maybe more important than Officer Bagley is letting on. Gratefully, YouTuber Nisi, who does fantastic work, by the way, was able to put through a list of several things, question marks about Officer Bagley's testimony that don't appear at second glance to be, well, nothing but the truth. Take a listen.
So they described a man with a badge and a pistol who went with him to the roof. The individual that fits that description is this red hat guy with the khaki shorts. He has a bag with a badge on it, and he was walking around with a handgun. The X account Muppet Masher identified the red hat guy as Alan Robertson, and his friend in the blue shirt as Christopher Haycock. In the Life is Driving footage, you see him walking around and texting and making calls, and this really stood out to me because you don't see any other law enforcement officers doing this. Ultimately, Officer Bagley's version of events just doesn't line up with the available footage. So the question is, why lie? Allegedly. He fails to mention that the man in the red hat was the one that alerted him to the holster. He fails to mention that he had a conversation with the man in the red hat before going to the Losi Center roof. And it is interesting that they get there and conveniently his body camera just stops running. He says the battery died, but the camera had only been running for 27 minutes, and these body cameras are supposed to last around 10 hours.
Seems a little suspicious.
Whoa, I gotta pause it there. This is wild. This is getting crazy. Oh man. Leave it to Candace. She knows how to bring the heat every episode. When you think it's just gonna be nothing, it's always something crazy. The internet's gonna go crazy about this. I pinned this guy follows me, Muppet Masher. I talk to him almost every day. He's out of Australia. He's an independent investigator. Give him a follow on X. Thank him for his work. Let him know Uncle Tom sent you. Wow, that's crazy. I gotta dissect all this.
You were already taking orders from him about the holster. You just didn't mention that throughout your testimony at all. Why are we seemingly providing coverage for a rookie? From Terrell Farnsworth to Officer Bagley, there seems to be an immediate understanding that this Alan Robertson character, who shall not be named, is calling the shots. It's as though he's like in command of the post-assassination operation. And you know what's funny about that? We decided to look into him, and that is actually what he did, but in the military. You see, Alan Robertson is actually a United States Marine. That makes sense. And according to his LinkedIn, he was the marksmanship instructor for the Marines from 2009 to 2014 at Camp Pendleton, which is in California. It's a Marine base. He's been deployed in combat in Afghanistan. He was also deployed in humanitarian work in Japan for the Marines before he arrived into Utah. You know how I'm feeling right now about the Marines getting involved in humanitarian work overseas. But he was also a police officer just before going to Utah in San Bernardino, California. But something happened. It was very short before he gets moved out to Utah. Something happened. We don't know what happened, but we believe something did, because there was an entry made for him on the Brady List website. So if you've never heard of the Brady List website, it's a database of law enforcement officers who have a documented history of misconduct, dishonesty, or integrity violations. And the records are kept actually by prosecutors so that they can then share them with defense attorneys during a criminal trial. The reason is because the Brady List explicitly deals with an officer's credibility as a witness. It indicates that there's internal investigators or like prosecutors are flagging an incident which involves dishonesty, perhaps falsifying a police report, a policy violation that was severe enough that the defense now has a constitutional right to know that this officer was involved in something that's not good, that puts his credibility in the spotlight. And so he has an entry, so to speak, on Brady List website. And we looked and I thought, well, maybe there's an entry for every officer in the land. And I read their about section. I searched online. It said, nope, that's not what they do. But in particular, most of the people who are on this website, they have a link to what their, if you want to call them, offenses are, or what they were involved in that earned them to be mentioned on the Brady List website. But Alan Robertson and every police officer that is at San Bernardino has a blank under here. And it tells us that the absence of disclosed material is affected by institutional limitations. And then it says San Bernardino Police Department is not in compliance with its Brady disclosure obligations. So every officer that is working at San Bernardino that has an entry on this website, there are no details that are provided. And when you click, what does it mean to not be in compliance? I mean, it sounds like they can just give you the runaround if they want and say, we are in compliance with the Brady stuff, but maybe it's an ongoing investigation. You can click through and look at this yourself. Alan E. Robertson, my assumption is he has an entry and they're not able to get details on it. Obviously, you guys also know there's a lot of corruption in the San Bernardino, California Police Department. And so we are looking for information to be able to verify whether or not there was an incident involving Alan E. Robertson in California, which earned him an entry on the Brady List website. Again, we are not too familiar with this website, but we have done our basic due diligence here. And we can definitively state that there is no officer in San Bernardino that has any like documented files attached. So that seems like they are correct, that they are not complying or being totally open with ongoing investigations. Is there a reason he was moved from San Bernardino to Utah? We are obviously going to turn to Californians and to ask you if you know anything. Also, people that were in the Marines, maybe you served alongside this Alan Edward Robertson. It could be a reason people are reluctant to name him if he had been involved in falsifying testimony. I'm not saying he was, but I'm saying that is the purpose of Brady List. If he had been involved in doing something that would render him I guess constitutionally, like it's a constitutional right, wanting to tell people, hey, this guy is no good, he's a dirty cop of some description, you could see why they are acting like they don't know he was there. You see the kind of person who would, I don't know, maybe drop a screwdriver or lie about whether or not a screwdriver was there. I don't know. I want to know. Please send us tips to moretips@CandaceOwens.com. If you've worked with him in San Bernardino, if you know something about or involved in a case that he was involved in, if you know why he transferred, maybe we'll actually be able to fully clear his name and say, actually, he just left because he likes Utah in the summer. And he decided to go in August 2024, despite the fact that his entire life has been in California. It feels a bit precise to me. And we do know that there is this habit of when officers get in trouble, they transfer them out into other departments. So it is definitely what I would assert is a plausibility that Alan E. Robertson was involved in something in San Bernardino. We'd like to know more. Email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com. There's a little pregnancy brain for you. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, you guys, Nimi makes the best tallow skincare products that I've ever used. You'll pay just $15 a month for your first 3 months on any plan. Simply head to puretalk.com/Owens to claim this offer. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. And I've been telling you guys about Ethos because lately I've been thinking a lot about how different life looks compared to just a few years ago. And it's funny.
Yeah, while she's on commercial break, we are all caught up with her after this commercial. She will be live again. Interesting stuff coming out. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it. Like, subscribe. We're up to 1,400 subs. So that's really good. I mean, I've been pretty impressed with my channel, the support that I've gotten. Thank you, guys. You can find me on X as well. Dropping some videos, some debate videos, all that stuff, debating people about Candace, defending Candace and Baron and all that. I would love you to buy me an MRE in the chat. I will read your chat live as well, whatever you send me, if you want me to read it. So thanks again. And if you want to remove any Fed sloppers from the chat, then just let me know who you want to remove whenever you buy me that MRE. Thank you again. I really appreciate it, guys.
That's ethos.com/Candace. You should know that application times may vary and rates may vary as well. That Brady List thing is interesting. You know what I think? I think it's plausible that the person who actually found the screwdriver was Alan Robertson. But they knew that if this went to trial and Alan Robertson said he found the screwdriver, maybe he's got something in his background that people would go, I don't really know about this witness. It's weird if they won't name him. Why wouldn't they just name him and say, yeah, I was up there with Alan Robertson? Like, that's not, I don't like it. I do not like it. It stands out to me. And he looks like he's lying on the stand, you know? He's just sort of like, I don't know. Like, you could find out. If I could just do that and go through my photos and find out who was up there on that low-C rooftop, you certainly could have done that too. If Niecy could go through and find out what was happening, if Muppet Masher could, if online sleuths can, and we don't have access to all of the UVU cameras you have access to, it now starts to feel like you intentionally subtracted that from the story. So the question is, why? Why? These military guys, man, I'm feeling all sorts of different ways about the military. I know people that served in the military are feeling differently. That's why they're having issues getting people to sign up, no matter how many times Pete Hegseth jogs with them and just like, okay, now it's time to die for Israel. People are like, I don't know if I want to do that, actually. Anyway, I gave you guys the story a while ago. I was not in a good place after the Russia trip. And I told you about the traumatizing story of what happened to someone on my security detail who had served 12 years, could not get an appointment, was trying to get an appointment for over 5 years for the VA. And I'm now going to say, fortunately, went to Russia with us because we now have an understanding that it had to have happened in Russia. And he had a very severe stroke, had to have brain surgery to remove the clot in the back of his head, was where his motor skills were. And we thought he was going to die. I can now say that without tears in my eyes because I saw him yesterday for the first time, and the kids were just so thrilled to see him. He's back from Russia, and I wanted to give you guys that update because we got so many emails. He actually said, I wish I never left Russia because he's having trouble getting an appointment again. But he told me that first and foremost, the Ministry of Health of Russia, when they said, what's the bill, which we were all assuming we were going to have to throw in for, it's been taken care of by the Ministry of Health. He said he was sad to leave because these people became like family to him, that he had the other military families came to come see him. I'm talking Russian military, like special forces guys from Russia. And when he was, learning to stand, they were rooting for him and cheering for him. And it was just, he specifically said, and I wanted to say this, he had never been treated with so much dignity in his life. He just kept saying that they treated me with so much dignity. And when he left, the babushkas at the hospital cried and they cried. And his wife, while she was there, because obviously she had nothing to do all day, started learning a little bit of Russian. So she was able to communicate back and forth. And so where he's at right now is he is, first and foremost, I want to let you guys know, in tremendous spirits. I told you his eyesight came back. It's like a miracle. Once the clot was removed, he was wearing glasses. Now he can see again perfectly. He just looks healthier. His face looks healthier, but obviously he's still got to get his brain to speak to his body. And so my kids were like, what's wrong with your arm? What's going on with your legs? Why are you walking like that? And it was just so great for the kids to just be able to ask those questions. And he was just so great about explaining. He was like, I've got these nerves and I've got to teach them again they have to be able to connect. And that's why it's not easy for me to move my arm. And my son was just so interested in like why he couldn't move his arm. And he just was just so gracious and just explaining everything. Kids just they're so adaptable. They were just so happy to see him because he was such a part of our lives. And so I just felt like, oh, I could breathe again. And then I was just saying to his wife, you have no idea how much we had to think about in those crucial minutes. And I told him, we thought you were gonna die. Like now I can say that we thought you were gonna die. And anyways, so his next step of his journey is trying to, he's got to do the physical therapy and he's got to get the brain going. And right now we are there was a foundation that was going to support him going to this institute. It is Dr. Phil DeFina in particular that he's trying to get into this International Institute of Brain Enhancement that is in Delray, Florida. And I want to use my platform because somebody may be able to help. There may be a charity that can step in and help. It's it's expensive out of pocket as everything is in America. And they are obviously his VA benefits are not going to cover this. And I think he said it's like 1 month and every single day he can work at it and, learn to walk again in like so he doesn't need support and learn how to use his left hand. And I just wanted to just go out because there's always somebody who watches the show who can, help us get him into this brain enhancement center. Again, this is the International Institute of Brain Enhancement. And if you could email not tips, but info@candiceowens.com. This is his next step is just waking his body back on, getting the nerves back online. And like, it is a miracle. He is I can't say enough. He's in fantastic spirits. He's just like every day working at it as you would expect a Navy SEAL to do. Like, okay, I can do the physical stuff. And, even where he's at right now, the progress of that is already a miracle. So I did want to update you guys because we got so many military families who had experienced this and it did not end up as a happy story. And I also just want to say thank you, Russia, again, to the Russian Ministry of Health. I did not know until yesterday that you guys paid for the entire bill. So thank you guys. Okay, moving on, but also in the exact same vein, talking about, just this sort of military people don't want to sign up anymore. Good. You shouldn't. You'd be better off learning how to hunt and shoot and serving your communities. Obviously, Trump does not care about you, your life. And if you give them 12 years, good luck getting an appointment at the VA. I think that's how we all feel. We signaled strongly you did not want to go to the Iran war. If only Trump had listened to Charlie Kirk and instead looking the other way when there are a lot of shitty things that happened with his assassination. But CNN came out today with just it's an incredible headline that the U.S. military is now asking troops for creative and unconventional ideas to punish Iran. The request came from a senior officer at the U.S. military command carrying out President Donald Trump's war with Iran. Came in an email that they are looking for new, creative, and unconventional ways to pressure and punish Iran. They got their hands in this email. An officer in the U.S. Central Command's intelligence branch, if we're still calling it intelligence, wrote in a message that was sent on Wednesday to a broad group of military analysts, according to a source that was familiar with the message. A second source also said that a senior U.S. military officer sent the message last week soliciting new ideas for how to deal with Iran. They're crowdsourcing ideas because we're losing. And we're losing because Trump is stupid, because Trump is listening to his advisors, has no common sense, clearly has no concept himself of just common sense foreign policy, listened to a pitch by Bibi Netanyahu saying, we can take Persia in a week. Yeah, you know, that empire that's just been around a very long time. I can do it in a week. All you have to do is side with me and the pedophile class. And Trump said, that sounds like a good idea. I'll protect the Epstein class. And then I'll help you get into Spain too. Like everyone knows that's just like Israel doing that. And Trump is now going, wow, we really can't do that. We can't take Iran. We've beat Iran about 55 times, according to Trump's tweets. And yet we haven't beat Iran. And now they're messaging and asking for creative ideas. So I would like to put something in the suggestion box. Admit you were wrong. Apologize. Remove our ties from Israel. Stop funding that demonic, pedophilic state of.
Oh, White House suggestion box is diabolical. Yeah, Candace is funny. Yeah, I didn't realize we beat Iran 55 times. That's insane.
Ball. Close a chapter on that and try actually being the president of the United States for like a day. You get a day as opposed to the president of Israel. Can we get like a day? Honestly, my honest opinion with the way that you have betrayed Charlie, I couldn't care less what happens to Trump. I think he's an absolute moron. I hate everything about him. I know hate is a very strong word, but Charlie spent his entire life trying to elect the very people into power who are allowing this farce to go on. And we know that Charlie was the first casualty of the Iranian war. He was in the way. He was in the way. And now we have his organization telling us they don't know. Actually, Blake, I think, said Charlie would support Trump with the Iran war. He would support him. Okay. Erica said, he's not here to tell us what he would think. All we have are old clips. And you know what? She was right about that. We do have old clips. I saw some of this going around on Instagram. Take a listen.
Yeah, no, to answer your question, my husband isn't here to say whether or not we should be at war with Iran. I would love for him to be here right now and tell us if we should or should not. I would love it. I miss his voice more than anyone in this world. And, you know, it's frustrating when you have people speaking for him. I have a sentiment for that. But thank the good Lord that we have a bunch of his videos that we can look back on.
But I can say concretely, here's where I stand. We do not want U.S. boots on the ground. We do not want American kinetic involvement.
Make sure we don't go to war against Iran, which would be a profound mistake for our country. So that's a really, really important thing.
It's pathologically insane. I'm sorry. It is.
I don't think we should bomb Iranian nuclear facilities. I just don't.
My whole life, I've been told that Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a nuclear bomb. Yet here in 2025, they do not have a nuclear bomb. So why should we trust the American intelligence without verifying it? This is Israel's war. The worst possible case scenario is Iran says, okay, you humiliated us. You killed all of our leaders. we're going to go make this a regional mess and try to get as many people involved as possible.
And I think it's long past time that our leaders would start to prioritize the well-being of our own citizens, not those of foreign nations.
This is more of Israel pushing for Iran. But is that America's problem? That's a question. I mean, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe the answer is, you know what? They were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about Afghanistan. They were wrong about the Taliban. They were wrong about Libya. They were wrong about the Arab Spring. They were wrong about Yemen. They were wrong about the Arabian Peninsula. They were wrong about the 9/11 hijackers being Saudi Arabian. But hey, 10th time's a charm. This time we're actually right.
Yeah, I think he was pretty clear on what he thought about war with Iran. Pathologically insane is exactly what it is. Pathologically insane to accept this narrative of Charlie's assassination being done at the hands of a trans furry who it turns out is not trans. And they can't even prove was on campus that day. Pathologically insane to think that Turning Point USA is acting in good faith. Pathologically insane to believe a single word that comes out of Erica Kirk's mouth. She has not fought at all for her husband, my Charlie, except when it comes to providing basic details that she would have access to. Pathologically insane to believe that if she was telling the truth, she would need to invite influencers to court. Pathologically insane to still be supporting this administration, following or listening to any person who is a Zionist, and is still standing behind these Baal worshipers who keep sacrificing innocent children and innocent lives so they expand their empire. Lastly, pathologically insane to still be a white person in Europe, not realizing they've been eradicating your race and doing it through means of deception, as is the Mossad motto, blaming the Arabs as they finance campaigns for them to run over borders in territories that Israel is bombing for Israel's expansion. They are expanding their empire. They do not view themselves to be your race. They do not like you. They do not like your faith. And you keep thinking it's the Muslims. All of it is pathologically insane, in my view. But what do I know? We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys, are you doing all the right things for your health, but still wondering if there's more that you could be doing to support healthy aging? Well, that's why I'm very excited to tell you guys about Fatty 15,
All right, guys, what do we got in the chat? What do we got? I haven't been checking. I've been queuing up some stuff on X to watch in a little while, just to get caught up. You guys been hanging out with me, so I don't know if you're caught up on what's happening on X. Some of you don't have X, and that's fine. I'll be the first to say you guys should be touching grass. So should I, but I'm a concerned citizen. So I understand why you are here. You have busy lives, but you want to contribute in some way. And I totally understand that. Let's see. What are you guys even talking about? There's a lot of shit going on. I don't know if I can get caught up. I guess I'm not good at my job. I'm not good at podcasting or what? Probably not. But again, I am not a podcaster. I am just a concerned citizen. Let's see. I will turn Candace back on when she's done with this commercial break. Okay, I don't know. I know this guy. Wait, this guy? No, I don't know what this guy is talking about. I think he's a Fed slopper. I'm not sure. So glad you touched grass. So glad. It's 107 right now. Oh, well, yeah, don't touch grass right now. Yes, MRE would be great. Yes, I put someone else on timeout. Some people need they need the timeout. That's fine. Oops, I paused it. Let me get the audio.
this week's episode, Maddox writes, I think the most disheartening thing is that this will all be exposed and there will still be no consequences. Oh, there will be consequences. There are consequences right now. You can see it. They're all, like I said, they lost their glow. I've never seen happier people than at Charlie's memorial. And now they're angry and they're lashing out. And like I said, that is a life sentence when the entire world knows what you are and what you are doing, and that you are deceitful. I mean, look at Andrew Colvett. He went from like trying to be the like Beavis and Butthead show, trying to be polished and open. Now they're just like lashing out and crazy and turning into like, they're all acting like Laura Loomer, and they're working with these people as well. And it's you have to understand it's so much bigger what Charlie has exposed to the world. Think about the fact that in Iran, they're making Lego videos talking about the Epstein class, talking about Charlie's assassination. The world is united in understanding what happened here. The world. So we're not even looking at people when they're trying to give us the slop and they want more war. And look, this is what's happening in Spain and Morocco. And here's why you should care. And Russia's awful and Ukraine is great. It's not landing the same. The trick was always in the illusion. The illusion has now collapsed and the people have never been more united. So be positive. Like I have a very positive perspective about everything. And there's going to be consequences. Keep telling you guys that. Jessica Tamburo writes, I cannot comprehend the amount of evil that took place that day. Like I said, I just have so much that has to wait for the right time for us to share. And I also want to allow your brain to process the micro before we even get to the macro. I will assert over and over again, Charlie was betrayed and we are completely being lied to. And people in his inner core and circle are a part and parcel of those lies. They are the creator of those lies, perpetuators of some of those lies, and they will be exposed. They will be exposed, and they know. Come on, that's why they're lashing out. They absolutely know it. We are just staying on top of them. Comments from today's episode. True Detective writes, maybe in the near future, an inmate at the Utah State Correctional Facility will yell out, I've lost my Squishmallow. And the guards will then start looking for Andrew Colvett, the Squishmallow. The incident of Louise and her Squishmallow. It's just before bed every night. It's just, I don't know where that thing goes. Zamet writes, more tips at CandaceOwens.com. You all are watching the live streaming of the Unstoppable Truth Revolution. Yes, we are all united in this, and send us, we're piecing it all together. It's all coming, and the picture is revealing itself. Ali writes, let's assume for a moment that Tyler did it. I don't want to hear anyone say that we've been unfair to Erica or TPUSA. We don't care if they did it. It's their lies, betrayals of Charlie Kirk's legacy to Zionists, and just shameless behavior that is the issue. Yeah, I've seen people ask that, like, what if we find out Tyler did it? That was in the beginning, actually, of this investigation. And I had to contend with that. I was like, well, the way they're acting, the confidence that Erica has, surely when we get to the preliminary hearing, they're just going to show us an actual 4K HD video of him taking the shot. Nope, we got nothing, nada. We did not have to recant on even one statement that we had made previously. And that's not good. You shouldn't need influencers at court. You just shouldn't be calling people up and asking them to come to court. And so, yeah, I would agree that no matter what, they have betrayed Charlie, but I think that they're lying about what happened on that day. That's the other thing. I think we've proven that they've told lies about what happened on that day, or I guess rather, they're having faulty memories. They haven't told the whole truth, maybe the truth, but not the whole truth about what happened on that day. And they haven't been forthcoming. And there's no reason, there's absolutely no reason that their instinct when things are uncovered is to dispute it, to try to explain it away. I mean, this recent video that I revealed, that's the 4K video. Now they're moving the goalpost and they're like, well, we meant there was 4K video of him where you said literally the words that came out of your mouths was those 4K footage of him taking the shot. Now you're suddenly like, think you're going to Men in Black us and just, we forgot what you said. And it's like, no, we just meant that like other parts. There was 4K footage of the bush outside. Or there was 4K footage of like Losey Center. Like, no. You said Tyler killed him. You are condemning this man and claiming that you have the footage to be able to do that. And you won't show that to the public. That's silly. Why not get the public on your side? Immediately release it. Makes no sense. Dagny, am I saying it right? Dagenjine. Okay. $50 for the swear jar. I did not swear. You're forgiven because we love you. I did not swear. Run the tape back. Producer wrote a note. I did not hear any swear words. I knew I didn't swear. Maybe you said a lot of shady stuff and he thought he heard you say a lot of S-word stuff. Thank you. Thank you, producer, that put that note. Team Candace, no swear jar for me. But I'll thank you for the donation. Sunshine writes, have you seen what they have done in Lebanon? That's a donation. Thank you from Sweden. Wow. Yeah, everywhere. It's just everywhere. They can't stop killing people. And it's just so crazy that these Zionist Christian influencers are like, God will bless you. If you bless murderers and rapists, you'll be blessed. The grift is over. I don't want to hear from Christian Zionists. Shh. We're so bored. We see you for what you are. Okay. You guys support people who sacrifice children to Baal. These are demons. And there's no enough of grifture, which I'm going to call it. It's not even scripture, it's grifture. And they just find something and try to tell you, well, look the other way. It's not happening. It's happening everywhere. They take Spain. They're coming for other territories in Europe. Mark my words. And Trump is going to allow it because, well, there's somebody in those files and there's some videos that exist that have allowed him to be completely run over by the Epstein files. That was when the change happened. The internet is not real, writes Happy Monday, Blakey Poo. Yes, happy Monday, Blakey. I didn't even address you today. How are you doing, Blakey? Blakey, by the way, we did find out what hotel TPUSA staff stayed into, Andrew Colvett and everybody else. So, you know, we can tell you that tomorrow. But I don't know where you are, Blakey. I don't know if you stayed with them. That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they figured out what hotel. That's crazy. So she's wrapping up soon. I'm gonna when she gets done, I'm gonna head over to X and we'll catch up on some of the latest.
Do you stay in the same hotel as Andrew Colvett and co? Patricia writes, you are a true warrior for Charlie, and he would be so proud of you. We love you. Keep going, Max. We don't believe the Fed slop. Nobody believes the Fed slop. Thank you, Patricia, because they're asking us to be stupid, and we would rather not do that if that's cool. Jen Common writes, thank you to the only true friend that CK ever had. Everyone should be so lucky to have a Candace in their lives. Keep going, Max. Christ is king. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, that's comments for today. Obviously, if you guys like to support our show, you can head to the website, get some merch. It's the easiest way to keep us independent. And buy a Standus cup. You know you like that light blue version. It's so pretty. Every time I see it, I'm just surprised by how beautiful it gets. More beautiful every time I see it. It's like my daughter. I ask her every morning, I'm like, Louise, how did you get more beautiful the night before? And she says, because Jesus loves me and I sleep a lot. So it's pretty simple. And so I sleep enough, I think, but she's a lot prettier than me. My daughter is very, very pretty. And that's why if you want to look pretty like Louise, sleep a lot and make sure Jesus loves you. If you want to support our show, head to CandaceOwens.com, buy some merch and a t-shirt, and the glow up will happen automatically. I feel like I should put like one of those, you know, pharmaceutical commercials where like we then have to say, oh, this could happen, blah, 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 because it's like they're actually everything they told you in the commercial wasn't true. Okay, if you buy a t-shirt, you may not be more beautiful, but you'll be supporting me. And that means a lot. Love you guys so much. Love you. See you tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, it was good. Sometimes I think it's gonna go longer than it does. It's like you can't get enough of it. But I've got a couple of things that I want to share. If did I do it I might not have done it properly. Hold on a second. Okay, well, here's one. I just got to zoom in a little bit. So we'll do an audio check. Give me a second. Get the audio going. I haven't seen
and
this
when people
yet.
like, should Erica?
Somebody follows me, Chloe. She comes in my spaces sometimes. I don't know what this is about. Let's see. Probably this Jeremy Boring crashing out.
And when people are like, should Erica sue Candace? Yes. If the worst act of public defamation in U.S. history isn't defamation,
And it doesn't exist.
set aside the entire idea of defamation law. There is no defamation. So this is like, there is no defamation if this isn't defamation. There is no demonic if this isn't demonic. 2 weeks ago, it seemed like everyone, like the scale sort of fell from a lot of people's eyes. And then over the last week, we've seen new voices sort of jump into the fray to reinforce this I don't know what to call it, nihilistic conspiracy nonsense. And when people are like, should Erica sue Candace? Yes. If the worst act of public defamation in U.S. history isn't defamation,
And it doesn't exist.
set aside the entire idea of defamation law. There is no So this is like, there is no defamation if this isn't defamation. There is no.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to replay it again. I didn't know it's 35 seconds, but yeah, he's just pretty much coping per usual. If it's defamation, then why do you need to say anything? Why just let our attorneys handle it? Why do you care? how about help out, figure out what happened to Charlie, get more evidence. If you want Tyler convicted, then get more evidence for Tyler to get convicted. Not sure why you would need to attack a pregnant woman, right? I did a poll on my ex. What's worse, attacking a pregnant woman or attacking a widow? But people said attacking. It was like almost 200 votes. People said attacking a pregnant woman is worse. Somebody pointed out, well, pregnant woman's kind of got an additional person as well. So you got to consider that. So there's that. Let's see what artifact.
From the Charlie Kirk.
For you guys that don't know, this gentleman, Artifacts, he used to work for TPUSA. He was Charlie's cameraman for like over 10 years. So this guy, give him a follow, Artifacts Memoriarium. So yeah, give him a follow.
Some video now from the Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University. I want to emphasize that everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now, just right now. And I'm going to say it on air. In the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into heaven. Lead us not into heaven. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Charlie Kirk is a very close friend of mine, and I want him to be as okay as possible. We're staying frosty. Say a prayer. Say a prayer right now for Charlie Kirk.
Oh boy, lead us not into heaven. Terrible, terrible. I would like to make a meme out of that, but I don't even like to keep saying it. I don't even like to keep saying it. It's it's that awkward to say. Real Bays. Real Bays is a creator, pretty popular. From what I understand, he's pretty popular. I think you guys, I can zoom this in. I don't mind doing that. I think it's better for you guys if I do that. Real Bays, he's popular. I haven't spoken to him on X. I want to say I've been into a space or two with him on X. For those of you who don't know, if you follow me on X, there's such thing as spaces, and it's like you get into a group and you can chat with each other publicly, and it works decently well. I mean, I've been in spaces with Elon before. I haven't talked to Elon, but my point is it works pretty well considering you can have several 100,000 people in there at once. So the infrastructure around that seems pretty crazy if you think about that many people. I've been in some big ones, but anyways, so I'm in spaces with a few different creators, or not creators, well, yes, creators, but independent investigators who are looking into the case, who care about the case and all that. Real Bays is one of them, but I just don't remember. I don't think I've spoken to him. We'll probably connect at some point.
The Utah Medical Examiner's Office has long faced delays. In 2016, the office had a caseload that was twice the recommended maximum.
When offices are understaffed and under-resourced, it's hard to get dedicated time to think through a complicated case because you're constantly interrupted. You're being pulled in so many different directions.
This is still falling short of the 60-day national standard. Only about 74% of its autopsies were finalized in that 2-month time period, recent data shows.
Dr. Amaro says her job is not at all like the CSI shows. No quick and clear answers.
I do enjoy watching them.
Unless it's Charlie Kirk, then they just bang it out in a couple hours.
The national standard is to have 90% of all reports done within 60 days. Utah's new medical examiner, Deirdre Amaro, says her office is still working toward that goal.
And every medical diagnosis is an educated guess.
She says the unrealistic aspects have a lot to do with all the collaboration, being thorough, and the time that takes. Her office's work to reduce that time. As a result,
How much collaboration was done with Charlie Kirk's autopsy? They're saying that they have 50 different people. So, like, there's a lot of different people that have to do different things. Like, yes, they can be done quickly, but would Charlie Kirk's have been done quickly? Especially if he got shot in the neck with a 30-06? And his status, his high profile, his relationship with the sitting president? You're going to tell me that this woman in her office, that they're going to be responsible for this? And they're going to get it done in a couple of hours? Pull the cutting. They got to pull the organs out. They got to take pictures. They got to pull the fragments. They got to, like, analyze stuff. They got to get samples. All that was done in a couple hours. This office that has this track record, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, no wonder people like this guy. He's got a lot of energy. So he seems like he's killing it. I'm going to share another clip. Yeah, that is odd. I haven't delved into autopsy and that and time and all stuff like that. I don't get into too many things where there's a lot of speculation. I guess I don't mind speculating, but sometimes some of it feels a little bit like mental masturbation for me. Not that it's not important, but everybody's got their thing. So it seems like he delved into the timeline. There's a lot of people going back and forth on could it have been done this fast or not? And hey, shout out to those people digging into things like that. I just personally don't, because I feel like I would be doing a lot of speculating unless I really sat down and dug into it. But that was a good video. That was really a good video.
We're not alone. There's a guy in Australia named Muppet Masher. I don't even think that's his Christian name, but that's his handle. That's what he goes by. Now, he made it his life's mission to identify everybody at the scene. Everyone at the scene. And he's done a really good job. I think there are only a couple of people still outstanding that I would like to know who they are, that he's not able to determine who they are yet. There's a guy in a blue shirt and a pink hat. I know Blake Bednarz has spent a lot of time trying to figure out who that is. He's got a ponytail. Nobody knows who that is. He's all over the crime scene, walking back and forth, picking stuff up, kicking stuff with his feet, moving stuff out of the way. No idea who that guy is. Do you think they anticipated Muppet Masher creating cork boards with Polaroids on it and then writing in the names as he identifies everybody one by one? No. Do you think they imagined Ian Carroll opening the web.io and uploading every court document and every piece of evidence into this thing? And so that, like, for a nominal fee every month, you could access this database and search, like, natural language query transcripts of every podcaster covering this, and, you know, whokilledck.com with all the transcripts uploaded that you could natural language query? No. But do you think there's evidence that exists that whoever did this was afraid that people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly might dig into this and launch a decentralized investigation? Yes. Yes, I do. I think the threats are that evidence. The threats are that evidence.
Muppet Masher, yes, he is getting some shout outs for sure. Yeah, I talk to him mostly every day. Really cool guy. And he's putting in the work. He's really putting in the work. So yeah, people are just really doing a great job. The case is coming together, and it's exciting to see. Let's see. I'm going to take a look what else is going on here. I think there's going to be a lot of I know in 45 minutes there is a space, an X space happening that I'll probably join. So we'll see if I stay on stream for that. If you do want me to stay on stream, buy me an MRE. That would be cool. I will continue it. And we'll read your message, of course. And we can kick out any Fed sloppers if you choose to kick out any Fed sloppers. I appreciate it. One day I will get some merch and do all of that stuff. That would be good. Maybe some coffee, some high altitude coffee. I am a coffee connoisseur. I love good coffee. A lot of people don't realize you want coffee from high altitudes. You don't have to, but it's really good quality, good tasting, a lot of good attributes. So maybe I will delve into that. Who knows? I do want to provide some value, much value as I can. So I know you're just looking at the same screen. I'm actually in the background looking at some different videos or different things that you guys might like to see. This might be one. Let me go to it. Give me a second.
Good question. Went to UVU yesterday. There are 14 cameras around the bus stop. We should know everything about whose backpack was left there. Tragic in person. Now that's interesting. That's a really good question. Why do we not know? Why have we not seen that? Why is there a question? Again, if you want us to buy your Fed slop, show us the answers to our question. Went to UVU yesterday. There are 14 cameras around the bus stop. We should know everything.
Wow. Yes, we should. Yes, we should. Let me keep digging around, see what I can find for information today. Try to get caught up. There was that's what I was gonna, if I can find it, I gotta find it. But apparently my X Space with Andrew Wilson last night went viral. People are sharing out clips. I've uploaded the entire thing in videos if you guys haven't seen it. Here it is. Here's a clip somebody shared out. Well, Travis shared this out. So Travis is Nilo X on X. This gentleman here, very smart investigator. And he's actually friends with Baron, if I'm not mistaken, or they do correspond. So he shared this clip from the X Space that I hosted last night. I will play it.
The difference is Andrew Colvett has lied repeatedly in his official capacity as the spokesperson for Turning Point.
All right, let's go through the lies. Which ones?
Candace and Charlie were never friends.
Yeah, so Andrew Colvett, what his position is that Candace Owens needed a handler, that basically Charlie Kirk didn't want to piss her off because she was a big personality, and so they treated her with kid gloves. He was in a position of in a much bigger position of no than Candace was. After all, it was the case that he was one of Kirk's closest friends.
So is your position that Charlie Kirk was a liar?
No. If you point to the various text messages that she has with Candace Owens, most of them are before she left.
So on August 21st in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, he took to the stage and he told everybody that he wouldn't be morally blackmailed into not being Candace's friend. So is your position that Charlie Kirk was a liar and he lied to all of his audience?
My position is that he definitely would handle people that he didn't like, that he didn't want to turn against his organization. Were they at least publicly friendly? Yeah, probably. But yeah, I don't think that.
And Charlie was lying about that and shows. And
Yeah,
so
probably.
Charlie wasn't.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here. I keep getting muted. You guys
No,
have a great
no,
night.
no. Is
I
that
appreciate
she
it.
didn't do it on purpose.
muted-
If you hit the emoji,
She muted everybody by
it'll
accident.
mute.
So Andrew, your position is that Charlie Kirk was a liar.
Yeah, but I mean, if I was in his shoes, I would do the same thing. I would try to keep her close and handle her. Sure.
Yeah, so that was from Sunday. That was just yesterday. There is I don't know if you guys saw D. D was in the space. She was in the chat today too. Yeah, Andrew Wilson is back. Andrew Wilson is back in spaces. So there was a video. I'm gonna look for it. That I wanted to share with you. Oh, it was Baron talking about, because he was apparently listening to that space anonymously, from what I understand. And let's break it up with a little bit of humor, actually, because I watched this morning, and I don't usually, when I wake up and look at my phone, which is very unhealthy, but when I do that, or when I did it this morning, I happened upon this video, and I'm going to share it. And I laughed out loud, and I don't want to spoil it, because a lot of times you tell people, like, watch this, it's funny, and they don't laugh. So I probably already spoiled it. But if you haven't seen I mean, I might even play it twice. I'm sorry. It's like, this is just, oh man, I can't.
That's what bothers people about this Palantir thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
The Palantir thing is very odd.
Well, you know, Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist. This is like me doing a 4-part lecture on Long Island racism. Just to show everybody, you know, how much I know about it and how scary it is and how we got to watch out for it. But it's totally not me or anyone I know. It's so strange to have this. You build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to export to war zones all over the world. Build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors. And then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go, and I'm big into tennis? Something else. It's odd. And I like ice fishing. I build autonomous drone technology. I build domestic surveillance technology.
And I love lake trout.
And I love lake trout. And I love big mouth bass fishing.
Yeah.
But instead,
no.
he goes, and I've also developed quite a keen interest in Satan. And I'd love to.
Oh, I'm doing it again. I'm playing it again. I'm
That's what
sorry,
bothers
guys.
people about this Palantir thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
The Palantir thing is very odd.
Well, you know, Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist. This is like me doing a 4-part lecture on Long Island racism. Just to show everybody, you know, how much I know about it and how scary it is and how we got to watch out for it. But it's totally not me or anyone I know. It's so strange to have this. You build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to export to war zones all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors. And then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go, and I'm big into tennis? Something else.
Anything
It's
else.
odd. And I like ice fishing. I build autonomous drone technology. I build domestic surveillance technology.
And I love lake trout.
And I love lake trout. And I love big mouth bass fishing. But
Yeah.
instead, he goes, and I've also developed quite a keen interest in Satan. And I love.
I'm sorry. I build AI technology, surveillance systems, drones for warfare, and developed quite a keen interest for Satan. Hilarious. I'm sorry, I had to play that twice, guys. So let me go through some more stuff. Yeah, I still gotta find that. I keep teasing it, but I didn't find it. But Baron talks about the space. I just can't find this. All right, let's see. I think this might be it. Let's see. Come on. Excuse me. All right. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Now he didn't. Hold on.
We need.
So this was Sunday after he tuned into the space, the X space that I had.
We on our side need to stop descending into the bowels. We need to stop lowering ourselves to respond to these people. We need to stop engaging with them altogether if they can't behave like adults. There's no reason we're jumping on X spaces and calling each other names. There's no reason we're jumping on X spaces and fighting over this nonsense. It's not worth fighting over. You know, you don't agree with me? Fine. Give me a reason. If you don't have a reason why, then let's just not talk. You're an idiot boogerhead eater. That's not going to cut it. That's not from this point forward. That doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it. We handle this like professionals. We handle this like adults, or we don't handle it. We don't handle it. Stop tuning into these spaces. Stop giving in to this childish discussion. It's not advancing the ball, and your attendance in these spaces, even though I've listened today for an hour while somebody melted down. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. This person claims to be somebody. Claims to be a producer for somebody, but it was just embarrassing watching the meltdown, watching the name calling and the infantile responses. And I thought, why am I here? Why am I here? Because that's just one more view that this space is getting. And that's one more piece of encouragement for people to engage in this kind of content. Let's raise our approach. Let's raise our standards. Let's be better. Let's be better. If someone's not engaging in good faith, don't engage them. Somebody's name calling and, oh, he's a fraud, he's a huckster, he's a comment. Okay, then just ignore, block. So it doesn't even show up in your feed. It's just a lot easier that way. A lot easier. So that's kind of lesson number one. We are capable of carrying out this investigation, carrying out these conversations at a level far higher than these people are capable of handling. So let's just have the conversations ourselves.
All right. So what he's referring to here is towards the end of the space that I did, he said producer. He's referring to Mr. Enigmatic, who's the producer for Andrew Wilson. So Andrew Wilson had already left. Mr. E was in there. He was being belligerent to some of the people on the panel because they have this back and forth. He knows, not that he knows, but he has experience with a couple of the people on the panel. Several late last week where I don't think I was there, but he was like, they just were cussing at each other. And it was like truthers versus fed sloppers. And so what happened is Mr. E came in last night after Andrew had left. He grabbed a microphone and then started attacking people on the panel. And I guess that's where that's where Baron had tuned in. And he saw just kind of a breakdown of the space in general. And if you guys have ever been on X Spaces, it happens. Overall, in general, my philosophy on X Spaces, me and Baron don't agree on this. My philosophy is that we need more audience. People in Andrew Wilson's viewers, or Andrew Wilson's members, viewers, subscribers, what have you, he's got tens of thousands, if not millions of people that watch him, and there's some overlap. There may be some overlap, meaning not even overlap. Maybe they've never heard of Baron, they've never heard of me, or they've just never they don't know what's going on with the case. And they, like, for example, Muppet Masher, he's all the way in Australia. How did he find out about it? It's through the exposure. So the exposure to me matters. You never know who was in Arizona at the time of this unaliving, Charlie's unaliving. You don't know if somebody was in Utah, Orem, Panguitch. You don't know who saw what. Were they driving a Tesla? Teslas have cameras on them. Were they there at the same time? Were they on vacation? So I think more information, more people discussing it, more traction. You just never know. Is it likely or is it low probability that by doing a debate, some more information may come out? Maybe it's a low probability, but I think if I were in the situation, then, or as my significant other, I would want more awareness. I wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind more exposure for the case, especially like what if it was a missing persons case? I think the debates are this was an X space D. It was X space. I don't know D what. Well, D, you know how X space works. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Reggie. Muppet does care more than some Americans. He cares more than like the law enforcement that is supposed to actually care, in my opinion. The ones getting actually paid to care. So I'm gonna keep going through my feed, see if there's any updates. Let's see. Some of this is depressing, honestly. But other than that, I can't think of anything else that happened this weekend or late last week that is important to talk. Well, no, I just lied already. There is something important. So, wait, let's see. What is this? Oh, something important is Elizabeth Lane. So Elizabeth Lane. So I posted some stuff on Elizabeth Lane that because she did an interview with Tucker Carlson and Gary Melton's name came up, and that was super interesting. I will just play that as soon as I find it. So let's see. This one is not okay. This one, yeah, this one here.
That when Gary got paid, Gary stopped making videos with him and started attacking him. So 2 Green Berets are making videos, okay? 2 Green Berets, Gary and this other one that called me on the phone and said, we both were sure that something was wrong with the main narrative with Charlie Kirk. All of a sudden, he says, I keep going with my videos, how this is unacceptable, wrong, and Gary starts coming after me, attacking me. Without even a phone call or anything, just attacking me viciously. So he's a man's man. He's a honorable military guy, unlike others. And he calls him and he says, "Are you okay, dude? What are you doing?" And immediately Gary goes like, "I'm so sorry. I have huge respect for you. I will not do this again. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry."
They're all that way.
Right?
This has happened to me. You confront them. Weak men are like that. They'll never be straightforward with you because they're too weak. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Then they're out attacking you again.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, no, I know the species.
As soon as he got off the phone, like only a few days after, he goes ahead and sees Gary attack him again and again. So then he started investigating with his buddies, Green Berets, Navy SEALs, all of that, and they found something.
So yeah, that was kind of funny. I got a kick out of that. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry to disconnect on you guys there. Let's reconnect. 1 second. And I didn't mean to leave a cliffhanger either. But yeah, so she found some stuff which was related to foreign intelligence. I don't know if she's going to drop a story on it, but I think she is going to drop a story on it. So I'm waiting for that. I did send her a message because I am wanting to hear that story. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to see this too. Oh, I just pulled a Baron. I pulled a Baron for a second. Didn't share the screen. First time I've done it today. I think you guys have seen this. This has been out for a little while, but it is disturbing.
So what motive would Israel have to kill Charlie? And if Israel did kill him, why haven't they killed prominent commentators like Candace and Tucker Carlson, who are very hostile to Israel? Why? Because they can't? Yeah, Mossad could do so, I would think. If you're saying that they killed Charlie, why can't they kill other people who are far, far, far more hostile to Israel than Charlie or anybody else like him ever was? So,
yeah, well, he omits the fact that Tucker and Candace do not run TPUSA.
I'm like, okay.
So let me play this. This is
into my
Elizabeth.
personal message. Ryan Mauro gets into my personal messages.
And who is? Can you just, for those who don't know who he is, Ryan
Mauro. I tried to engage with him, but he didn't engage with me. He's another person that attacks Candace.
Mauro,
yeah.
Is he runs a think tank?
Well, he has a nonprofit that is tied to this bigger nonprofit. So it's like 8 million a year or something. And this is how they maneuver around like these operatives, right? So they are tied to Atlantic Council. They are tied to NATO. They have their own nonprofit, so they get paid through the nonprofits and donations that no one can track. So Ryan Mauro is one of the operatives that has Mauro Institute that is tied to this bigger nonprofit. God knows how he gets paid, but
he named it after himself, the Mauro Institute.
Yeah, Mauro Institute.
It's hilarious.
So, but here's something that I want you to pay attention. So this is Ryan tagging a Georgian troll here, saying that he worked with this particular account to dive into me and find out some information. Okay. So here's an interesting story that will tie everything in for you in a second.
Interesting.
So Ryan takes these accounts that he worked with these people. And I'm like, okay, great. Ryan is also the one protecting Green Beret Gary that is attacking Candace and me over Charlie Kirk. But Ryan has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Like Ryan is a separate actor against
He's a
Russia.
foreign policy guy. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, should be for a foreign policy guy. So he's protecting Gary, telling me not to sue Gary. And he's like, Elizabeth, this is not going to end well for you. Like, we're not afraid of you. So after that, this was against, so because I was going after their little propagandist Gary, right? Like I'm going after Gary and Jen, like the producer who mysteriously appeared with Gary after Charlie died. By the way, this guy has a tiny YouTube channel that he's monetizing or whatever and has a producer, which is weird because all the other guys that got the same offer from Ukraine said, Elizabeth, we don't have producers and we're like 3 times bigger than Gary. So how does this guy all of a sudden gets a producer after Charlie dies? He changed the narrative, gets paid by DOD. And it just like the proof lines up. Like you just tell me what you need. I'll give you about this guy, right? Like the money's there. All of a sudden gets a weird producer. We look into this producer and her friends are hugging Syrskyi in Ukraine. Yes, it's all on her freaking LinkedIn. We didn't even need to dig hard. So he reshares family, Zelensky's family. She reshares Zelensky's family with hearts, loves, all of that. And her friends that are hugging Syrskyi in Ukraine. All of a sudden, this woman ends up as a Gary's producer without producing experience. Okay, just ends up as a Gary's producer. Gary changes the story. All of a sudden, Tyler Robinson should be put on a death row because he killed Charlie Kirk. Whatever. Goes after Candace, me, and everyone that ever challenged the narrative. these Green Berets reach out to me, tell me what's going on, right? The story that we just ended with. Then Ryan Mauro out of nowhere comes and starts to persuade me why I shouldn't sue Gary. And if I do, it will end bad for me. I'm gonna be the loser in that. And then I started diving to Ryan Mauro, what connection is. He's such an idiot, Tucker, that he writes me that Gary shows personal messages to him. Again, please understand these people should not be related in any shape and form. Do you show your personal messages to random people?
Not one person ever.
Right.
Because they're personal.
Yeah. So I have this documented, him writing me that Gary shows personal messages to Ryan Mauro. I'm like, okay, what the heck is going on here? So then I do this investigation and I put out some of it online and Ryan loses it. Like this investigation into Ukrainian trolls, NATO, all this.
All right. Yeah, so I can show you this Ryan guy. By the way, thanks for the super chat. Here's this guy, Ryan. I identified him back, if you'll see here, back when he posted this. Shout out again for the donation, Reggie. I appreciate that. You help support the channel. You are a moderator, so you can just remove whoever you want, any Fed slopper you want. So you have access to do that. This guy, back June 17th, we're now in August, June 17th, he posted this, and I immediately knew, okay, this is going to be Fed slop. This is going to be Fed slop. Who even are you? Haven't seen you on the scene. So I actually held the X space, which it says details not available, which I don't know why X does that, removes the space. We weren't talking about anything crazy. But nonetheless, I had an X space about it that same day. And just to kind of call this out, I was predicting that this guy would be of some kind of Fed slopper. I had no idea Elizabeth Lane would actually be talking about this
Mauro,
guy as of whenever she did this, which was what's today. I think it dropped Friday on Tucker. Can't remember. So that guy, in my opinion, he seems like to be in deep according to her investigation. She's a journalist. I will pull up her account. She does follow me, and super cool lady. I've talked to her a few times, and she seems to take journalism pretty seriously. So this is her page. Give her a follow. She's got a YouTube channel too, it looks like. She's getting very popular. She's over 100,000. I think I followed her at 90 something thousand. But yeah, if she's on Tucker, people are liking her journalism and they're following her. So this is her. Give her a follow. Where is it? I'm Elizabeth Lane. That's her @ right there. I would give you guys time to check that out. Meanwhile, I will see what else is happening. Let's see what else is happening here. Travis. Just looking around. Apparently Anna, who I'm friends with, I don't know if she or who I've spoken with. I wouldn't say friends, but I don't. She was on Stu Peters as well. Some of you may know her. I will go ahead. Let me play this here. Hold on.
Hey guys, hello everybody. Sorry for being late. Oh my goodness, I hate being late. But I welcome in. Hey, how's everyone doing? Oh my gosh, as you guys can see, we're getting to it. We have been researching down to the minute, and I think you guys will very quickly see why. I've been working on a research project, and it's a really, really big one. It is probably the largest research project that I've done associated with this case so far. And I just want to make sure, can everybody see me? Can everybody hear me okay? You guys all good? You know, I count on my production team Small Potatoes. So right now, thank you guys so much for hitting like on your way in. It really, really helps. And for a little channel like this, every like counts so much. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I know that we're streaming on X. We are going to be streaming on X for a little bit, but once we get into some stuff that is a little bit more sensitive, then we are going to be moving over to just YouTube. So everybody who's watching on X, hi. But if you follow the link, then you can always hop in to the YouTube. And then after, I don't know, maybe 10-ish minutes, I'm going to close that over because there's some stuff that is YouTube stuff that I do not think is X stuff because they're watching and we know that, you know what I mean? So yes, Team Tater Tots Unite, absolutely. Thanks, Eldon. I appreciate you. Hi guys. Hey Nash. Hey, I heard that you guys were, some of you guys were watching on X, and that's great. I love that. More, I mean, the more people we get this information in front of, the merrier. But some of it is like pretty, I don't know. I don't want them seeing all of our stuff. And you guys will understand why that is as we get into it. So I'm like, I'm not going to bury the lead here. You know those Egyptian planes? You know those pesky little Egyptian planes that just will not seem to go away. Now, I know that Candace has been tracking them for a long time. And again, I am very hopeful that when she goes, then somebody can let me know when she posts her time that she's going to be getting started. When she does, as you guys know, we'll start to wrap stuff up, and then I would never make it so that you guys have to choose. We'll make sure, and then we're all piling in there because we're going to make sure to be on time. But I've been thinking a lot about those Egyptian planes. Ever since Candace first kind of went into them and started to talk to us about the fact that there were those 2 Egyptian aircraft that were there on the ground at Provo on September 10th. Now, it's something that I have been looking at pretty much since then. And I know that Baron has also done a really great job of covering them. So I know that they have been brought into the public sphere. They were always an outstanding loose end. And for me, I have been trying to fit them into my working theory kind of continually, just trying to determine, are these important to the story? Are they important to the story? Because I think that they are. And now I don't have a question about it anymore. I do not have a question about if they're important anymore. So probably as we go on talking about this, I am going to seem kind of mad. I am kind of mad, to be honest with you. So it's nothing, it's nothing personal, but I think that you guys will understand why I say that as we go through it. Now I have a ton of tabs open, naturally. So what that means is that we're going to be doing like a lot of the learning. Any problems with the camera and the mic, let me know, guys. I'm going to do my best. But this is just kind of, oh yes, Ian Carroll did a great job. Thanks, Orion. Ian Carroll did a great job covering them initially. I think that a lot of folks maybe met Baron at that time when they were talking about them and how they're bypassing American regulations. The question for me has been, okay, maybe they are up to something. Maybe it's something that's not good. Maybe that is a potential. But does it mean that they are related to the actual case? Can we find any indication that they are related to the actual case? Well, I think we found it. So yes, when I seem mad, I think you will understand why. And if you guys stick around, I think we'll be on for maybe an hour-ish, probably right around there, depending on what time Candace gets started. If you guys stick around to the end, then you will understand exactly why. It's really big news. It goes into this research project that I am working on. But I really, really think that understanding exactly why they are so important, why they are so weird, why what they're doing is very clearly totally unacceptable. I think that like when you guys see why I'm being kind of so cagey about this, you'll really get it. And you guys also know that I don't say that something is big news unless I truly, truly believe that. Guys, this is big news. This is really big news. So I've been looking into the Egyptian jets again since Candace, since they were first discovered. I am not the gal who figured out that those jets seem to be coordinating with the Turning Point jets and their locations. I remember our best friend Andy laughing about it. I remember Erica laughing about it. I think that it's time to stop.
I'm going to tell you guys where to find her content because we're not going to watch the whole video. Let me see. Pretty sure she follows me. And you guys probably already know. I don't even follow her. That's silly. So I follow her now. Probably why she doesn't follow me, but at Anna Escobar Show. So here it is. Here she is at Anna Escobar Show. So you can support her. She's doing a lot of research on the planes. I think her parents are in the aviation industry. So she's fascinated by it by her own admission.
Laughing, guys, and I think it's time to start answering a few questions. I think it's time. It's time. There's a few questions that are going to need to be answered, and you guys will understand by the time we get to the end of this episode why exactly that is. Hey, Kathy. Hi. Hey, Bobby. Hey, I love seeing names that I know. I also love seeing names that I've never seen before. Welcome to Team Small Potatoes. We have fun around here. We learn a lot, and we're staying 10 steps ahead of them. You can trust me on that too. I'll be going on, I think, with Stu tomorrow, to talk about kind of in detail all of the stuff that we've found. But today, I'm like, okay, you guys know that what I believe in is us being 10 steps ahead, feeling like we know exactly what's going on, and that lets us see around corners for our investigation, and it lets us kind of stay ahead of them, right? It helps us stay ahead because we know the Turning Point, I mean, come on, they're a little bit slow in the uptake anyway, but regardless, we need to make sure that we have all of our T's crossed, I's dotted before we come out with big information. And so finally, after months and months and months of waiting, I think that we are. You guys probably know that I have looked into the jets in a few previous episodes. That was kind of the thing. I knew that they were skirting American regulations, standard diplomatic regulations. I've been well aware of that pretty much the entire time. But it's this most recent thing that I found that really helped me put it all together. So that's why I'm like, I don't believe in gatekeeping. I'm like, as soon as I know, as soon as the light bulb goes off, the camera goes on. That's kind of the rule around here. So I'm like, guys, let's get into it. These Egyptian jets, I'm like, I want everybody who loves aviation too, or is interested, you guys, I would love for you guys to hop on to adsbexchange.com. I'm like, free promo. I'm not, the $3 fee is one that I paid. I don't know, for some people, they find the ads that are on that website really distracting. Totally agree. But those ads, you can just pay the $3 premium and then it doesn't have ads. For me, a worthwhile investment. You guys just let me know if you have other sites that you like to use. We also use Flight Radar sometimes, and we use Flight Aware sometimes. Oh, hey, Trigger Smart, yay. Oh my gosh. I'm like, oh, wow, I'm in excellent company. Everybody, act natural. Back and see us. But so if you guys wanted to follow along, this is a really good episode for you guys to follow along because it's not too much, but it's good information for you guys to see what it is that I'm seeing. And then that way you can probably feel a bit more comfortable. Now, we've used Flight Radar and Flight Aware in the past. Those are good sites, and they have a really, really comfortable interface. They are really user-friendly.
So I'm not going to go through it, but I'm trying to remember because somebody told me what she stumbled on. Let me check my DMs. Somebody told me, I swear. Let's see. Oh, okay. Wait, somebody told me it's the last like 6 minutes, so we will skip ahead.
That is Air Mossad. I'm not saying that every passenger is, but I am saying in Hebrew that was being Google
Oh,
searched.
yes, this
Hierarchy
is
Robinson.
it.
There could be more than one. We wouldn't want to, just make an
This
assumption
is
that these
it.
Google Trends are actually following a person, as in maybe a native Israeli speaker.
Oh, so Google Trends, some more Google Trends T came out. So that's what it was.
And I thought, well, could we get a little bit more specific? Could we get any more specific with it? And then I thought to myself, well, you know what we could do? We could look for a little bit more specific information. And wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Imagine my surprise when I observed a couple of these hits. Now, Tyler J. Robinson, that I can excuse. Here we are in Wichita. Like, let's look at the exact dates. April the 2nd. Okay. No, you guys already know what it is that I'm about to do. I hop back over to my aviation tracker. I'll play it over for you guys. Let's see here. And I have a list of all of these, you know, of all of these trips that these folks have been on. And of course, wouldn't you know it, there they are in Wichita that day. And, you know, I thought, well, that's really interesting. Gosh, it's sure a specific string. It sure is a specific Google search. And do you guys know why it's such a specific Google search? Because that is the address and apartment number of Tyler James Robinson in Hebrew. In Hebrew, that was
Why are people in Hebrew searching this prior to September 10th? That's what I'm pretty sure that's what she's alluding to, prior to September 10th.
being Google searched in Hebrew by a native Hebrew speaker on the same day. And I'm like, guys, so I hope you can understand why it is that I'm being a little bit cagey about this, because obviously as they delete, we need to make sure that we have everything collected already.
So let me see. What day was this? I can't see. I'll tell you guys. March of 2025. Oh, why? March of 2025. Wow.
But I'm fully prepared to say that whoever is on Air Mossad that day is doing a ton of searching related very, very, very specifically to our case. And that it is actually at the point now, guys, and as you guys know, I love more than anything my little list, location to location. Tyler J. Robinson, his address, and a ton of others that I don't want them to wipe. So I'm going to be on Stu Peters tomorrow to talk about this in a lot more depth, because again, Team Small Potatoes, we're solving this thing, but I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to get it out to as many people as possible in real time, because obviously they're going to go delete it. So when I say that that is Air Mossad, I'm not saying that every passenger is, but I am saying that I am very comfortable stating that since at least January of last year, the times and locations of searches being conducted in Hebrew related to the specifics of the case, the hotel address that they stayed at, the traffic on the way to the parking lot, being Google searched in Hebrew. Now, I know that there were 12 cell phones, Israeli cell phones, that they believe were there that day. And I thought to myself, boy, I wonder what they were looking for. So tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun. That's all I have to say about that. Candace is coming on in 10 minutes. I'm just going to make sure that I read any little super chats, because I know that we had a fast one today.
So you heard it, noon, Stu Peters tomorrow, noon Eastern. She will be going over that, sounds like, on Stu Peters tomorrow. Very, very cool stuff. Not very cool, not cool, not cool, but good info. It just, I'm speechless at the end of the day. I mean, let me go look at this. Cuban American girl says, I love the way Candace lets everyone know. She missed no, but lets everyone, oh, I'm sorry. Lets everyone that has been acting very suspicious hang themselves. A shout out to Muppet Masher, doing better job than our own 3-letter agencies. And this is the guy identified. Utah State University, please. I don't know why they are there. Oh wow, plain clothes. Oh boy, oh boy. Concerned citizens. So shout out to Muppet Masher for that one. Let's see what else we got here. Hold on. How are you guys? I hope you're doing well. I think I'm going to jump in. Can I get any likes and subs? And also, let's see if we got 3 minutes to get some more buy me an MREs in 3 minutes before I just make this decision if I'm going to be ending this and hanging out in an X space for the rest of the night. Let's see if we can push. I appreciate it. Don't break the bank, that's for sure. Do not break the bank on me at all. But nothing's stopping you from sharing this with your wealthy friends for their source of information to try to get caught up on what's going on. But yes, let's try to get a buy me an MRE in here. It is pinned in the chat. YouTube does not get anything for that, so I appreciate it. I have not signed up for super chats on YouTube. Still debating on that. I probably will, but not 100% excited about it. Rather get just support from the audience. And but I just thank you for hanging out, watching with me. Let's see. Blake, what does Blake have to say? Blake says, does anybody else get the vibe that Red Hat Cop was not even a part of the UVU PD? Remember, Red Hat was in the crowd the entire time prior to CK's arrival. In the 15 minutes after CK was hit, Red Hat was on the phone, pacing frantically 90% of the time with someone, and point out the security team where he began searching in the grass. There's more here, folks. All other LEOs were on their radios, but not Red Hat. So here's some.
Hey, officer.
I'm going to turn off sound. I don't think sound's important for this. This is allegedly the guy who's out of place. And he clearly looks like a police officer. I mean, and I don't know why he's plain clothes. If he's doing security detail. I don't know why the sound came back on. Oh, well, apparently you guys want me to stick around on here because you guys just met the deadline. Get some more support. Let me shout out that person who supported me. Thank you so much. Let's see if you want to. It just says from someone, so I can't shout you out, which is a good thing. You want to stay. You want your anonymity, and that's perfect. And by the way, I can't see whoever donates. So that's a good thing about Buy Me an MRE. I like it. I can only see what you want me to see. I'm just reading it. Cool. Well, I guess I'll just read this out loud. I'm sure. But this person, this donor who bought me an MRE says, hey, thanks for your time spent on this case. We all appreciate your humor and perspective. Keep going. These people love you for sure. Well, thank you so much. That is very helpful. I appreciate the support. To the anonymous donor. All right, so you guys are still watching that video. I'm in the background. I just look for other videos. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna join this space here. I know it's starting soon. Let me see. You guys will like it, actually. Oh, it did start already. Here. Let's see if I can hear anything. There might be no sound.
It should say mic is off or mic is on. Is it not turning the mic on for you? You got a mic, right, Uncle Tom?
That I do.
Okay. I think I've got other people who don't have a mic. If you don't have a mic and you wanted a mic, can you like put a thumbs down?
So if
Sorry,
you guys,
Adam's running late, so it's gonna
you,
take just a minute.
you guys
Chloe,
heard
I
an
got a
echo.
heart, so
Hold on.
hold on. I'm gonna check in this little thing right here.
You guys
Purple
heard an
pill.
echo. I didn't mean to. I
No,
got.
you don't have one.
I
Okay.
have to troubleshoot.
Uncle Tom, what am I doing wrong? Uncle Tom, can I add you as a co-host for a minute so you can help me people mics? Okay. Okay. I know Jacob wanted a mic, so I was trying to get it on there for him. Did you get the invite? Okay, yeah. Okay, guys, sorry, we're just doing a little bit of work real fast to figure out what's going on with the mics. Okay, thank you. So hopefully Jacob got it now. He's the one that did the Candace Lego video. So I
Can you
wanted to have
guys
him on
give me
here.
an audio check?
And apparently he thinks he can't talk on requests. Yes, Matt, of course.
Just check my audio. When I'm talking in the space, you guys can hear that, right? You should be able to hear it.
Okay, Adam's coming in just a minute, but he's running just a few minutes behind. But Uncle Tom, if you can help me with mics and stuff like that, Jacob, you may have to log out, Jacob, and come back in, and then Uncle Tom can give you a mic. It might work a little bit better like that. So while we're waiting for Jacob to get a mic, does anybody have anything going on that they kind of want to bring up?
The Fed slop is losing. That's all.
I kind of missed out a little bit today. I was doing a couple things, and then I was on a phone call for like hours, and I know Lisa's really pissed at me right now. What were you saying was going on, Uncle Tom? I'm sorry. Uh-huh. Okay, hold on. Let me.
All right, guys. I was just talking to the audience
I'm
there.
still
Did you
learning,
guys all
guys.
hear
I'm
that
still learning.
that whole time? I was talking about the airplane. Did you guys
It's
hear that?
QU.
Oh wait, nope, can't hear you from the space. Oh wait, you can't.
I don't.
Wait,
I must not have messaged her, so I don't know.
that's weird.
Can you send her one for
No,
me, or is
terrible.
that
Oh shoot, sorry guys.
send her an invite?
I'm gonna try to unmute and do it again, but I don't want it to echo.
I don't know who can.
Yeah, of course. I will share the space with her. Give me a second.
Matt, you got a mic now?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna leave you unmuted so that way everything will work
I said it wrong.
how
Matthew.
it's supposed to
I
work.
was making sure you had a
You
mic.
can still hear the space, right?
Okay. I thought it was very interesting about the person that was on the Losi building that Candace brought up tonight. Let's see, what was his name? Because I wrote it down because I was going to do some more research on him. Apparently, he is on the Brady list, which is not good.
Double check now, guys. That you can hear the
Sometimes people are put
space.
on the Brady list in law enforcement for like really kind of, I don't know. Some things are kind of silly that
I
they get
did
put on
turn
it.
it down though because
But
it's kind of loud. No
it's
one.
interesting that he was on there and didn't
you
have a
guys are
comment
chatting.
as well. I guess his group doesn't hold on, I'm gonna add Jacob real fast. His enforcement, his station that he's at or whatever, or he was at, didn't
I'm still working through the
didn't comply with the
technicals.
Brady list, which I didn't know that was a possibility, but I guess maybe it is. Jacob, can you hear me now? Are you
Maybe I'll
on?
have to join from my phone too.
Hi, Louisiana. What you got going on?
I actually didn't, I didn't mean to hit speaker. Nothing, just and to listen. I figured Uncle Tom was live, but I thought it was on his X page. That was
Yeah, he's helped me out until Adam gets here. I don't know what Adam's doing. I gotta text him real fast. No. Okay. Sorry, guys. So what did you think about anybody here like in law enforcement have any opinions about him him being on the Brady list?
Yeah, guys, I know you can hear me. Thank you, Heather. I think also, Heather, you said that you donated. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very supportive. Love having you as a member. So now, in order for me to, I'm still trying to figure out the spaces on my laptop with the audio of the YouTube. A lot of
Okay,
people
let's
have
see
this
if
issue.
I can get Jacob on there
As long as you
with
can
Mike.
hear them.
Did you hear me, Tom?
I just don't want an echo. I'm going to try it again. Did I hear you about what?
I asked, could you help me get Jacob a mic, because he's who I was supposed to be talking to at first tonight anyways about the videos that he creates. It's kind
Oh
of
yeah, of
interesting.
course. Jacob, Mike, coming your way right now, buddy. It's sent, Jacob, so you're good to go.
Anyways, I was saying my Lisa drama today. Does anybody have anything I want to talk about? I feel like I'm talking to myself.
No, I don't. I think people are just coming in and stuff, and they're gonna grab mics.
yeah,
Let me.
space right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So Wendy, at the top, you see the 3 dots at the top.
Yes.
So those 3 dots, if you click space settings.
Let's see here. Okay.
Okay.
I see about spaces, turn off clips, adjust settings. Would that be it?
Maybe, yeah, adjust settings.
Okay. Allow everyone.
Not everyone, but you can do people who follow you.
Okay. It's on people who follow me.
Yeah, but the reason I'm showing you that is because it will it changes on its own without you changing it. So if you look in like 20 minutes, you'll see that it's blocking everyone from grabbing a mic. So you have to change it back, and you got it's weird why it does that. I don't know why it does that, but so now you at least know. Oh wait, she ended the space. All right, she ended the space, guy. She's trying to figure it out. But thank you for letting me know, guys, on YouTube that it sounded good. I appreciate that, because the one thing I didn't want is an echo. So because I got both microphones open and the echo already like 50 people who were here just left, I think, because I was fumbling around with it. But this is a high IQ outfit, guys. High IQ outfit. Very well. Baron's got the high IQ outfit. We need to be the technologically advanced outfit. Maybe that's what we are. So Wendy will probably open up the space again. And I will jump back in. A lot of independent investigators go into that space, her space. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Mom Donnie. No thanks, sir. Hey, well, Mom Donnie, at least he recognized, at least he's allowed to say, or not allowed to say, but at least he says and can acknowledge what genocide is. I think I can get banned for saying that online, which is crazy to me. Saying that on YouTube. All right. Let's see. I'm kind of doom scrolling right now just to see what's going on, if I missed anything. If I see something, I will share it with you. Oh, let's play this.
Okay, Laura Loomer. Let's talk about your good friend Laura. Speaking of tribalism within MAGA, some of these influencers, Cat Turd, Brendan Dilley, and by my opinion, have lost their minds. I was going to ask you what do you think is motivating them, but I think you've been pretty clear on that already.
Yeah, money.
Okay, so, but the feud between you and Laura Loomer has been exceptionally vicious. When did the trouble start with her?
Well, just to be clear, Laura Loomer and I don't consider us on the same level, so to speak. I'm much older than Laura. I'm 52 years old, married most of my adult life. I've had a very successful career. I've raised 3 children. So she and I have very big differences. She's much younger. She's around 30, I think. She's never been married. She has never had children. So we are in 2 very different areas as far as women. Her career, so to speak, has been basically her spewing all kinds of insanity on social media or into a microphone. She ran for Congress twice and she lost twice. I ran for Congress 3 times and I won all 3 times. So I served in Congress. She never did. So I don't consider us in the same, I don't know what you call it.
Realm.
So she's not someone I take serious. However, Laura Loomer was someone that I had met years ago. I think it was like not long after she got kicked off of Twitter. And I saw her fighting on issues and I was like, okay, good for her. She's fighting. So she was someone that I talked to, was very kind to. Fast forward a little bit of time when she was running for Congress, I endorsed her the first time, supported her campaign financially, and backed her. She lost that race. And then in 2020. And then in 2022, I believe it was, she ran for Congress again. However, she jumped to another district, hoping to be successful. And she wanted my endorsement again, but she was running against Daniel Webster, who is actually a conservative Republican. And I told her, I was like, you're not going to win, Laura. That's not a good seat to run in. I think if you're going to run look for an open seat. I was giving her different advice. Well, it was the fact that I refused to endorse her in that race and just didn't jump on board and do whatever she wanted. She got mad at me.
Interesting.
And so it was back. So she got mad at me and then she started attacking me. And that is Laura's literal story with practically everybody that she burns bridges with, which is almost everyone in her life. I mean, you can line up, I don't know, countless people from Milo Yiannopoulos to many others that supported Laura, tried to help her, worked with her, and then she burns them to the ground the minute they are honest and truthful with her or don't agree with exactly what she's wanting to do.
So you kind of feel like there was a grudge for a while, because as an outsider, I guess, looking at, I thought it started with Trump.
No, people don't know. It started with the fact that I wouldn't endorse her in her second campaign. And I said, Laura, run in an open seat for Congress. You'll be more successful there. And the first time she ran in a Democrat district.
I'm still here, guys. I'm just kind of working in the background.
It's the dumbest thing ever to
That
be like,
that
I'm gonna
space
go run
did
in this
open
blue
up. I'm going
district
to
and
jump
I'm going
back
to
into
win.
space
No, you're not, because there's not enough Republican
in a
voters.
second.
You're just not going to win. That was the first district she
I'm
ran
just
in, and she
doing
lost.
some work, like I
lost.
said, on the
Second
background.
one, she wanted to run against a long standing Republican incumbent, and she wasn't going to win. And guess what? She lost. So I tried to advise her, hey, run in an open seat and you really might have a chance of winning. And that's what made her mad at me, because I didn't endorse her.
Do you believe that she's talking to President Trump every day or on a regular basis?
I think she talks to him. I don't know about how much now, but yeah, she talks to him on a regular basis.
That's
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
Okay.
That should tell you a lot about Donald Trump.
It's an interesting visual or to imagine those conversations.
He loves to be worshipped, Brandon.
I do want to say I reached out to Laura Loomer and asked her if I could interview her. She said yes. And then the next day expressed that she was upset with me after researching my social media about a comment that I made about her that I think she interpreted more negatively than I meant it. So I don't know where I'm at with that, but I'm letting people know that I'm hoping.
Oh,
to
Laura Loomer
too would love to hear
complaining?
her side of the
That's
story.
odd.
So it's a two-way street. I want to give her the opportunity to respond to any of this. I did ask her if she was willing to debate you. And her response to me was, why would I debate her? And then she expressed
They never want to
seeming
debate.
to be genuinely bothered by being accused of being a foreign agent and by references you've made to her being a man. Do you think she's a foreign agent?
Wait, can you guys hear this? I did turn the volume down. I'm sorry. No wonder everybody's leaving.
Of Israel. That's proven by her advocacy for Israel and her own words. I think there's quite a few people that should be highly investigated for being a foreign agent. One of them.
This is so funny. I feel like you guys are like, you donate to me, so I'll keep the stream open so you can fight in the chat. This is interesting. I'm still trying to figure out how this streaming atmosphere. So it's kind of hilarious, but thanks for those. There's a lot of people watching too that aren't in the chat as well that just, I guess, are enjoying themselves. That's cool.
Also is Elaine Chao, Mitch McConnell's wife, who is the daughter of the largest shipping company in China. And I think she runs the company now, but she's been married to Mitch McConnell for decades. And Mitch McConnell collapsed, and apparently they did CPR and took him to the hospital 4 or 5 weeks ago. And 3 days later, according to reports, Elaine Chao flew to China and met with the vice president of China. What kind of wife leaves her husband's bedside and flies off to a foreign country so far away after her husband basically died and they had to give him CPR? That's not normal. And so it's not extraordinary.
Oh wait, there's sloppers. What's going on?
Yeah,
What's going on in the chat, guys? We have sloppers. We have sloppers. We can. Well, Heather, you already donated. You bought me an MRE, Heather, so you can definitely remove a slopper. By all means, you can remove at least one slopper. Anybody who buys an MRE can remove the slopper of their choice. By the way, that was a mighty generous donation as well, Heather. I wasn't even looking exactly at the amount. So, but yeah, you can remove, since you are admin, moderator, and let's see, where are we at? Let me play
Are
this.
very likely, whether it's just on their own or they're being paid to do so, working in the interest of a foreign country.
Do you think she's a man?
No, Laura Loomer's not a man, but it's fun to call her Larry.
Had to ask. I hope you're all enjoying the Brandon Straka Show and wanted to let you know that for a limited time only, we're featuring episodes both on the Walk Away Campaign YouTube channel and the Brandon Straka YouTube channel. But eventually, all episodes will be exclusively on the Brandon Straka YouTube channel.
All right, Brandon. Are you wearing makeup, Brandon? I hope not, Brandon. Who are you, Brandon? I don't know who that is. Sorry, Brandon. Maybe you are based though, Brandon. I'm not sure. All right, let's go back. Where's Wendy? Wendy, you said you had a space open, Wendy. Let's see. All right. I'm not seeing it, guys. Let me keep looking here. Let me keep looking here.
There's something coming up needs to be clipped, and they can be listening and be ready.
Oh, yeah, I was mad at that Blake guy, Blake Bernards, because he goes, "This is real important, guys. So you better get your clipper thing out." And then I told him I need 8 seconds. I said there's a 3-second delay for the thing. It does a countdown. If you say that, or like click some buttons, like so I need 8 seconds. So remember that day he gave a 5 count? He counted really nice and slow, 5. I said, give at least a 5 count.
Man, you got some people here. You got a Jarbot in here. He's ready to. Y'all have zero logic and reason.
All right, Uncle Tom's coming up here.
Uncle Tom.
John the Magic Man's in here.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening?
Wolf, check your DM.
We got Cruising.
Love cruising.
My
All right,
DM,
let's get the show on the road.
my DMs are open too, Louisiana.
Absolutely. So what are you saying about a 30-06, Wolf Dad? What's the deal?
There wasn't one. That's the deal. There was no 30-06. The only 30-06 that was there is the one that the feds got caught putting in the wrong spot.
Absolutely.
That was about it.
Absolutely.
Hey, Jacob, you got to follow me back. If you follow me back, you can message me. Jacob can't request. I mean, I could kick him. Jacob, go ahead and leave the space and then come back in. And then down at the bottom, like the lower left-hand side, it should say a thing called request, and hit that. If I don't see that, I'll request you. But just exit the space and come back in, and it will reset something. For good measure, you could force close your app.
Okay,
go ahead and do that. No problem.
Not my mic, but the
Yeah, I feel bad because I was supposed to ask him questions about his video and stuff, but we might have to do it another night if we can't get it going. I don't want to spend all night trying to figure out how to get that mic working. So I totally agree with you. I don't think there was any 30-06. Now, Granada MT made a good deal with that when he shot that 17 HMR into that ribeye. It looked more most things would look more plausible than a 30-06. I get that, but I mean, he kind of added something to my theory idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I bounced that Lego guy, so now I'm gonna go and add him.
I still see him.
No, I bounced him.
Okay.
So
Tom, we're gonna have to start a school where we teach people how to operate these spaces, I guess.
Well, y'all are pros. That's no fair. Come on, Wolf Dad.
We're not pros.
Wendy,
we
he's gonna hate you, or he's gonna hate
Yeah,
you or hate
what
me.
we'll
'cause I
do
booted
is
him.
we'll have a little short yellow bus, and we will drive it around and show people how to use spaces.
As long as I promise not to lick the windows, right?
All right, this Jacob guy is back. It looks like he's a stalker. I booted him. He came back. So good job. He's doing good.
So
I'm
Wendy, sorry to interrupt. Well, Wendy, say hi to people on YouTube. You've got 150 people on YouTube.
Hard to support our
Why am I
family,
on
and yet a
YouTube?
significant
Hello.
150 people on YouTube now. Checking out. We've got let's see. We've got Syracuse, New York, Virginia, New Mexico, Canada.
Hi guys.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for saying hello to them.
Tom, does Wendy get all the super chats?
I don't need super chats, and I guarantee you, I'm not gonna get a damn one.
No, they love you. They love you on this side.
That's crazy to me. You know, I listened to like my last space, and I did not like my voice at all.
Nobody likes their own
I was
voice.
like, oh my God, do I really sound like that? Because I sound so different in my head.
Right. I sound like an asshole in my head and in real life. So
Well, you know, yeah, thank God.
Hi,
I should've-
Wendy. I'm the same way. I look back and I listen to myself and I'm like, oh my God, I sound like a goofball. I agree with you.
I can't see who's talking. I'm sorry.
My name is Michelle. I'm sorry. I don't know how I actually got on here to speak.
Oh, I see you now.
New to this, so I mean, I'm not new to the spaces, but new
New to
how I,
speaking.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh no, it's fine. Most of my followers, I think I clicked so that my followers can have a mic if they want one.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Wendy.
Yeah,
And-
no problem.
And you sound great when you speak. I just want to say that.
Oh, thank you very
You're welcome.
much.
You're welcome.
I did want to bring up something, and this, I don't know if this is like crazy of me or whatever, but you know, I was talking with some friends thinking about it, and I did make a post about it today, and that is that I would like to keep, you know, as much as possible. Listen, we're all assholes, and I get that we're all assholes most of the time. But like, if somebody comes in and they're just asking innocent questions, and I'm not talking about Mitch, I'm talking about people that ask innocent questions, maybe we can veer them more towards, you know, understanding our theory a little better rather than just like going on the attack. Does that make sense? Yes, I got a heart. Okay, cool. Cool. Adam, what you doing, bud?
We could just have a question for them to start it off. We just
go
say,
for it, Uncle Tom, because I
no for
things
the
usually
people
kick
who
off
come
after
in.
everybody gets a little comfortable. You know what I mean?
Right. I try to make people uncomfortable, but what we could do when people come in and they're asking questions, we start off with, do you want to help with this investigation to see if we can get more evidence to either get Tyler convicted or exonerated, and see what they say.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny you say that, because like I offered up a little prayer and I was like, and God, please, you know, keep Tyler alive so that way we can have justice and justice can truly prevail. And people who call themselves Christians got on there and like cussed me up one side and down the other. How dare you pray for this man, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Goodness.
I didn't even ask that he be found innocent. I asked that justice prevail. That's it. You know what I mean? You're putting your own spin on that, buddy.
Well, Bronson's in here too, so you might have several hundred people because he's probably on YouTube. He streams these to YouTube.
No, he's not streaming. He messaged me and told me he was.
Thank God,
he's just
please
chilling
don't-
tonight. He's just chilling tonight.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
You've got 90,000 people, Wendy, listening to you. No, I'm joking.
No, I don't. You're gonna make me nervous, and I'm gonna shut up and clam up, and then we're gonna be screwed. I can't believe nobody has any. Oh shit! I muted everybody. I'm sorry. I unmuted you now.
Oh, you pulled a Louisiana. She likes to
I
mute
fat fingered it
MySpace.
every fucking time. I fat finger it. I
Travis
don't mean
put
to.
Louisiana muting my
I
entire
am so
space.
sorry.
Oh, is that where who got pissed at that? Somebody
Andrew Wilson. Andrew was
Andrew
like,
Wilson.
all right, I guess I'm gonna go. I'm like, oh great.
And I was like, no,
okay.
no, no. No, I was trying to accept someone, and then like I pressed the wrong button. It was my fault. I'm sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry for. I would never apologize to that man. It'd be a cold day
No,
of
no, I'm
hell.
apologizing to Uncle Tom because it was like a great conversation.
No, you gotta pray for him, Wendy. What do you mean? Pray for Andrew
Shut up. I
Wilson.
didn't say I was St. Mary. I'm just saying like how ridiculous it is. I'm kind of calling out their self-religious, like they act so holier than thou, and then they get on and do that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Your response should be, "Thou shalt not judge."
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I've used it a few times.
I like that.
Yep.
Hey
Wendy, just
guys,
so
you
know,
can
too,
still hear the
you
space,
could
right?
have, since you're close with Tom, you can have 2 co-hosts. That way you can add another slot. You could have 10
Oh,
speakers.
okay. Hold on. Let me add. You want it, Tom?
Louisiana. Add Louisiana.
Louisiana, you want it?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Who said I'll do it?
This Adam guy.
Adam, you're already
Adam guy.
co-host. You're already co-host.
He's already co-host.
Oh. No, you have to add. I can't. A co-host can't add a co-host.
Well, you're supposed to be able to. I don't know. I don't think it works well though. I don't think.
Hold on, Louisiana. I'm
Most
gonna get you
co-hosts
on
can't
here.
even add 2 + 2.
Right.
Did I send it to you, Louisiana?
I'm DMing Lego guy, and he sent me a screenshot, and it's like down at the bottom there is no accept. So I don't know if it's a different screen size, or is there a thing where you can scroll to see the bottom?
Or is it
Fort
could it be that do
guys.
you have to have so many followers to have a mic? Could that be what it is?
I don't think so.
No.
Then I don't know why in the world it's not giving him, like I've given him a mic
It's
like
just
50
your
times.
connection. It's just going to be like.
Okay, so what you do?
Resetting, but
No, hold on. What you do, Wendy, is go back to that space settings I show you. Don't end the space again. Don't click end or leave. Anything like
I thought
that.
it was like save. I thought end was like save.
No.
So
No, click. Go back to the space setting and click on adjust settings, and then put everyone. That's how you can make sure he's able to get a mic.
yeah, and then if somebody ridiculous gets on there, we can just mute their mic.
Exactly.
Whatever.
You just kick them out.
Yeah, not a big deal. Okay, now everyone should be able to get a mic if they want one. So people who want to talk, I'm not just doing that for Jacob. Like if you have something you want to say, please. We're all in this investigation together. We're all trying to figure things out together. So please chime in.
Fuck, I'll chime in.
Oh
okay.
No. Well, first, do you want to help us with the investigation to get to the bottom of this and either can get Tyler convicted or exonerated?
Well, I think there's a good ratio in here that we could go with. There'd be a good back and forth.
Oh my God!
Where
yes or no?
there's
yes
a pushback.
No,
yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Okay.
I think there's good pushback in here. I think
this is
there's good numbers. There's good numbers in here.
Because you're going to hear.
Oh, is this logic for real?
It's not.
Yeah.
You got to have
Yes.
good civil discourse.
Unfortunately.
He wanted me to start a space and I wouldn't because he wants to go round and around with me and I'm not doing it tonight, Logic. I'm not.
Well, that's why we get to the truth, though, right? I mean, like we got to go and push back on stuff, right?
And there's my truth and there's the in between, right? But my truth is my truth, and same with you. But I'm not doing it tonight with you. No.
Yeah, but then, like 10 years ago, whenever this whole my truth thing came out, we just dismissed this a long time ago, where it's like your truth doesn't really necessarily matter; it's just the truth.
Listen,
right?
Louisiana has full muting power. She is a co-host on this show, so if you piss her off too
I
much,
know.
she's just going to shut you up.
He knows.
I know she's good.
Did you
She's
Logic?
good.
Logic? Did you watch Baron Coleman on Julian Dorey's show?
No, I haven't watched a single minute of one of his shows. I only seen maybe like 30 minutes of clips full time ever of Baron.
Oh, okay. No
What did
wonder.
you
No
think
wonder
about it,
you're
Uncle
so
Tom?
not in the know.
Oh, you're missing
Wait, who do you watch, Logic?
He watches
Garrett.
Paramount.
No. I watch evidence. I watch court cases, like
No, but I mean,
evidence that's submitted
Lisa
under.
knows.
No, evidence that is submitted under penalty of perjury. It's like I don't care what somebody says if they could just freely say it.
but for this case, you only been in spaces. You've not listened to any podcast at all regarding the case. No one.
Well, I've heard theories and stuff like that. Everybody goes and posits them and stuff like that, of course, right? But I'm not one particular person for sure.
Okay, but if you had to, like, if you were like, okay, I want to go listen to a podcast, who would you pick to go listen to? Who would be your cup of tea?
Fucking none of them.
Destiny.
No, absolutely, like none of them. Like absolutely zero. Why would I go to a podcast when I can go and get the information straight from the sources?
Are you a black and white thinker?
No. I just go to get to the source. It's like, where do you think that Baron and all these podcast guys and all this stuff is getting their information from? Like,
His years as a lawyer.
Yeah, he's got the pleadings of the case, charging documents, medical examiner report. Plus, he's got many experts that he's worked with over the years or developed relationships with over the years. So, does that answer your question?
Well, yeah. Well, right. But so does everybody else.
No,
Right?
you don't have the flight logs. You don't have FAA reports. You don't have police scanners. You don't have any.
What
of that.
makes him special?
You don't have body
Uncle Tom,
cam.
what makes
you
him-
don't have body cam.
what makes him special?
Dude, you asked a question, bro. I'm answering the question. Now you want to move the goalpost.
If you interrupt, you can't hear his
I
answer.
really don't mind that he interrupts. I'm just saying that he's not contending with what I said. He completely ignored everything.
You're saying that Baron Coleman has special
So
information that
you
we don't
asked
have access
where
to.
is the source? What does he use
So what-
as a source? And I told you.
Right. So how is that different from what I can get?
No, I'm not saying it's different than what.
Okay, so right, so we can have the same
No, I'm
information.
saying, but you haven't got.
We're reading the same
you don't
information.
have it, is what I'm saying. You don't.
Can I ask, Logic, do you have like a law background? Because Baron brings his perspective to it, and I think that's the difference.
Well, no, I do not have an law background, but that's a fallacious argument. I mean, you don't need to have one, right?
You don't need to have one, but if you're going to listen to a podcaster, you'd want to listen to someone who probably has a little bit of background as far as how the system works, why they're pleading, what they're doing, what he thinks about it.
Wait, what do you?
Well,
Why
for
is
sure.
why?
But why do we? Wait, Uncle
wait.
Tom, just real quick. Well, but that's the But why don't we put lawyers on in the jury then?
There
Big difference. Juries are a jury of your peer. They're judging him.
That's correct. So that's how that works. So you don't need a lawyer in order to judge someone, right? Is that fair?
Nobody said you can't. Nobody says you can't judge anyone.
Today with you,
You're
look,
just
you guys need
you're just
context.
moving the goalpost all around.
Y'all go to my.
No, I'm just playing with the logic. She said that you need that in order to have good information, somebody needs to be a lawyer. Well,
No.
No, that's not what I said at all.
It's not
So
even
I'm
what
just
she
gonna say
said.
Logic
dude.
is on one. Logic is on one today. So if you guys want to get a little taste of what you're dealing with here, go look at my page right quick. He and I have been going round and around for about an hour, and I'm just
okay.
like,
So then why ask me if I'm a lawyer? What's the relevance?
Well, because your
He has a
perspective.
different perspective
Yeah.
than you, and he has a good perspective, I would say, and an educated perspective. Because, like, if I'm looking at, let's say, somebody's, I don't know, X-ray, I probably would want a doctor to help me look at it. I mean, I might be able to figure out where the lungs are and that type of thing, but I would probably want a doctor to help me figure out the details.
Well, correct. But then my perspective is we don't have lawyers on the case proving innocent or guilt. They're not jurors. So
what?
It's actually it's an argument from authority. It's fallacious.
We're not
Just
trying
because
to judge, though.
just because
That's
he's a lawyer doesn't mean that he's correct, right?
No.
Like we can agree with
Nobody's
that, right?
saying that.
You
We're
have the
not trying
jury.
to judge either. We're just trying to help bring facts about.
in a court of law, do you have expert testimony, expert witnesses that come and, you know, do you have do you think there's some subject matter experts? Do you think that's like something that doesn't exist or something? I don't know what.
Well, yes. Well, of course, there's subject matter experts in certain things.
Okay.
But to say that he's a subject matter expert in
law, in
law, that's fine. Then maybe he might be, right.
Then yeah,
but
maybe he'll have a better
specifics.
Yeah.
No, in this but he doesn't have the specifics of the case because he's not a part of the case.
Yeah, but a more informed.
Has he seen the 2 terabytes? Has he seen the 2 terabytes of information?
We don't know.
So then if he hasn't,
that there's 2 terabytes. We don't know that that's
okay. So has he seen any part of the case file?
Has the defense?
Besides what's been publicly available. So you're still saying you're still appealing to his authority because he's a lawyer,
of information that's not even been. We have a lot of information that they never even went around and investigated or interviewed.
This guy is arguing with me.
Videos. Yeah, we have a ton of evidence.
He's kind of
that they never went and got.
He goes by ironically logic and reason.
They never did any of that stuff. So yeah, there's a ton of evidence that's out there that crowdsourced journalism has gotten that they have not even.
If you guys want me to
made an effort to get.
If you'd like me to stick around,
but that's a different claim because you guys are claiming that because he's a lawyer, then all of a sudden he's expert on this specific case.
But if he has,
he's not an expert on this
case,
specific.
If there's evidence on this case that nobody's taking and it's easily provable, and they're not accepting it or not even asking about it, then we may be more expert on this case than they are because they're trying to put together a 30-06 on the Losi building from Tyler Robinson that was never even within 2 miles of UVU between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. So yeah, there's a lot of evidence. They're trying to try something and put somebody on what would you say, on death row. They're trying to put somebody on death row. This should be taken seriously. They should be getting all of the evidence. They should be looking at every corners, turning over every stone. Like, they're not doing this.
But do you agree with me when I say that they don't have to overturn every stone? They just have to prove that Tyler Robinson did it. That's their burden of proof, right?
Correct.
Right. So they don't have to turn over every stone. They don't have to go down every crazy lead like you guys are doing. They only got to prove the facts of the case that Tyler Robinson did it. And you're saying that because they're not going down all these roads for what you believe, that means that they're not doing a thorough investigation. They don't have to prove that. They don't have to go down on these roads. They just got to prove that he was the one that did it. That's it.
But that doesn't stop us from doing what we do and for looking into it.
Thank you, Wendy.
No, I agree. I agree that you guys should do all that.
But the defense should be doing this too, and they're not. They're acting in what would you say, in
bad faith.
I know, but then that's where you lose. I know, but that's where you lose some of the audience, right? Is because you're saying.
I just want to know, do I win an award for getting Logitech to agree with me?
Yeah, you do.
There's an actual trophy.
Say it louder because he's
I know, but what you're doing when you say this though is that you're now making a claim, and it could be interpreted as slanderous that the defense is not doing what they're supposed to do for their client.
They're not.
You realize that you're saying that now. I know, so that's a slanderous claim, but you have to have evidence for this.
Logic, would you agree that there's reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson was at UVU, and especially, like Baron said, that's not illegal to be there or criminal. But on top of that, Losi Center roof, is there any reasonable doubt for you?
No, not for me.
Why?
Because he's got his DNA is on the roof. There's a bunch of confessions.
I could have my DNA there. And
that's fine,
Wait,
but it wasn't
they
though.
didn't find his DNA on the roof, actually.
They did. They found it on the screwdriver that was recovered from the roof.
Right.
And
okay,
so
in
they actually placed it
the
up there.
screwdriver that was found on the roof.
Evidence.
But that's not concrete evidence to find somebody guilty.
But that's fine. That's why you have to take the totality of everything that's happening.
You're talking
gotta
about
take
the
the
screw. Wait,
confessions
hold
of
on.
it.
You're talking about
So
the
you take-
screwdriver where the
it's not
cop's
one thing or the
camera went
other.
out.
Right. Conveniently.
That's fine. That you can say that. That's perfect utility to go and posit that in there, right?
Right.
But whenever you posit this, you're saying that somebody's lying under oath. That's a slanderous claim.
Well, if they can prove it.
Wait, who's under oath here?
Everybody
the
that's witnessed.
officer that
Hey guys,
witnessed-
I'm about
the
to mute
officer
my
that witnessed
mic. Let me know if you can still hear the
screwdriver on
space.
top
You
of the
should
roof
be
that
able
had
to.
his DNA.
The same one
So
that
when you-
conveniently forgot that what the lady saw on the video was a bald man and 3 guys getting out of the car. That same officer?
No, it's a different officer.
Yes, it's that one.
But hey,
No, it's not.
state and public officials acting in their state duties, they cannot sue you for slander. They're able to be criticized.
No, I know. I get it. So when we're talking about suing, we're talking about defamation, right? Slander is a
They
different
still can't.
category,
Defamation,
right?
they
So you're
can't do it
basically
as a state official under and
you're basically accusing somebody of something that you don't actually have proof for, and that's what slander is. Whether or not they can go and prove a defamation case is completely different.
Okay, but let's go.
Slander away.
Official capacity.
Wait, can I ask
Different.
Logic? Can I ask Logic a question that has nothing to do with the case? Just more of like, I just want to get to know you a little bit better, and I'm curious, what podcasts do you listen to? Podcasts, and if so, like which ones do you like?
I do not. I don't listen to podcasts.
Do you?
I used to a long time ago.
Source?
No, not at all. I go straight to source. So I don't really care what somebody tells me. You know what I mean? It's like
No, I
I
understand,
don't
but,
have
like-
time. I don't have time to listen to somebody's synopsis of
Yeah, he has time
what they
to come
think
fight
about
in
something.
spaces. He has time to fight in spaces for 6 hours and fight on the timeline. And he doesn't have
well, how about
access
this?
to FAA records. Didn't listen to police scanners that day.
Well, Uncle Tom, you just lied. I've never been in a.
Didn't watch body
Why do you
cam
lie?
footage.
But let's get back to Tyler Robinson that
all
is on death row.
Yeah, don't derail it. It's like,
Put
why
in
do
the
you lie?
nest-
I've
put
never
in
been
the
in the
nest
space
the
for
police
6 hours.
scanner. Put in the nest the police scanner you listened to lately. Put in the nest, please.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what police scanner. It's like it's just silly.
Logic,
It's like
logic.
ancillary.
I'm really
Doesn't
curious
matter.
because
Wait, hold on. Wait.
I was
just-
reading
Hold on.
the comments that you wrote in Louisiana's post, and to me, it's
Yeah,
like
no disrespect to her either. No disrespect to her either.
no, I'm not disrespecting anybody, not you. Even though I don't think you have any logic, but that's fine.
Today.
I'm not going to disrespect you. I'm sure you've heard that 20 million times. So
No disrespect. You're completely void of logic. Carry on.
okay.
Wendy, just
That's
so you know,
fine. That's fine.
Real quick, Wendy.
Breaking news.
When
Is
Jacob just
we have Jacob as a speaker, folks.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hold on, Jacob.
He
Just
had
a
to
minute. Let him
update his
finish this
Android.
thought, and then we'll get to
I'm
it.
sorry.
Go ahead, Logic.
Go ahead,
well, I don't
Logic.
know
I told Jacob to let
I'm
you finish your
good.
thought.
Oh, it was Cuban. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cuban.
No, I'm good. It's like wherever you guys want to go, that's fine.
No, I wish that Baron was here, but I don't think he's gonna really do this. I mean, I
He's
wouldn't.
not a fan of spaces.
I wouldn't if I was him. But nonetheless, I just
Well,
don't.
don't you think that's a problem? Just like you
No,
think that's a
of course
problem that
not.
he's not willing to debate his ideas.
Logic. No, let's not make this about Candace or Baron or Stu, Peter. Nobody. Let's just try to find the person guilty or innocent. Okay, that's all I care. Because finding the whole truth it's too broad. Okay, that's gonna take years. Okay, maybe, but not by the looks of this. But okay, but the kid, the 24-year-old is sitting on death row. Okay, and I want to find out if he killed, actually he didn't kill anybody, assassinated Charlie Kirk. That's all I want. And I'm so mad at Candace because she keeps saying, Candace, I hope you're hearing this. Stop saying murder, killed. No, your friend was assassinated. So
100%.
okay, so
Agreed.
I think that, that's what we should concentrate and let's not waste time in putting each other down or any of that crap. Okay, so you
Hey,
say
Logic,
that.
I'm sorry, I'm on to interrupt here.
Go
Logic,
right ahead, Jacob.
well, this
All
is
right, just what
Adam.
you're
I had a question for Logic. You said something about Baron Coleman. What did you want him to do? What was the request you had?
Well, I think that he should actually go and try to debate some logicians.
He said
I think that he should actually do it.
He said yesterday.
You want him to come in? You want him to come in now, or just in general?
No, just in general. I mean, like there's a lot better than me. I'm fucking 4th, 5th, 7th tier. I'm nobody.
He'll crush you. He'll crush you.
But what I'm saying is, like, why don't we believe Tyler Robinson when he says that he was the one that did it? Why don't you guys believe him?
Let's slow down. Let's slow down. Let's stop right there. Let's concentrate.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Go right ahead, Adam.
I'm a co-host here. Jacob is finally here. We had technical difficulties. He had to update his app, so I wanted to pass it over to Wendy.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Jacob,
I'm trying
are you
to keep
off
it on
mute?
track here as a co-host. We can discuss things later. So we had.
I just want to real quick, and it's only going to take just a second. I wanted to introduce everyone to Jacob because Jacob is the one who created that Lego video that has Candace Owens in it, and her battle bun and her being pregnant, which I thought was really cute and everybody seemed to like. So I just kind of wanted to say hi to Jacob. And is there anything that you wanted to say, Jacob, or that you thought was going on?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
Everybody?
we can hear you. Go.
Okay, perfect. Thankfully. Yeah, I'm sorry. Silly me, I'm sitting there able to figure out AI videos and stuff. But when it comes to, not updating my own app,
It's fine. We all go through that. But I just wanted to make sure everybody was following you and knew who you were, knew that you were the one that created that video. He makes a lot of really cool AI videos, so that way everyone knows.
Based on Christianity morals. Now, the funny thing about this was when Iran started to make these Lego videos, that's what got me very intrigued to figure out, like, how the hell did they do that? I like what they're doing. So it forced me to, like, think, what if I took things into my own perspective on, like, because music itself, like nowadays, like as we listen to it, it's just like, would I rather listen to something that I create is fake and listen to the truth, or rather listen to something that's made by real people and speak something that's like, it's just fake. Anymore, it's just fake to me. So, and you hear all these hidden messages and stuff
Are you
like
coming
that.
out? Are you coming out with anything new, or?
Oh, funny you should say that. So I'm thinking about doing another one with where I'm going to have Candace added on as for something that's going to be funny. Now, I've got some ideas planned out that I want to keep secret for now, but I think within this week, I'll give myself a time frame within to like have something that's very unique and to like send a message out to explain that, well, we're listening, and whatever system that they created, it's just obviously not working anymore to what they're trying to put out there.
Absolutely. Okay, so if you guys want to follow me, he's coming out with new stuff. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew who he was. You're welcome to join in the chat with us, Jacob, and interject as much as you feel like interjecting. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Q, but I had to get him up here because he had so many mic issues and I felt bad. So
I'm following Jacob. Jacob, just an idea. Don't say anything because I know it must be a surprise every time you create something, definitely. But hint about not saving Tyler Robinson, finding out the truth and not killing a human being if if there's any reasonable doubt, something like that. That's all I care about, because people are like attacking each other. Wait a minute. Why do you want him to go free? What? No. Don't twist it. Don't get it twisted. Let's focus here. I just want to find out. We can't find. I don't have faith that we're going to find out who actually killed him, because I suspect that it's many people involved in this. So I just want to find out if Tyler Robinson shot
Yeah.
him, what they're
I think
alleging.
we
And that's what
all do for sure.
and that's what logic is not having logic about. And that's all. I mean, instead of arguing and saying there's no reasonable doubt, you're saying there's no reasonable doubt that's Tyler Robinson. Actually, the footage that everyone, the people that were there at UVU and Candace and the FBI, whoever has released, doesn't show with no reasonable doubt. Remember, it's you on the line, your life. Okay, there's no concrete evidence that it's Tyler Robinson.
You know, this is my issue with it, and this is what I was trying to explain to him earlier. I mean, the JFK files, we talked about this. 9/11, the files. Most of these files have not been released to date, and we've not seen all the evidence. Could we all agree on that?
100%, 100%.
So why is it now with Charlie Kirk, don't ask any questions? And to be honest, I wouldn't be asking any questions if TPUSA would be acting normal. It's the fact that they are acting from the jump. And don't ask me how or why. It's just a feeling. Like, you know how you just felt yucky from the beginning? I believed Erica was going to like do right after the memorial. She kind of gave me a bad feeling when she gave her first speech, you know, in his office. But I was like, nope. He just died. I'm gonna put it aside.
But then the coffin.
It's a lot of things, and I
It's
think
a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the things that put this whole case on.
Hey, you guys, you didn't tell me Baron was on. Let me put that on in a second. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Baron's on tonight. What's that? Oh, it's Monday. Of course he's on. Hold on, guys. Oh, that's crazy. I should have guessed. No wonder people left to go over there. They probably were like, why aren't you playing Baron? And I probably wasn't even paying attention to the chat. I just had my days mixed up. Hold on, guys. Alrighty. Let me play this. Yeah, Baron is on, guys. Let's see, is this it? This is it. Okay.
All right, guys, welcome in. We've got a lot to cover today. I hope you have enjoyed your, I don't even know if it's an afternoon off or a day off or whatever from your humble host, but he's back. He's back. If you were like me, you watched the Julian Dorey interview. I wanted to see it. He was posting several clips of it. I was like, all right, I'm going to bite the bullet and watch the whole thing in its entirety. I don't love watching myself on camera, certainly, but I thought it came out all right. He is in his prime. He's in his prime. He reminds me of a a younger Joe Rogan, but more fearless at his age than Joe was when he was just a few years into it. So if you hadn't checked it out, I think he linked it as a collab link, so you'll be able to, I think, find it through my channel. But if not, go to his channel. You can find it there as well. We have a tremendous amount to cover, and it is what a coinky-dink. We were going to talk about Officer Bagley today, and Candace talked about Officer Bagley today, and she gave us a great piece of intel that we're going to look at. We're going to take a look at this during the show because it plays nicely into my theory that there was a backup plan in place. And I think I can prove it. And I think what happened at UVU sort of, and what she covered tonight sort of exposes what the backup plan was. So we will get to that. When I open tonight, I'm going to get into, it's a little cap and gowney for the open. And I want to give a disclaimer. I'm well aware of all the conspiracy theories that surround what we're going to talk about. I'm very well aware of them. But I wrote the open down the middle because I don't want people to lose the broader point if I go into some of the conspiracy angles of what we're talking about. So please refrain from commenting and say, but Baron, the real reason this event happened, the real reason this giant chaotic storm happened is X, Y, and Z. I know what the real reasons were. Trust me. But I didn't want to get so far off base in talking about it that we lose the point I was trying to make. And the point is in the conclusion of the open. So bear with me as we go through sort of the mainstream narrative of this particular event. I think it has a lot of application to what we're going to talk about tonight in terms of a potential backup plan. We also return to some of the original police radio tonight. We're going to look at some of the radio calls about some items that were found, jackets, gloves, hats, all that kind of stuff, because we now find a little more detail in what we're looking for. A little more detail that might cause us to ask, whose exactly was that stuff again? Because we looked around and don't find what is alleged to have been found. And we also are going to take a look at Christian pastors wishing violence upon podcasters. It doesn't sound very Christian to me. It doesn't sound very pastor-like or whatever he is. I'm not sure if he's a pastor, calls himself a theologian or apologetics person or something. I'm not sure what he calls himself. It's Frank Turek. What a turd. I don't know any other way to say it. The man is just a turd. Anyone who will walk around in public with those glasses on is suspect right out of the gate. No offense if you have a pair of those, but you constantly look like you're just coming home from the shooting range. You're a little weird. I mean, that's all there is to it. You're just a little weird. If I don't know any other way to say it, right? If I'm running home reading with my shooting goggles on, I think people would be right to sort of take a step back and say, what the hell's going on here? Right? What's happening? It's not unlike, well, I don't want to say that. It's weird. It's just weird. That's all there is to it. So we will take a quick look at that. We're also going to dig into some of the testimony Officer Bagley gave about his body-worn camera footage. We've done a little additional investigation. We found the precise model he was using. We've seen what should have happened, and we'll talk about it. And we'll ask, did that happen? Or did they just trim the footage out and hide it? Because, frankly, I think that's what happened. So let's get into it. I'm going to start with the open again, ladies and gentlemen. Please understand that one more thing. Some of you must be new. I cough a lot. At Julian's place, I didn't have my mute button. I have one here. It's a cough button. I don't have that there. And so you guys got to hear me hack around a little bit on his show. But a lot of you notice I do. And inevitably, I get emails, I don't want to say daily, but a lot about, is he taking an ACE inhibitor? Is he taking lisinopril? I take no medicine relative to blood pressure. I just cough. I have a terrible cough. I've had it for going on 46 years. All right. So I hacked all through elementary school and middle school and high school and college and law school and all through my career. I'm sorry if it annoys people. I can't help that. But I don't need advice relative to it with respect to whether or not I'm taking some sort of blood pressure medicine. I can assure you my blood pressure is spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. All right. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I want to get into this open though, because I don't know how lengthy it is, but it's meaty. But I think it's a fun little trip through a story obviously serious historians are well aware of the arguments of this about what happened. A lot of amateur historians are not. A lot of amateur people just out there walking around are not particularly well versed in what kicked off World War I. And I want to talk about it because I think, believe it or not, the kicking off of World War I has application to the death of Charlie Kirk. I want you to listen to this story, and as we talk about it, I want you to say, this sounds awfully familiar. But in order to get there, we got to go all the way back to the early part of the 20th century. We've got to look at Europe. What was Europe like in the earliest part of the 20th century? It was simmering tensions everywhere you looked. It was a continent full of simmering tensions. There was this balance of power, and it was precarious. It was very poorly constructed, and it rested on things like militarism, imperial ambition, and there was this series of rigid alliance systems that had formed, particularly around Germany. Otto von Bismarck, in his attempt to structure Germany together in the late 19th century, really put a weird alliance over the continent. And so by the time World War I came around, the major powers had really divided into two opposing camps. There was the Triple Alliance of Germany, and this was Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. So you have, kind of in a row right in the middle of the continent. And then on the other side, you had the Triple Entente of France, Russia, and Britain. So sort of the periphery of Europe. So you had the center of Europe and the periphery of Europe. And it led to an arms race. There were massive investments in things like armies and navies. People were building boats. I mean, they were planting forests in order to build boats 20 years from now. Add to that, you had colonial rivalries in Africa and Asia. This was the era of colonialism, or the kind of the tail end of colonialism. But this a lot of mutual suspicion about who's putting colonies where, and why are you putting there? Are you challenging us? Are you building up something to challenge us? And nationalism. This was the beginning of sort of the nationalist movement, and it just was surging everywhere you looked, and it was nowhere more explosive than in the Balkans. And you guys know that because we are huge in the Balkans, and you guys play a central role here. The Balkans had been dominated by the Ottomans for a long time, but the Ottomans were in sunset. They were declining. And so you have Balkan Wars, 1912, 1913, and it had pretty dramatically reshaped the map. Serbia sort of emerged as the larger power. They were more confident, and they were determined to unite all the southern Slavic people. So the Serbs, the Croats, the Slovenes, and there were others, but those are kind of the big groups. And it basically functioned as a greater Serbia, or a broader Yugoslav state. Austria-Hungary was a multi-ethnic dual monarchy. It's quite unlike what was going on in the Balkans. It was ruled by the Habsburgs and had been for a long time. And most importantly, for this point, it viewed Serbia's ambition as an existential threat. The empire had already struggled to manage their diverse populations. Again, Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Poles, even some Slavs. By 1908, it had formally annexed Bosnia-Herzegovina. This was a territory it had been in charge of for like 3 decades, maybe 4. 3 or 4 decades. And the annexation rightly outraged the Serbian nationalists because they saw Bosnia and its Serb population as sort of rightfully theirs. I mean, if you're Serbian, you should join us and not.
Hey guys, just wanted to check in with you. I haven't been quiet for a little bit, just been working in the background. Thanks for sticking on with me. We hit the 5-hour mark. Still going for a little while here. Would be you can buy me an MRE. It's pinned in the chat. Buy me an MRE for my bunker so I can survive this apocalypse. No, hopefully we don't get an apocalypse, but there's a lot going on. I'm a concerned citizen. I shouldn't even be having to be a streamer. This is really dystopic in the first place. We should all have normal jobs where we work in our community and support each other. And you can still do that stuff, but yeah, we have like this information war happening. And so I definitely figured that I need to try to do something. I got some cool things in the work too. I will keep you guys posted on that. But yes, I appreciate it. Buy me an MRE, like, subscribe. I will be going into more about the donations too in the future. I would like to, well, it doesn't even matter. I don't need to get into it now. But I'd like to get into it eventually, and what you're supporting, what your initiative is supporting here. I will give you just a quick, I won't leave you in suspense, but I'd like to be able to break it down by percentages if people would like some part of their percentage. I think the community will agree on certain percentages for things, legal, fund, also like whatever, like just say marketing, awareness, and different nonprofits, cancer. So maybe it's security if we're doing an event. So I think breaking it down by what people think is important. I know legal fund will be definitely important for creators. It'll not only go to myself, my own legal fund, but other creators that I work with, their legal fund as well. So just wanted to give you that update. So I want to make all that clear and transparent. But that won't come until we have figured out a good day to do consistent streaming. So you guys will know exactly what day I'm streaming and all that. So we're just not there yet. We will get there.
Not join the Hungarians and the Germans. And in the midst of all this, you have Russia. Russia is the self-proclaimed protector of the Slavs. So Russia naturally backed Serbia. And Germany naturally stood behind its ally, Austria-Hungary. And this is the charged atmosphere. You've got all these things going on, and this is the very charged atmosphere within which, frankly, pretty radical groups began flourishing. There was a group called Young Bosnia. It was a network of pretty idealistic students, but there were some revolutionaries in their midst, and they wanted to overthrow the Habsburgs, even through violence if necessary, but they preferred propaganda and political might. But closely linked to Young Bosnia was a group called Black Hand. And Black Hand was not mild by any stretch of the imagination. They were a secret society founded in Serbia back in 1911. They were led by the head of the Serbian military intelligence. And the Black Hand's explicit goal was liberation and unification of Serbs by any means necessary, even violence, maybe especially violence. Its members trained in things like terrorism. They supplied weapons to groups in the area. And for these nationalists, there was a guy who was sort of the ideal figure to oppose. His name was Archduke Franz Ferdinand. He was the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and he was the embodiment of this oppressive imperial order that they felt like was oppressing them and pushing them down, keeping them down. Well, Ferdinand planned to visit Sarajevo on June 28th of 1914. It was the anniversary of a Battle of Kosovo back in 1389. Talk about people not letting things go. That was Serbia's defeat, historic defeat by the Ottomans. And it was seen by these radical groups as a very deliberate provocation that he would come there on that day. Some of them also feared that Ferdinand's ideas for reforming the empire into a more federal structure might co-opt these South Slav loyalties, and they might block Serbian expansion. So killing him was sort of a twofold result. It would block, Habsburg authority, but it would also be a symbolic revenge. It had a very deep symbolic purpose. But the plot to kill him began coming together long before June 28th, when he decided to visit. It started being put together in the spring of 1914. There was a 19-year-old kid named Gavrilo Princip. He was a Bosnian-Serbian student. He was of poor health, but he had very fierce conviction. He read newspaper reports of the Archduke's forthcoming inspection of military maneuvers in Bosnia, so he decided to travel to Belgrade with a couple of friends. And there, he got in touch with Black Hand contacts who provided them firearms, bombs, pistols, and even cyanide capsules, so that after the deed was done, they could, not be captured. There were even local handlers there. They kind of helped the guys sneak across the border undetected. But once they were in Syria.
All right, guys. So he's still on opening statement. All of his opening statements are great. I love them. I'm going to continue the rest of my evening. I'll give you 3 more minutes to try to get a dono in, buy me an MRE. I'll give you a few more minutes to try to do that. If you do that, I will stay on the air. If not, we will have a good night. And by all means, do not put yourself out. Of course, times are tough. So just send this to your wealthy friends to donate. You don't need to donate. Food is sky high. Gas is sky high. So childcare, everything, you name it. So definitely do not go out of your way for the dono, but give you guys a few more minutes to get it in, and I will stay live, but I appreciate you guys.
Sarajevo. The group's organizer recruited additional conspirators. And so the group sort of grew a little bit. And on the day of the big event, they sort of spread themselves out along an announced motorcade route. And on the morning of June 28th, Franz Ferdinand and his wife, Sophie, they arrived and their car was open, kind of like John F. Kennedy's was. They arrived in an open car. It was part of a 6-vehicle procession that was going to ride through a previously advertised procession route. Security was obviously very light for some reason. But they, because they had published the route, they knew where to stand. It came time for the first assassin to do his deed. Well, he lost his nerve. He just didn't do his job. And so there was a backup plan. There was a second assassin. So he steps forward. He strikes the detonator of his bomb on a lamppost, and he tosses it towards the car. Unlucky for him, but lucky for the Archduke, the bomb bounces off the car, and it explodes under the following vehicle. It wounded some officers and bystanders, but the royal couple themselves, Ferdinand and Sophie, were unscathed. They weren't hurt. They weren't injured in any way. So the guy who threw the bomb, it didn't work out for him. He swallowed his cyanide pill and jumped into a river. Unfortunately, the river was very shallow, so he didn't drown. And the cyanide pill just made him vomit. It didn't actually kill him. So he was beaten and arrested. Not a good day for that guy. But the motorcade speeds off towards City Hall. And the remaining conspirators, including Princip, they sort of watched their chance slip away. They thought, oh man, we missed it. Here was our chance to take him out, and we lost. We missed it. But at the reception, the Archduke did something weird. He decides to just go forward with the plan, go forward with the program. Even though the attack had happened, even though a bomb had gone off, even though people had been injured, he's like, well, we came to celebrate, so let's celebrate, doggone it. And then afterwards, he said, why don't we go visit the wounded in the hospital, boost morale? So they decided to go to the hospital, but on the return route, they said, let's go a different direction. Let's go a different way so that we're not going right back over the same route. Unfortunately, that change wasn't communicated very well. It did not get passed down to all of the drivers. Ferdinand was, I think, in the second car. The lead car turns the wrong way, goes back down the original route, and the Archduke's vehicle follows right behind. Someone realizes the error. They holler out, and they're like, stop. And they start pushing the car back. Back then, cars didn't have reverse, so the car stalls out. But it stalled out, as fate would have it, directly in front of Princip, the 19-year-old kid of poor health but fierce conviction. He'd kind of stayed near his original position on the original route. Well, he seized the moment. He drew his pistol, fired a couple of shots from just a few feet away. One struck Sophie in the abdomen. The other hit Franz Ferdinand in the neck. It severed a major artery, and he bled out and died. Both of them died. Of course, Princip was immediately grabbed. He was immediately taken into custody. But the pretty carefully planned assassination had almost collapsed. But then there was this comedy of errors. There was this cascade of failures. And by pure chance, they had the opportunity to pull it off. Locally, the murder was an outrage, obviously. You don't want public officials dying in your town. But nothing about it should have kicked off a global war. But it did, because the diplomatic machinery of Europe transformed it into a continental catastrophe. Austria-Hungary became determined to crush the Serbs. They wanted to crush Serbian nationalism once and for all. They'd already viewed it as an existential threat. Now one of the heirs to the throne had been killed, and they were angry. So they immediately went to Germany and looked for German backing. And Kaiser Wilhelm II issued a famous blank check, and he promised unconditional support. Well, that's all the rest of the continent needed. Austria-Hungary was pretty emboldened by this German support. So they drafted a harsh, very harsh ultimatum and delivered it to Serbia. And it demanded a few things. One was a suppression of anti-Austrian propaganda. Easy enough, right? They wanted a dissolution of all these secret nationalist societies. All right, fine. But most critically, they demanded Austro-Hungarian participation in the judicial investigation that was taking place on Serbian soil. So Serbia accepted most of the points, but they rejected that final one, and the basis that it infringed on their sovereignty. And pretty quickly, just within a couple of days, Austria broke diplomatic relations. And on July 28th, they declared war and immediately began shelling Belgrade. It was like their dream. They'd been wanting to do it, and they finally got the opportunity and the excuse to do it. Well, in comes Russia. Russia feels trapped, at least bound. They have this Slavic solidarity thing going on. And so it ordered a mobilization, but really only a partial mobilization. They just wanted to kind of get Austria to knock it off. But Germany wasn't amused, and they viewed the Russian mobilization as a real direct threat. So they declared war on Russia. All of a sudden, you have like a multi-front war going on. Not content with just declaring war on Russia, they actually looked the other way and declared.
All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up a couple more minutes unless somebody buys an MRE. Appreciate it. For those of you who've hung out for the 5 hours. It's been a great day. It's a lot of information, a lot of content. I'll be pumping out more content. Can't give you the exact day yet. Sometimes, like this space I had with Andrew Wilson yesterday, that was kind of random, popped up. If you haven't checked it out, it's under the videos section. I published it today. I'm sure I've got more stuff that I know I've got more stuff that I might upload sometime this week, probably not tomorrow, maybe in a couple of days. But I will hang out for a little while longer if some more MREs come in. So, but I do, if they don't, it's fine too. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And if there's anything that you want me to cover, you can always let me know on X. I'm on there. Just tag me or something. You can try to DM me. Sometimes it doesn't work for people. But yeah, get in touch the best you can. I will get an email to give to you guys at some point as well. That'll probably make it easier for you guys as well.
War on France 2 days later. So you have now Austria, Hungary, and Germany have declared war on everybody. German troops immediately invade Belgium. Belgium was neutral, but they want to get through Belgium to kind of outflank the French. And England, for its most part, was committed to Belgian neutrality. There was a treaty that required them to respect their neutrality and come to their aid if it was ever violated. England also kind of wanted to deter German domination of the whole continent, so they declared war on Germany. That was just the next day, August 4th. So within weeks, this alliance system had dragged nearly every great European power into this huge total war. And think about it, it's just a simple little assassination of a kid, an heir to the throne, not even a head of state, in the Balkans of all places. And it launched the First World War. And the First World War was horrific. It was a total war. It would claim millions of lives. It brought down 4 empires. It reshaped the entire modern world. Everything you know about today's world can go back to that war. So the shots fired in Sarajevo didn't necessarily make a total continental war inevitable, but they exposed and activated these really rigid structures that all these different alliances caused. These heightened mutual suspicions. They ultimately triggered a willingness to risk catastrophe Because this catastrophe, this risk, this willingness to accept that risk had sort of accumulated across Europe for a long time, decades really. So it wasn't really a backup plan, but the fact that Princip was there to get a second shot at taking out the Archduke kind of brought to my mind the exposure last week by Nissy Social of who was on the roof with Officer Bagley. Candace talked about it tonight. Very fortunate timing. And the officer's name was Alan Robertson. Alan Robertson is an officer with Utah State University, not Utah Valley University. Utah State University is on the other side of Salt Lake City. It's way up north. Utah Valley is kind of in the middle of everything. It's just kind of down by Provo, an hour or so south of Salt Lake. Utah State's way up there. What the hell's this guy doing there? Why is he in plain clothes and why is he on the roof? So tonight we're going to look at what that might mean in terms of a backup plan for ensuring the removal of Charlie Kirk. And just to keep this analogy of World War I as tight as possible, a lot of people look back and consider Archduke Ferdinand the first casualty of World War I. Well, it just might turn out